George Villiers, 1st Duke of Buckingham, was the dazzling royal favorite of King James I and later a dominant force under Charles I. He is charming and ambitious, but also politically reckless, whose influence helped set the stage for later conflict. Sir Thomas Coventry was Charles I's Lord Keeper of the Great Seal and a steady, moderate legal mind during a turbulent political era. Clarendon describes him as prudent, dignified, and loyal to the crown, yet cautious enough to avoid the extremes that fueled the coming conflict. Jerome Weston, Earl of Portland, was a senior statesman and diplomat under Charles I, known for his loyalty and measured temperament. Honorable and steady, a figure who tried to maintain royal authority without provoking extremes. Edward Montague, Earl of Manchester, was a leading parliamentarian commander known for his moderation and reluctance to push the war to extremes. He is honorable and conscientious, though sometimes too cautious to satisfy the more zealous faction around him. Edward Montague, Earl of Manchester, was a prominent parliamentarian leader known for his cautious, moderate approach during the Civil War. Clarendon depicts him as honorable and well-intentioned, though sometimes too hesitant to satisfy the more forceful figures around him. Thomas Howard, Earl of Arundel, was one of the highest-ranking nobles of his time and a key supporter of Charles I. He is proud, cultured, and deeply committed to the ancient dignity of the nobility, though often detached from the harsher political struggles around him. William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke, was a leading courtier and statesman under James I and Charles I, known for his influence, learning, and patronage of the arts. Clarendon portrays him as honorable, balanced, and widely respected, a figure whose integrity gave him unusual authority in a divided court. Philip Herbert, Earl of Pembroke, was a powerful courtier and influential nobleman whose loyalties shifted toward Parliament as tensions with Charles I grew. He is impulsive and politically unpredictable, yet capable of considerable authority because of his rank and temperament. Edward Sackville, Earl of Dorset, was a prominent royalist nobleman known for his loyalty to Charles I and his polished courtly reputation. He is brave, eloquent, and spirited, a man whose temperament made him a natural defender of the crown. Henry Rich, Earl of Holland, was a prominent courtier and royal favorite who later wavered between supporting Charles I and Parliament. Clarendon portrays him as charming but politically inconsistent, a man whose shifting loyalties ultimately led to his downfall. Sir John Coke was a senior statesman and Secretary of State under Charles I, known for his strict administrative style and firm loyalty to the crown. Clarendon portrays him as diligent and uncompromising, a man whose rigid sense of duty often put him at odds with more flexible political figures. Sir Dudley Carleton was a seasoned diplomat and Secretary of State under Charles I, known for his firm support of royal authority. Capable and loyal, a man whose long experience in foreign affairs shaped his cautious but committed service to the crown. Sir William Noy was Charles I's Attorney General and a sharp legal mind who helped craft several of the crown's more controversial fiscal policies. Clarendon depicts him as learned, ingenious, and fiercely devoted to strengthening royal authority. John Finch, Lord Finch of Fordwich, was Charles I's loyal Chief Justice and later Lord Keeper, remembered for defending the king's controversial policies. He is eloquent and devoted to royal authority, though his firmness made him a target of Parliament's anger. Elizabeth I appears in Clarendon's history as the powerful predecessor whose long and brilliant reign shaped the political world inherited by the early Stuarts. He presents her as a commanding and astute monarch, one whose firm governance and careful balancing of religious and political forces created a stability that later generations struggled to maintain. In Clarendon's narrative, she stands as a contrast to the turmoil that followed, a reminder of a disciplined authority that England would soon lose. William Laud, Archbishop of Canterbury, was Charles I's most forceful religious advisor and the architect of the king's strict church reforms. He is devout, disciplined, and unyielding, a man whose uncompromising zeal helped intensify the conflicts that led to war. George Abbot, Archbishop of Canterbury, was a leading churchman under James I and early in Charles I's reign, known for his moderate Calvinist views. Clarendon portrays him as learned, conscientious, and cautious, a figure whose restraint contrasted sharply with the more forceful religious policies that followed. William Juxon, later Archbishop of Canterbury, was a trusted royal churchman who also served Charles I as Lord Treasurer. He is calm, loyal, and steady-minded, a figure whose quiet integrity made him one of the king's most reliable supporters. Edward Hyde, Earl of Clarendon, emerges in history as both a statesman of formidable influence and the architect of one of the most important narratives of the 17th century. His portrait evokes the confidence of a man who stood at the center of monarchy and government, shaping policy in the years before the English Civil War and guiding the Restoration that followed. Trained in the law and gifted with a penetrating intellect, he rose from a respected lawyer to become the chief advisor to Charles I and later the indispensable minister of Charles II, eventually holding the powerful office of Lord High Chancellor. His political instincts were deeply conservative, rooted in a belief that order, hierarchy, and the rule of law formed the backbone of a stable kingdom. Yet Clarendon's legacy extends far beyond the council chamber. In exile, after falling from royal favor, he turned to writing the monumental history of the rebellion and civil wars in England, a work that blended personal memory, political analysis, and vivid character portraits. He wrote not as a distant observer, but as someone who had known the principal actors, debated with them, and watched the kingdom fracture around him. His prose, elaborate, reflective, and unmistakably shaped by his own loyalties, defends the royalist cause while lamenting the forces he believed had torn the nation apart. Through this work, Clarendon became not only a participant in history, but one of its most enduring interpreters, leaving behind a narrative that continues to shape how the English Civil War is understood. James I stands at the threshold of Clarendon's great narrative, a monarch whose reign forms the quiet overture to the storm that would later engulf the kingdoms he once held together. When he inherited Elizabeth I's throne in 1603, he brought with him not only the crown of Scotland, but a vision of unified monarchy, learned kingship, and peace through diplomacy. His court cultivated the image of a scholarly ruler, fond of debate, confident in the divine right of kings, and determined to govern through reason rather than the sword. Though his reign was largely free of open conflict, it simmered with political and religious tensions that he managed but never fully resolved. Clarendon turns to James I at the outset of the history of the rebellion because the seeds of the later catastrophe were sown during this earlier, seemingly tranquil period. James's firm belief in royal authority shaped the political culture his son Charles I inherited, while his efforts to balance competing religious factions left behind a fragile equilibrium. To Clarendon, the contrast between James's relative stability and the chaos that followed underscores the tragedy of the kingdom's descent into civil war. The portrait of James, richly dressed, framed in the dignified oval cartouche favored by early Stuart engravers, captures the king as he wished to be seen, a figure of legitimacy, continuity, and learned authority. In Clarendon's eyes, James I was intelligent, well-intentioned, and often moderate, though sometimes too trusting of favorites who did not always serve him well. He is not the central protagonist of the story, but he is its essential prologue, the monarch whose reign explains how England moved from uneasy peace to open rebellion. Through him, Clarendon invites the reader to understand the world that Charles I inherited and the fragile foundations upon which the Stuart monarchy stood. Edward Hyde, the first Earl of Clarendon, stands as one of the most insightful chroniclers of early 17th century England. Born in the year 1591, he was a statesman and historian who moved within the highest circles of the English court. As a trusted advisor to King Charles I, he witnessed, often from the closest vantage, the events that would soon erupt into rebellion and civil war. His perspective is unique. He was both participant and observer, giving him the ability to combine personal experience with careful reflection, producing a work that is both vivid in its drama and precise in its historical sense. The history of the rebellion and civil wars in England begun in the year 1641 is not merely a chronicle of battles and political disputes. From the very introduction, it situates the reader within the social, political, and religious landscape of the time. Clarendon writes with a deep sense of causality, showing how personal ambition, legal authority, royal prerogative, and cultural and religious traditions intersected to shape events. He carefully explains the characters, offices, and institutions of the kingdom, from the Star Chamber and the High Commission Court to the roles of archbishops, bishops, and courtiers, providing a framework for understanding the weight of each action and decision. His writing demonstrates a keen awareness of historical cause and effect. He provides not only the what of history, the events and outcomes, but also the why, examining human motives, character flaws, and institutional weaknesses that made the rebellion almost inevitable. He conveys the tension between appearance and reality, public duty and private ambition, law and justice, and personal loyalty and political expediency. For readers and listeners, the book offers an introduction to history as a discipline. It emphasizes careful observation, critical evaluation of sources, and a recognition of the interplay between individuals and the broader social and political environment. Clarendon's work is a window into the psychology of power, the perils of mismanaged authority, and the intricate web of alliances, rivalries, and customs that defined 17th century England. It is a study not only of England's rebellion, but of human nature itself, making it a timeless resource for understanding how history unfolds and how it can be interpreted. This foundation provides the audience with both context and lessons for the chapters that follow, giving a sense of how deeply the conflicts of the era were rooted in the personalities, institutions, and cultures of the time. In the early years of the 19th century, in the ancient city of Oxford, where the towers and libraries of learning had stood for centuries as guardians of memory, there appeared a new edition of a work that had long stirred both admiration and controversy. It was printed at the Clarendon Press in the year 1826, a date written in Roman numerals as 1826, and it bore a title that echoed with the weight of national tragedy: The History of the Rebellion and Civil Wars in England. Its author was Edward Hyde, better known to history as Edward Hyde, 1st Earl of Clarendon, who had once held the powerful office of Lord High Chancellor of England, the king's chief legal advisor, and one of the most influential statesmen of his age. This was no ordinary chronicle. It was the testimony of a man who had stood at the very center of the storm that tore apart the kingdoms of England, Scotland, and Ireland in the middle of the 17th century. The rebellion, of which he wrote, was what later generations would call the English Civil War, a struggle that began in the year 1642 and led to the trial and execution of King Charles I in the year 1649, the abolition of the monarchy, and the rise of a republic under Oliver Cromwell. To Clarendon, loyal servant of the crown, these events were not merely political upheavals. They were a catastrophe, a violent rupture in the sacred order of king, church, and nation. Edward Hyde began writing his history on the 18th day of March in the year 1646. At that moment, he was not seated in comfort in a royal court. He was in exile on the Isles of Scilly, a remote and windswept archipelago off the southwestern coast of England. The royal cause had suffered devastating defeats. The king's armies had been broken. Parliament's forces, led by disciplined commanders and inspired by a fierce religious and political zeal, had seized control of much of the kingdom. Hyde, who had been one of King Charles I's most trusted advisors, found himself cast out from the centers of power, clinging to loyalty in a shrinking circle of royalist resistance. From the Isles of Scilly, he continued his work in the island of Jersey, one of the Channel Islands lying closer to the coast of France than to England. There, before the year 1648, he composed the greater part of the first 7 books of his history, and even began portions of the 3 that would follow. Each section bore the dates of its beginning and completion, silent witnesses to the persistence of a man determined to record events even as he lived through uncertainty, defeat, and danger. Yet his writing did not proceed in a straight line. After his banishment, after the execution of his king, and after years of wandering exile, there came a pause. Members of his own family later believed that the relentless persecution he endured, political hostility, public blame, and personal disgrace, moved him to alter his original design. Instead of writing only a broad history of national events, he began to shape the narrative into something more intimate, a detailed account of his own life, from his earliest days through the heights of power and down to the moment of his fall from favor. In doing so, he fused public history with personal memory, turning the chronicle of a nation into the story of a statesman struggling to defend his honor and explain his actions. The first edition of his great work was not published by Clarendon himself. It appeared after his death, prepared by his sons. They worked from his original manuscript and from a transcript that had been made for printing. But they did not act in a vacuum. When they brought the work into the world, many of the individuals described within its pages were still alive. Some were high in favor with the reigning monarch. Others were linked to the editors by political alliances, by family ties, or by bonds of friendship. The wounds of civil war were not yet ancient scars. They were still tender. Old resentments smoldered beneath the surface of restored peace. Under such circumstances, caution was almost inevitable. Certain passages were softened. Descriptions that had once cut sharply were made less severe. For example, in portraying John Williams, the Bishop of Lincoln and later Archbishop of York, a complex and controversial churchman, Clarendon had originally written in language of fierce condemnation, declaring him to be among the most universally detested of men. In the printed edition, that harsh judgment was reduced to a milder phrase, suggesting only general unacceptability. In another instance, Clarendon had referred to the Scottish nation in a moment of anger with a bitter insult. That expression was removed entirely. The names of individuals involved in delicate court scandals were sometimes omitted, blunting the edge of the narrative. These changes did not amount to falsifying events. The editors did not invent new facts or erase entire episodes, but they did temper the tone. They suppressed certain personal remarks. They omitted lengthy character sketches, including severe judgments of foreign ministers in Spain when Clarendon had served as ambassador at the court of Madrid. Even colorful descriptions of Spanish customs, such as the spectacle of bullfighting, were curtailed, perhaps out of fear that readers would find them tedious or irrelevant. More than a century passed between that first publication and the new edition printed at Oxford in 1826. By then, the immediate passions of the 17th century had long cooled. The men and women whose reputations might once have been harmed were gone. Political alignments had shifted. The monarchy had endured further crises, including the glorious revolution of 1688 and the gradual strengthening of parliamentary government. The fear of offending powerful families or disturbing fragile alliances no longer carried the same urgency. At the same time, questions had arisen about the authenticity of Clarendon's history. Some critics, driven by partisan motives, had suggested that the text might have been altered in ways that cast doubt upon its reliability. In response, the editors of the new edition undertook a careful comparison, what scholars call a collation, between the published text and the original manuscripts. Those manuscripts were preserved in the Bodleian Library at Oxford, one of the oldest and most respected libraries in Europe, founded in the early 17th century by Sir Thomas Bodley. Page by page, word by word, they examined the differences. Wherever even a single word diverged from the original, the variation was noted. Suppressed passages were restored in footnotes or in appendices at the end of the volume. Only in the 8th book did they encounter a gap, a missing portion of 24 pages. Apart from that small chasm, the manuscripts contained the full substance of what had been written. By bringing these materials to light, the editors sought not only to satisfy the curiosity of readers eager for unfiltered history, but also to establish beyond dispute that the work was genuinely Clarendon's own. When a first volume had originally come forth, it had announced itself with solemn dignity. It declared that it contained the history of the rebellion and civil wars in England, begun in the year 1641, together with the events that led to that great upheaval, and carrying the story through to what the author regarded as its happy end and conclusion. The restoration of King Charles II to the throne on the 29th day of May in the year 1660. That day marked the return of monarchy after more than a decade of Republican rule. For royalists like Clarendon, it was not merely a political settlement. It was a deliverance, almost a resurrection of the nation's rightful order. Thus, the history that began in exile, under the shadow of defeat, ended in triumph, at least in the author's eyes, with the return of the king. And from the outset, it was clear that this was not a detached academic exercise. It was the voice of a participant, a counselor to kings, a man who had witnessed the collapse of authority and the struggle to restore it. His pages were shaped by loyalty, by bitterness, by faith in monarchy and the established Church of England, and by a profound conviction that the rebellion had been both a political crime and a moral tragedy. In those troubled years of the 17th century in England, when the struggle between monarchy and parliament shook the kingdom, one trusted servant of the crown rose to great honor. King Charles II, the son of the executed monarch King Charles I, granted this loyal figure one of the highest offices while both men were still living in exile, forced from their homeland after defeat in the civil wars. Exile meant they wandered foreign courts in Europe, dependent on allies and uncertain fortunes. Yet even in banishment, the king recognized ability and loyalty. When a monarchy was restored in the year 1660, an event often called the Restoration because it brought the royal family back to the throne after years of Republican rule, this man continued in that important position for more than 7 years. During that time, he earned widespread respect across the nation. Supporters praised his fairness, his honesty, his balanced judgment, and his proven competence in managing the heavy duties of government. Remarkably, even political opponents rarely accused him of corruption or dishonesty, which in that age of factional rivalry was uncommon. Another distinction soon followed. One of the ancient English universities, an institution devoted to higher learning, religious training, and the shaping of future leaders, selected him to serve as its chief guardian after the previous holder of that honor died. The deceased nobleman had been both Marquis of Hertford and later Duke of Somerset, titles within the English aristocracy indicating high rank and influence. By choosing the new protector, the university signaled loyalty to long-standing principles, support for the Church of England, which was the established Protestant national church created during the reign of King Henry VIII, and support for the traditional hereditary monarchy. Many scholars and clergy connected with the university had suffered hardship during the civil wars because they supported the king and the established church. Their decision to entrust their interests to this particular figure reflected their belief that he had defended both church and crown from the earliest rumblings of conflict, when tensions between King Charles I and sections of his parliament began escalating toward open war. The historical account that follows these events did not arise casually. It began under the direct instruction of King Charles I himself. During the later, darker phase of his reign, as rebellion spread and authority slipped from his grasp, the king desired that future generations should understand the disasters that befell his rule. He wanted a careful, truthful narrative written by someone he believed honorable, informed, and capable of calm judgment. He considered this author especially suited because of long experience in public life and close observation of the unfolding crisis. Writing about a civil war within a powerful nation is never simple. A civil war means that citizens of the same country fight each other rather than an external enemy. In England during the mid-17th century, the king commanded one side, often called royalists, while opposing forces, commonly known as parliamentarians, claimed to defend parliamentary rights and liberties. Emotions ran intensely on both sides. Families divided, friendships broke, and violence spread through towns and countryside. Any historian describing such a conflict must speak honestly about influential leaders from both camps. Yet many descendants of those figures still live, preserving pride in their ancestors. Honest description can therefore offend living families, even when no insult is intended. Some readers may notice that certain portrayals of notable personalities differ from other published accounts. The editors responsible for presenting this history believed it improper to alter what had been solemnly entrusted to them. They maintained the work as the author delivered it, trusting that he possessed opportunities to learn the truth equal to, if not greater than, other writers. His tone, generally calm and balanced, suggests he did not deliberately distort facts. Readers should nevertheless approach the narrative thoughtfully. They may encounter passages that challenge cherished family traditions or national myths. Some historical actors were sincere yet mistaken. Others were ambitious, calculating, or driven by anger and revenge. The author attempted to present events without malice, guided by the principle long expressed by the Roman thinker Marcus Tullius Cicero, who argued that a historian must never knowingly write falsehood and must never fear to speak truth. According to those who preserve this manuscript, the writer consistently aimed at that standard, avoiding both blind favor and unjust hostility. For many decades after the conflict, a certain delicacy restrained open discussion. Courtesy toward neighbors, relatives, and fellow countrymen encouraged silence about painful memories. Yet as time passed, numerous memoirs, pamphlets, and historical pieces appeared that defended the rebellion against King Charles I and sharply criticized the monarchy. Some writers portrayed the king as tyrannical, questioning the religious and political loyalty traditionally shown to the crown. Alarm grew among royal supporters that respect for monarchy, religion, and national continuity was fading. More than 50 years had passed since the execution of King Charles I in January of the year 1649, when he was tried by a special tribunal created by his opponents and publicly beheaded outside the banqueting house in London. That event shocked Europe because never before had an English reigning monarch been judicially executed by his own subjects. With the passage of half a century, debates intensified about who had been right, whether the king or his challengers bore responsibility for the bloodshed, and whether rebellion could ever be justified. Supporters of publishing this history believed an even-handed account might restore appreciation for honesty, justice, loyalty, and religious devotion, qualities long associated with the English national character. They argued that stable government, social discipline, and respect for authority depend on those virtues. They did not claim King Charles I was flawless. Like all rulers, he had weaknesses and occasionally made poor decisions. Critics within Parliament might have corrected certain royal policies through calm negotiation and moderate reform. Indeed, the king eventually accepted several parliamentary acts limiting some traditional royal powers, steps intended to prevent perceived abuses. Yet instead of easing tensions, these concessions sometimes encouraged further demands. Ambition among some political leaders, combined with anger and desire for revenge, drove the conflict beyond compromise. Fighting erupted. Thousands of English citizens died. Cities and villages suffered devastation, and ultimately the king himself was brought to the scaffold under the authority of a court unprecedented in English history. After his death, the same revolutionary forces temporarily dismantled many long-standing legal and political structures, even while claiming to defend them. Anyone who studies these complicated events carefully will likely find errors, misjudgments, and failures on both sides of the struggle. One observation, however, seems difficult to avoid. Whenever a monarch, whether through personal miscalculation or the influence of advisors, comes to pursue policies sharply opposed by a significant portion of the population, severe conflict almost inevitably follows, regardless of how the dispute finally resolves. Listen closely now, and imagine a nation standing at a crossroads of fire and fury. There are moments in history when a people, wounded in what they believe to be their lawful rights and ancient liberties, rise up in resistance. They say they have been invaded, oppressed, wronged beyond endurance. At first, their cause may appear just. They ask for repair, for security, for protection against future abuse. These are not unreasonable desires. Every free people wishes to live under laws that shield them from arbitrary power. But there is a danger hidden within victory. When those who have suffered injustice finally seize power with their own hands, they face a severe test of character. If they're not satisfied with reasonable remedies, if they go further, if they use their new authority not to restore balance, but to destroy the very government they were once bound by duty and allegiance to uphold, then they forge, with their own hands, the instruments of their future punishment. They make rods for their own backs, and very often, in casting off one burden, they invite another, heavier, harsher, more humiliating than the one they believed they had escaped. To understand this truth, we must turn to one of the most dramatic chapters in the history of England. Consider what this nation gained from the long and bloody struggle against King Charles I of England, Scotland, and Ireland. This was a monarch who ruled from the year 1625 until his execution in the year 1649. His reign was marked by fierce disputes over taxation, religion, and the limits of royal authority. Parliament, the representative body of the realm, claimed that he violated the traditional rights of Englishmen. The king, in turn, defended what he believed to be the sacred prerogatives of the crown. The conflict erupted into open war. From the year 1642 to 1651, England was torn apart by what is known as the English Civil War. On one side stood the royalists, loyal to King Charles I. On the other stood the parliamentarians, determined to curb or even abolish what they saw as tyranny. The parliamentarian armies won victories in the field. They captured the king. They imprisoned him. And in a step that shocked all of Europe, they brought him to trial, an anointed king tried by his own subjects. In the year 1649, Charles I was executed. It was an act without precedent in English history. The monarchy was abolished. The House of Lords was cast aside. England was declared a commonwealth, a republic governed without a king. But what was the advantage gained? What true repair was made for the grievances that had been so passionately proclaimed? Into the vacuum of power stepped Oliver Cromwell. He was a military leader of extraordinary ability, a devout and intense Puritan, and one of the chief architects of Parliament's victory. In the year 1653, Cromwell dissolved the remaining Parliament by force and assumed the title of Lord Protector of the Commonwealth of England, Scotland, and Ireland. The title suggested humility, a protector, not a king. Yet under this new system, Cromwell ruled with sweeping authority. The nation was divided into military districts governed by major generals. Dissent was suppressed. Religious policy favored certain Protestant groups while restricting others. Political opposition was not tolerated. The promise of liberty began to resemble a new form of control. It was said in bitter reflection that instead of correcting abuses with whips, the people were chastised with scorpions, a reference drawn from sacred scripture, meaning that the new rule felt sharper, harsher, more painful than the old. The idol of a free commonwealth, which many had imagined as a golden age of liberty, dissolved into disappointment. And the man who had once opposed kingship began to look, in practice, very much like a king himself, though without the ancient legitimacy of a crowned monarch. After Oliver Cromwell's death in the year 1658, instability followed. His son Richard Cromwell briefly succeeded him, but he lacked authority and support. Governments rose and fell. Factions maneuvered for advantage. Ambition drove one party, then another. The nation grew weary. Years had been spent in war. Blood had been shed. Treasure had been drained. Trade had suffered. Families had been divided. And what was the end of it all? In the year 1660, the monarchy was restored. Charles II, the son of the executed king, returned from exile. The restoration was celebrated by many as a moment of relief, a return to familiar forms, to king, to House of Lords, to the ancient constitution of the realm. Those who had claimed to rule in the name of liberty found themselves scorned and ridiculed. The great experiment had circled back to the very institution it had overthrown. History does not place blame only upon one side. There were also times when kings themselves were led into dangerous errors. Some monarchs were suspected, rightly or wrongly, of favoring arbitrary power, of seeking to rule without parliament, or of leaning toward the Roman Catholic religion in a nation deeply shaped by Protestant identity. In England, fears of popish influence were not small matters. They were tied to memories of persecution, to anxieties about foreign control, and to concerns over the independence of the crown. When a prince is believed to desire absolute power, power unrestrained by law, unchecked by representative institutions, the suspicion alone can ignite unrest. The tension between sovereign authority and popular rights can stretch across years, even generations. It becomes a perpetual contest between the ruler and the ruled, each wary of the other's intentions. Yet there is wisdom in restraint. The English system of government, shaped over centuries, was not designed to leave grievances without remedy. Its constitution, meaning its fundamental structure, joined together three elements: the king, representing executive authority, the House of Lords, representing the hereditary nobility, and the House of Commons, representing the people through elected members. This balance, king, lords, and commons, was believed by many to be one of the most stable and fortunate compositions of government in the world. Within this framework, disputes could be addressed in a parliamentary way, through debate, petition, legislation, and lawful reform. The prerogatives of the crown could be preserved, while the rights of the people could be defended. It was a system designed not for sudden violence, but for gradual correction. And yet, even the most carefully crafted system cannot fully restrain human passion. When people feel deeply wronged, they may attempt by force to secure what they believe to be justice, even when law and conscience advise patience. History shows again and again that laws, whether divine or human, are sometimes broken despite their clarity. The warning stands on both sides. It is never to the true advantage of a prince to set his interest against that of his people. To govern against their nature, their inclinations, and their laws is to rule over hearts that are slowly hardening. What glory can there be in breaking the spirits of one's own subjects? A ruler, at his best, should live among his people as a shepherd with his flock, guiding, protecting, sustaining, not wounding and scattering them. Imagine two lovers who ought to delight in mutual affection, renewing their kindness daily. If instead they spend their time crossing and tormenting one another, the beginning will be filled with vexation, the middle with strained and fragile peace, and the end with hatred and contempt. So too with prince and people. When harmony is replaced with suspicion and hostility, the bond that sustains a nation begins to unravel. There is, therefore, a solemn truth for any who would wear the crown of England or of any realm. To rule without a firm and visible commitment to defend the established religion and preserve the laws is to place upon one's head not a circlet of gold, but a crown of briars and thorns. Power without trust is a burden. Authority without legitimacy is a torment. And so the Constitution, the ancient balance of king, lords, and commons, remains the central point ever to be regarded. Through wars, revolutions, restorations, and reforms, it endured across centuries. Bruised, tested, sometimes expelled for a time, yet again and again returning, as if suited deeply to the character and spirit of the English people. There have always been, in every age of this kingdom, men of sharp intellect and impressive ability who move not from loyalty to principle, but from loyalty to their own advantage. Such men, gifted in speech and calculation, have at times supported the monarch, and at other times sided with those who sought to replace monarchy with a commonwealth, which is a system of government without a king, claiming to act in the name of the people. They clothe their ambitions in noble language. They speak of public good, of liberty, of order, of reform. Yet beneath those fine phrases lies a steady aim, to stretch beyond the limits carefully set by the ancient Constitution of England, that long-evolved balance between crown, parliament, and law. The Constitution of England was not written in a single document. It grew over centuries through charters such as Magna Carta, granted in the year 1215, through statutes passed by Parliament, and through customs and precedents shaped by struggle and compromise. It defined how the king might rule, how Parliament might legislate, and how justice might be administered. It was a living structure, not easily overthrown, yet vulnerable when ambitious men sought to bend it to their own designs. And yet, time and again, the nation has discovered within itself a different kind of spirit. Alongside those who maneuver for personal gain, there have always arisen individuals of genuine public virtue, men who place the welfare of the whole above faction and ambition. These are the ones who prevent deception from enduring too long. For private schemes require constant cunning. They demand subtlety, secrecy, and endless adjustment. The true interest of the kingdom, by contrast, is simple. It is felt in the daily life of the people. It is recognized not only by scholars and statesmen, but by merchants in their counting houses, by sailors on their ships, by farmers in their fields. It is not hidden behind elaborate theories. It stands plainly before the eyes of the nation. That true interest rests not merely on reputation, but upon its own substance and strength. It does not survive because it is praised, but because it is real. Like a structure built upon solid rock, it remains steady when storms break against it. Those storms may arise from foreigners who do not understand the English Constitution, or from domestic agitators who propose wild innovations. Some have imagined that the people, apart from Parliament, might be summoned as though they formed a separate and independent power, almost a fourth estate of the realm. Traditionally, the three estates were understood to be the crown, the House of Lords representing the nobility, and the House of Commons representing the people through elected members. To appeal beyond a sitting parliament directly to the populace as a separate authority was to unsettle this delicate arrangement. Such proposals carry the air of popular empowerment. They speak of direct participation in the most serious and weighty consultations of state. But beneath the surface lies the danger of undermining the ancient framework. The English Constitution was built upon representation within Parliament, not upon sudden appeals to crowds stirred by passion. History has shown that attempts to alter this balance through force or novelty have not endured. Violence has shaken the kingdom. It has even brought it close to ruin. Yet again and again, after turmoil and bloodshed, the structure has settled back upon its ancient foundation. Within a few recent years, the word faction has echoed loudly through the kingdom. Faction refers to organized political groups driven by particular interests rather than by the general good. In the late 17th and early 18th centuries, two such great parties emerged, known as the Whigs and the Tories. The Whigs were often associated with limiting royal power, promoting parliamentary authority, and supporting certain forms of religious tolerance. The Tories tended to emphasize loyalty to the monarchy and the established Church of England. Yet over time, these parties shifted. Those who once styled themselves opponents of the court became compliant when they themselves drew near to influence. Those who once criticized pliancy displayed it when it served their purposes. It has become clear that neither of these parties holds permanent mastery. Political advantage is fleeting. The true strength lies not in party labels, but in adherence to enduring national interests. Those who are both honest and wise, who consistently prefer the true welfare of England above the interests of any foreign power, who preserve the Protestant religion established in this land, uphold the laws passed by Parliament, protect and expand the trade upon which the nation's wealth depends, manage public funds with care and foresight, and above all maintain sovereignty over the surrounding seas. These are the ones who carry the real weight of England behind them. The sovereignty of the seas has long been considered the natural defense of this island nation. England, separated from continental Europe by the waters of the English Channel and the North Sea, owes much of its security to its navy. For centuries, its fleet has guarded its coasts, protected its merchants, and projected power abroad. It was through naval strength that England resisted the Spanish Armada in the year 1588. It was through command of the seas that it built its trade and defended its shores. Other princes and states, particularly those situated on the vast plains of continental Europe, have often believed their security depended upon maintaining large, standing armies of land forces. They compete in raising thousands upon thousands of soldiers, boasting of regiments and battalions. For them, surrounded by potential enemies across land borders, such preparations may appear necessary. But for England, an island whose glory and greatness have been bound to maritime power, measuring strength by the size of land armies risks misunderstanding its true character. The biblical story of David and Goliath offers a vivid image. In the first book of Samuel, David, a young shepherd, confronted the giant warrior Goliath of the Philistines. King Saul offered David heavy armor and weapons suited for a seasoned soldier. But David refused them, saying he had not proved them, meaning he had not tested them in battle. Instead, he chose the simple sling and stones with which he was familiar. He defeated the giant not by imitating his opponent's strength, but by relying upon the weapons he knew best. So it is with England. Its fleet has been renowned across centuries for honor and security. Yet in recent times, through what appears an unaccountable lack of foresight, greater energy has been devoted to raising large land forces than to maintaining the Navy, those ancient bulwarks of national defense. When confronting an enemy whose power at sea is already inferior, an enemy who might be restrained by vigorous naval expeditions, it seems ill-judged to direct immense expense and effort toward attacking him by land in territories fortified by numerous garrisons. On land, such an adversary may remain for years secure behind walls and fortifications. At sea, his power could be challenged more directly. England's allies on the continent, bound together in common cause against shared threats, may wish prosperity for this kingdom as it wishes prosperity for them. Yet they must recognize that England's greatest contribution to any alliance lies upon the ocean. The geographical position of the country suits maritime enterprise. Its commerce, stretching across distant seas, supplies the resources needed to sustain naval warfare. Neither geography nor commerce can long sustain the heavy burden of large-scale campaigns on foreign soil. Past victories at sea have nourished national confidence in maritime endeavors. At the same time, there exists a persistent suspicion that the enlargement of land forces might someday serve purposes beyond defense, advancing interests not aligned with the liberty of the nation. The Roman historian Publius Cornelius Tacitus once observed that advising a prince what he ought to do is a labor of great difficulty, whereas flattering any prince requires no effort at all. That ancient truth remains ever relevant. To speak honestly to power demands courage and independence. To agree, to praise, to echo the wishes of authority without conviction requires neither wisdom nor bravery. In every age, the temptation to flatter and the challenge of principled counsel stand in tension, shaping the destinies of kingdoms and the character of those who govern them. Across many centuries of human government, a troubling pattern has often appeared. Honest speech, plain advice, and sincere disagreement frequently lose ground to praise that is smooth, pleasing, and unchallenging. Most people naturally prefer companions who do not contradict them, and in private life this weakness may pass almost unnoticed. Yet when such flattering behavior surrounds powerful rulers, especially kings and princes who command nations, the consequences can grow serious. A ruler may begin to mistake constant agreement for loyalty, and may favor those who soothe his pride instead of those who offer careful and truthful counsel. By the time the illusion fades, damage is often already done, not only to the advisors who encourage the mistake, but also to the ruler whose judgment has been clouded. Writers of earlier generations understood this danger clearly. One respected English poet described flattery as nourishment for foolish minds, suggesting that excessive praise feeds vanity rather than wisdom. Still, royal courts throughout history have tended to protect and cultivate this habit. Courtiers, meaning those who live near the rulers seeking influence, advancement, or favor, often discover that admiration expressed without criticism brings quicker reward than honest debate. From such conditions grow poor decisions, unjust policies, and distrust among the people. Many thoughtful observers believe that only a deeply perceptive spirit, guided by strong moral sense and reverence toward God, could help rulers distinguish between those serving personal ambition and those truly working for the honor and stability of the crown. At certain moments in history, hope arises that reform might weaken this dangerous culture. Such hope often follows great political upheaval, when revolutions or major constitutional changes claim to correct past abuses. During those times, citizens expect stronger integrity, stricter virtue, and more responsible administration to replace earlier disorder. They imagine that lessons learned through conflict will encourage rulers to welcome honest counsel rather than flattering deception. Indeed, it would benefit both rulers and their people if kings could listen calmly to respectful but candid advice while they still possess the power to correct mistakes. Trusted advisors speaking privately, with proper respect, could help prevent errors before they grow into crises. Yet the majesty surrounding monarchs often creates distance. Ceremonial splendor, strict court etiquette, and the natural awe inspired by royal authority discourage frank conversation. Because direct criticism rarely reaches them, rulers sometimes gain clearer understanding only through history itself. When they read accounts of earlier reigns, they see how past leaders, once feared and admired, are judged freely after death. Future generations do not hesitate to praise wisdom or condemn folly, since time removes the restraints of personal loyalty. History repeatedly shows another enduring truth. When a king governs personally, directing policies himself rather than leaving authority largely to ministers, he receives both the honor of success and the blame for failure. Glory and responsibility become inseparable. If prosperity follows, the monarch's skill is celebrated. If hardship arises, the same direct control ensures that criticism also points toward the throne. Reflecting on earlier national troubles often leads historians to examine the deeper causes behind them. Many conflicts have grown from similar roots: wounded pride, mutual suspicion, political rivalry, and dissatisfaction that gradually hardens into hostility. By placing these episodes side by side, thoughtful readers may better recognize warning signs in their own age and perhaps prevent repetition of past disasters. One persistent difficulty for rulers is the mistaken belief that because they command vast populations and attract crowds of eager courtiers, they will always have an abundant supply of capable and loyal servants. This assumption sometimes causes them to undervalue their most able ministers, dismissing them too quickly. In reality, finding a truly honest, balanced, and impartial advisor is rare. Preserving such a person in office proves even harder because sincere service inevitably disappoints those seeking personal advantage. A minister devoted to the genuine welfare of crown and country soon gathers enemies. Every reform he pursues, every refusal to grant an improper favor, and every effort to protect public resources creates resentment among disappointed applicants. His days become filled with demanding labor, safeguarding national security, strengthening public finances, ensuring fair justice, maintaining respect for religion, and preparing stability for future generations. With attention fixed on these heavy responsibilities, he often lacks time to defend his own reputation against quiet intrigues unfolding around him. Meanwhile, rivals circulate rumors, question motives, and undermine trust little by little. Because the faithful minister knows his intentions are honorable, he may dismiss these attacks as petty. Yet persistent whispering within royal courts has toppled many devoted servants. Gradually isolated, stripped of influence, and blamed for difficulties beyond their control, such figures are frequently driven from power, sometimes disgraced despite years of loyal effort, while the forces that oppose them continue shaping events behind the scenes. In the years following one of the most turbulent chapters in the history of the Kingdom of England, when civil war had torn apart families, faith, and throne alike, there arose a statesman whose influence, though lasting only a few years, would shape the destiny of the nation in ways still felt for generations. His life, in all its particulars, is not our present subject. Yet to understand the age, one must understand the figure he cut upon its stage. This was a man who, for approximately 2 years after the restoration of his sovereign in the year 1660, stood as the principal minister and trusted advisor to his king. That king was Charles II, son of Charles I, the monarch who had been tried and executed by his own subjects in the year 1649 after the English Civil War. The son had endured exile across the courts of Europe, wandering in France, the Dutch Republic, and the Spanish Netherlands, before the tide of politics and exhaustion at last carried him back to London amid the ringing of bells and the roaring joy of a weary people. During the first hopeful years of that restoration, this minister became, in effect, the mind through which the king governed. Charles II relied almost entirely upon his judgment, his pen, and his tireless labor. Yet he did not stand alone among able men. The court of the restored monarchy was not barren of wisdom. There was Thomas Wriothesley, the Earl of Southampton, who held the office of Lord High Treasurer of England. As Lord High Treasurer, he oversaw the finances of the realm, a burden of immense weight in a country drained by decades of war and political upheaval. Southampton was known for integrity so steady that even his rivals rarely questioned it. His friendship with our principal minister was not one of convenience, but of long-standing trust, forged in hardship and sustained in power. There was also George Monk, the Duke of Albemarle, who had been Lord General of the Armed Forces. It was Monk who, in the decisive months before the Restoration in 1660, marched his disciplined army from Scotland into England. Through caution, negotiation, and authority, he guided Parliament and army alike toward recalling the exiled king. Without the balancing influence of Monk, the Restoration might never have occurred so peacefully. Then there was James Butler, the Marquis of Ormond, later elevated to Duke, who had followed Charles II faithfully during the long years of exile. Ormond had sacrificed immense personal wealth and endured repeated dangers in the service of his sovereign. After the Restoration, he was appointed Lord Stuart of the household, overseeing the royal household, and Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, acting as the king's chief representative in that troubled land. His loyalty had not wavered when loyalty was costly. Among the naval commanders stood Edward Montague, the Earl of Sandwich. As admiral and general at sea, he played a crucial role in bringing the English fleet and the loyalty of the seamen to support the return of Charles II. In a nation whose strength and wealth depended upon maritime trade and naval power, the allegiance of the fleet was decisive. And there was yet another figure, though less grand in title, no less significant in influence. Edward Nicholas, an aging Secretary of State who had served both father and son with unbroken fidelity. Through revolution and exile, he had remained constant, preserving lines of communication and sustaining the fragile hope of restoration. These men formed the inner circle of the early Restoration government. Yet among them all, the minister whose work we consider held the greatest share of the king's confidence, not because the others lacked wisdom, but because he combined prudence, learning, and administrative endurance in extraordinary measure. Where others advised, he labored. Where others attended counsel, he drafted, negotiated, persuaded, and reconciled. In those early sessions of Parliament after 1660, the mood of the nation was volatile. The people, exhausted by bloodshed and longing for stability, might easily have surrendered too much authority to the crown in exchange for peace. There was a real danger that the delicate balance of the English Constitution, King, House of Lords, and House of Commons acting together, could tilt dangerously toward unchecked royal power. It was here that this minister's influence proved decisive. He helped guide both king and parliament toward measures that would secure reconciliation rather than revenge. Among the most significant achievements was the Act of Indemnity and Oblivion, passed in 1660. This law granted pardons to many who had fought against the late king, with certain exceptions for those directly responsible for the execution of Charles I. It was an attempt to draw a veil over years of civil strife and to prevent a new cycle of vengeance. He also played a leading role in confirming judicial proceedings that had occurred during the interregnum, the period between 1649 and 1660 when England had been declared a commonwealth without a king. By confirming many of those legal decisions, Parliament sought to protect property rights and prevent chaos in land ownership. Then came the Act of Uniformity in 1662. This law required clergy of the Church of England to use the Book of Common Prayer and conform to episcopal governance. It restored the established church, which had suffered suppression and division during the years of Puritan dominance. For supporters, this act represented the re-establishment of religious order and national unity under the Church of England, a Protestant church governed by bishops and aligned with the monarchy. The Church of England, as envisioned by its defenders, claimed neither infallibility for any single human leader nor submission to a foreign religious authority. It declared that Holy Scripture, the sacred writings of Christianity, stood as its ultimate guide. Its worship was meant to be orderly and dignified, avoiding extremes of superstition or theatrical display. It taught loyalty to the sovereign, yet insisted that such loyalty exist within the boundaries of law. Through these measures, the minister left what many regarded as enduring monuments of judgment, piety, loyalty, and patriotism. During his height of influence, a remarkable phrase was spoken by Charles II in a speech to both houses of Parliament. The king declared that in all his deliberations and actions, he would ask himself, "What will a Parliament think of this?" It was widely understood that this wise and cautious sentiment did not arise spontaneously, but from counsel given behind closed doors. For a king who had witnessed his father's fall, who had seen how distrust between crown and parliament could end in execution and exile, such counsel was invaluable. To remain in harmony with parliament was not weakness, but survival. The English Constitution, unique in Europe, rested upon cooperation between monarch and representatives of the people. The minister himself is said to have advised a king of England with words that echoed ancient wisdom. Maintain good understanding with your parliaments. Do not be misled by the example of foreign kingdoms where rulers governed by absolute authority, for such systems were neither suited to English law nor to the temperament of English subjects. In England, he insisted, the true greatness of a monarch lay in aligning with the nation's lawful interests. Yet power at court is as shifting as sand beneath the tide. Favor can rise swiftly, and it can fall just as swiftly. Within the span of approximately 5 years, the man who had stood nearest to the king's ear began to see his influence wane. Rivalry sharpened. Factions formed. Court politics, always a dangerous theater, grew more intricate and more unforgiving. How this once dominant minister gradually lost the king's confidence. How he was first diminished in credit, then openly disgraced, and at last sent away from the center of power in a banishment, belongs to the next unfolding of this dramatic history. Now we turn to a more personal tragedy, set not on the open battlefield, but within the delicate and dangerous chambers of royal favor. There was a man, an honorable servant of the crown, whose life became entangled in the storms of power, suspicion, and courtly intrigue. Those who suffered most during his misfortunes, those who felt deeply the sharp edge of royal displeasure fall upon their own household, did not nourish bitterness in their hearts against the king who had allowed those sufferings to occur. That king was Charles II of England, the son of the executed monarch Charles I. He reigned from a year 1660, when the monarchy was restored after years of civil war and republican rule, until his death in the year 1685. By temperament, he was widely regarded as gracious, approachable, and inclined toward mercy rather than cruelty. He was not, by nature, a man who delighted in harsh measures. Indeed, the servant whose story we tell had once stood high in the king's favor. In earlier years, he had been a loyal and trusted advisor, not only to Charles II, but also to his father during the long and bitter years of exile that followed the execution of Charles I in the year 1649. After the restoration of the monarchy in the year 1660, Charles II did something remarkable. Though this servant had once fallen under suspicion and displeasure, the king, moved perhaps by a sense that the father had been treated unkindly in past years, extended singular marks of grace toward the man's surviving sons. Against the quiet objections of some powerful figures at court, the king drew these sons into positions of trust and confidence near his own person. In particular, the second son received extraordinary honors and generous gifts, distinctions that would not end with him, but would pass down to his descendants. This was no small gesture. In a court where favor shifted like the wind and where ambition sharpened every whisper, such royal generosity signaled deep personal regard. Those sons, for their part, were men devoted to their father's memory. They possessed both piety toward their parent and spirit within themselves. No bribe, no advantage, no fear could have persuaded them to remain silent if they had believed that their father's reputation required defense. If there had been any stain of guilt to wash away, they would have spoken. If there had been any crime to deny, they would have labored to refute it. But time itself had already performed that task. Many years had passed since the accusations that once thundered through the halls of Parliament. The world had endured long enough to examine those charges calmly. The articles exhibited against this honorable man in the House of Commons, the lower chamber of the Parliament of England, composed of elected representatives, had been severe and numerous. Yet none of them, when weighed carefully, truly touched him. One of his sons, who at that time sat as a member of the House of Commons, made a bold offer before that assembly. He declared that if the accusers would prove even one of the many articles, any single charge from the long list, he and all his friends would acknowledge the accused guilty of them all. It was a daring challenge, a public wager of honor and confidence. No such proof was produced. In the years that followed, the man's reputation did not fade into disgrace. On the contrary, among men of conscience, in the opinion of many true Englishmen, he continued to live in as high a reputation as any man of his age. Yet even in defending his honor, it was thought proper to refrain from harsh reflections upon the king. For Charles II, though capable of error like any sovereign, was widely known for his good nature. He committed few actions in his reign that could be described as ill-natured or vindictive. And yet, in this case, he was persuaded to do something severe. He dismissed from his service one of the most faithful and ancient servants who had attended both his father and himself. That alone might not have seemed extraordinary. A king cannot be bound forever to every minister. It would be an impossible condition if a prince were, as it were, married to his servants for better or for worse, unable ever to part from them. But more followed. The king consented to an Act of Parliament, a formal law passed by both the House of Commons and the House of Lords and given royal approval, that condemned this aging servant to end his days in banishment. He was forced into exile, carrying with him the burdens of old age and infirmity. For a man who had once guided the king through exile with loyalty and dignity, it was a hard fate. During the dark years after the execution of Charles I, when the royal family wandered through foreign courts in France and the Low Countries, deprived of their dominions, this very servant had labored tirelessly to maintain the honor and reputation of his sovereign. Many unfortunate princes in history, once expelled from their thrones, sink into obscurity or humiliation. But under his guidance, Charles II bore his exile with credit and dignity. And when the moment of restoration approached, when the exhausted nation turned once more toward monarchy, it was this same advisor who played a principal role in preparing the way. From the town of Breda, in the Dutch Republic, Charles II issued a series of declarations in the year 1660. These documents promised pardon to former enemies, respect for property, and a measure of religious tolerance. They reassured a war-weary population that vengeance would not rule the day. It was this author who framed, composed, and arranged much of that correspondence. He maintained communication with loyal supporters in England, cultivating good thoughts about the king in the minds of his future subjects, helping them understand the temper and disposition of a prince they had not yet seen in person. The letters and declarations sent from Breda had a powerful effect. When Charles returned to England and the Convention Parliament assembled, many of the principles contained in those documents were transformed into formal acts of Parliament. Thus, the words first drafted in exile became law in the restored kingdom. And yet, despite all this service, suspicion began to gather. Many believed that one event in particular marked the turning point. James, Duke of York, who would later become King James II, was the younger brother of Charles II and heir presumptive to the throne during his brother's reign. In the early 1860s of the 17th century, he secretly married the daughter of this very minister. The marriage was unequal in rank. The Duke of York, a prince of royal blood, had joined himself to the daughter of subject. This alliance, though lawful, shocked many at court. It is important to understand that this marriage was arranged without the knowledge or consent of the father. Indeed, when the king expressed extraordinary assurances of continued favor toward him after the marriage became known, the minister himself perceived the danger. In private conversation with those closest to him, he confessed that this event would inevitably diminish his credit. He understood the nature of courts. Just as a steady drip of water can hollow out stone, so constant whispers can wear away the strongest reputation. No mind, however disciplined, can remain forever untouched by repeated insinuations. If a prince keeps his ear open to malicious tongues, those tongues will eventually leave their mark. It was not difficult for ill-disposed men to shape a narrative. Now that the Duke of York was his son-in-law, they suggested that this minister would act not for the good of the crown, but for the advancement of his own descendants. They implied that ambition would tempt him to sacrifice integrity. What they themselves might have done in such a position, they assumed he would also attempt. Their own wicked imaginings became the foundation for accusing an innocent man. The facts were undeniable. The Duke of York was indeed married to the Chancellor's daughter. Children had been born of the marriage, and Charles II, at that time, had no legitimate children from his own marriage to Queen Catherine of Braganza. Here lay the seed of suspicion. The Roman historian Tacitus, writing in the 1st century of the Christian era about the reign of the Emperor Tiberius, once observed that certain accusations were an inevitable crime. In the case of a Roman nobleman named Granius Marcellus, it was said that because certain words were true, they were believed to have been spoken, even if they had not been. Truth itself became evidence of guilt. So too here, the alliance was real. The children were real. The absence of legitimate heirs from the king's marriage was real. These undeniable truths were twisted into an inevitable crime laid upon the minister's head, a crime not of action, but of circumstance. Suspicion hardened into belief. Belief deepened into accusation. And in the charged atmosphere of royal politics, that was often enough. In the years following the restoration of the monarchy, when King Charles II returned to England on the 29th day of May in the year 1660, hope and suspicion walked side by side through the royal court. The nation had endured civil war, the execution of King Charles I in the year 1649, the rise of a republican government under Oliver Cromwell, and the heavy hand of what many royalists called tyranny and anarchy. Now the king was restored, welcomed with celebration, yet surrounded by old wounds that had not fully healed. Amid this fragile settlement stood Edward Hyde, 1st Earl of Clarendon, who had served as Chief Minister and Lord High Chancellor of England, the highest judicial officer in the kingdom and the king's principal advisor in matters of law and state. His influence was great, his loyalty long tested, his sufferings during exile well known. Yet with power came resentment. One source of suspicion arose from matters deeply personal, yet charged with political consequence. There were children born from one royal marriage and none from another. In a court where succession determined stability, fertility was not a private concern, but a matter of national security. It was whispered that both marriages had been contrived by the Chancellor himself, as though he had schemed to shape the royal line. This suggestion was false. The king himself knew that his own marriage had not first been proposed or designed by Clarendon. Indeed, the Chancellor had warned His Majesty of common suspicions circulating in society, that the princess in question, though virtuous and of high rank, might prove unable to bear children. Yet truth often struggles against rumor. The mere existence of children in one household and their absence in another was enough to nourish speculation. Another accusation, more damaging still, spread with calculated persistence. It began as a quiet murmur and grew into a belief that chilled many hearts among the royalist party. It was said that Clarendon had instilled into the king's mind a cold principle, that his majesty should prefer his former enemies, elevate them to favor and office, and thus win them over, while neglecting his old friends who had remained faithful through suffering because they would remain loyal regardless of reward. According to this report, the chancellor had advised that those who had borne wounds in battle, lost estates, endured imprisonment, or sacrificed their liberty and wealth for the royal cause could safely be ignored. To those who had labored in what Scripture calls the heat of the day, this accusation cut deeply. Many royalists had indeed endured hardship during the years of the Commonwealth, the period between 1649 and 1660 when England was governed without a king. They had fought in the armies of King Charles I. They had followed the exiled court across Europe. They had seen their lands confiscated and their incomes reduced. With the Restoration, they expected recognition, compensation, and honor. Yet the reality of government after long upheaval is rarely simple. The king, restored with remarkable peace and general acceptance, owed much of his return not merely to military force, but to the promises he had issued in the Declaration of Breda in the year 1660. In that declaration, made from the Dutch city of Breda, he had pledged a general pardon, religious moderation, and respect for property. These assurances reassured many who had once opposed his father. Upon his return, when the Act of Indemnity and Oblivion was passed by Parliament in the year 1660, granting pardon to most who had supported the parliamentary cause, the king publicly urged that all marks of division and distinction among his subjects should be buried and forgotten. King Charles II did not wish to reign as sovereign over a single faction. He desired to be king of the entire nation. Therefore, in arranging his court and household, he made a striking gesture. He appointed Edward Montague, 2nd Earl of Manchester, to the office of Lord Chamberlain of the Household, a senior position overseeing the royal court and ceremonies. The Earl of Manchester had played a prominent role on the parliamentary side during the Civil War against King Charles I. However, in later years he had sought reconciliation and had rendered useful service to the exiled king. By placing such a man in close attendance upon his own person, the king signaled his intention to practice the very forgetfulness he urged upon others. This policy had both political advantage and moral dimension. It allowed former opponents to redeem themselves. It suggested that future loyalty might outweigh past error. It promised that dignity and advancement were open to those who demonstrated fidelity henceforth. But to those who had never wavered, who had remained steadfast when loyalty brought only danger, such gestures seemed to diminish their sacrifices. Because many of these faithful servants did not immediately receive the rewards they believed their merits deserved, disappointment took root. And from that disappointment sprang suspicion. Since they were not advanced as they hoped, it was assumed by some that Clarendon must have persuaded the king to disregard them. The logic was simple and cruel. If they were neglected, someone must have counseled their neglect. Thus, without evidence, the chancellor became the author of this imagined doctrine. Yet such a doctrine could hardly have found place in the heart of a man who had himself suffered for the royal cause. He might well have believed, as in the parable of the prodigal son in the Gospel of Luke, that the fatted calf should be killed in celebration when the repentant returns home, symbolizing forgiveness and restored unity. But he would not have forgotten the elder son, who had remained obedient and faithful. In that same parable, the father says to the elder son, "Thou art ever with me, and all that I have is thine." Clarendon could not have denied the birthright of those who had served the king faithfully for many years and had not transgressed his command. Nevertheless, this calumny, though false, proved powerful. Without it, it would have been nearly impossible to persuade a majority in Parliament to consent to the act of banishment that eventually drove Clarendon from office and from the kingdom. The idea that he had abandoned the interests of the royal party created a bitterness that weakened his support at a critical moment. Time, however, revealed another truth. After his removal, those who had expected greater recognition did not find themselves suddenly favored. It became apparent that their neglect had not stemmed from Clarendon's counsel, but from the political calculations of newer statesmen who sought their own advantage. Nor did other factions, encouraged in opposition to the old royalist interest, decline in influence as some had predicted. Yet these accusations alone did not deliver the final and decisive blow to Clarendon's fortune. King Charles II was neither foolish nor naturally unkind. He possessed sound judgment and a genial temperament. He knew well that the charges against his minister were exaggerated and unjust. Something deeper, more concealed, operated within the court. In royal courts, power is rarely exercised only through open debate. There are hidden mechanisms, quiet alliances, private resentments that complete what public attacks begin. In this case, two powerful forces converged. The first consisted of zealous members of the Roman Catholic Party, those who desired the expansion and protection of Roman Catholic influence within England. Clarendon was firmly attached to the Church of England, the established Protestant church of the realm. He possessed substantial credibility and influence throughout the nation. As long as he remained in office and in the kingdom, the projects of those who hoped to advance Roman Catholic interests would face strong resistance. They understood that even if his influence with the king diminished, his standing in the country at large would obstruct their designs. The second force was more intimate and perhaps more dangerous, the faction of influential ladies at court. King Charles II was known for his numerous romantic entanglements and for maintaining relationships with several mistresses, women who enjoyed favor, influence, and access. Clarendon, bold in his counsel, had not hesitated to speak frankly to his sovereign about the scandal caused by such conduct. He had reproved both the king and his companions for public and unlawful behavior that offended moral and religious sensibilities. Such candor is rarely welcomed in the chambers of pleasure and indulgence. Thus, the interests of religious zealots seeking to alter the spiritual direction of the kingdom and the resentments of those whose lives were subject to moral rebuke joined together. They formed an alliance strong enough to overcome a man who would not flatter either party. Clarendon could not make court to those who opposed his principles, nor could he silence his conscience to preserve favor. And in that convergence of hidden hostility and public accusation, the fate of one of the kingdom's most powerful ministers was sealed. In the shifting and often dangerous world of royal courts, even the most loyal servant could suddenly find himself surrounded by rivals. That is what happened to this experienced counselor, a man who had spent years guiding his sovereign with frank speech and careful judgment. Gradually, he became the target of ambition, jealousy, and resentment. Courtiers eager for promotion saw his removal as their opportunity. Political experimenters, always eager to try new policies and gain influence, also wished him gone. And so, through intrigue rather than open accusation, he was pushed aside, becoming a victim not of proven wrongdoing, but of the restless hunger for power that so often fills the halls of government. The king who dismissed him had spent much of his reign seeking peace of mind. Ruling a kingdom is never simple, especially in a time when religious disputes, political factions, and social tensions run high. The monarch hoped that removing this persistent advisor, whose honesty sometimes felt uncomfortable, would bring relief. Perhaps he believed that without such bold, truth-telling voices, harmony would follow. Perhaps he also thought that the dismissal would discourage others from speaking too frankly in the future. Yet the calm he sought did not come. Instead, new influences quickly surrounded him. Some were ambitious, noble women connected to powerful families. Others were rising political factions competing for dominance. Because the king had weakened the steady guidance he once possessed, these competing groups grew stronger. They pulled him first toward one policy, then toward another. Decisions shifted, alliances changed, and confidence inside the government declined. Without a trusted and experienced counselor to steer a consistent course, the king often found himself reacting rather than leading. Observers later said that many of the difficulties he faced could only have arisen because he allowed those divisions to grow. There were likely moments, perhaps late at night, when court ceremony was silent, when he remembered the advisor he had dismissed. That former chancellor had been compared to a skilled pilot guiding a ship through dangerous waters. Newer statesmen lacked the same steady experience. The king may have realized that in removing one seasoned servant too hastily, he had opened the door for constant changes in policy, leaving the remainder of his reign unsettled. Those who prepared this historical account believed it necessary to introduce the author carefully to readers. They had known him personally and wished the public to understand the kind of man whose observations filled these pages. They try to describe him honestly, neither exaggerating his virtues nor hiding his faults. Like any individual who holds high office, he experienced both success and disappointment, admiration and hostility. No public figure escapes criticism entirely. Yet those who observed him closely believed he served faithfully both the national church and the monarchy, striving always for justice and stability. They also expressed gratitude to God, reflecting a religious outlook very common in 17th century England, where public life was deeply shaped by Christian belief. A well-known passage from the Gospel, according to St. Luke, praises God in heaven while wishing peace and goodwill on earth. To many people of that time, political events, whether prosperous or tragic, were understood as part of divine providence, meaning the unfolding purpose of God in human history. The author himself reportedly held this conviction strongly. During his misfortunes as well as his successes, he was said to maintain gratitude for divine mercy, believing courage and moral strength came from faith. Throughout his career, he tried to keep balance between the authority of the king and the rights of the people. This was never an easy task. On one side stood royal prerogative, the traditional powers claimed by monarchs to govern decisively. On the other side stood popular interest, represented mainly through parliament and public opinion. Some politicians advanced themselves by strongly defending royal authority. Others gained popularity by challenging it. This counselor attempted a middle course, believing that long-lasting stability required fairness to both crown and nation rather than personal advancement. His children, who lived on after him, often spoke about how both his successes and his hardships shaped their own character. They said adversity taught them resilience and humility, while prosperity taught responsibility. Drawing from the teachings of the early Christian missionary St. Paul, they spoke about learning how to live both in honor and in difficulty without losing faith or moral purpose. They also reflected on classical Roman poetry, which often reminded readers that fortune rises and falls unpredictably. Such reflections encouraged them to remain steady regardless of changing circumstances. Despite the injustice they believed their father suffered, they publicly declared goodwill toward those who had opposed him. This attitude reflected both religious teaching about forgiveness and a practical desire for national reconciliation after years of political division. As this historical work continued to circulate, it was formally dedicated to a reigning Queen of England, a monarch who carried forward the royal line that had endured so much turmoil during the earlier civil wars. The author's narrative dealt extensively with the struggles faced by her royal grandfather, whose crown had once been scorned, challenged, and ultimately overthrown during the violent conflicts of the mid-17th century. By the time of this dedication, the monarchy had regained stability, and the crown once humiliated now again shone with recognized authority. The second portion of the history appeared with confidence because the first part had already received respectful attention from readers. Many praised its careful tone, its attempt at fairness, and its commitment to presenting events without open bitterness. Of course, not everyone agreed with every portrayal. Some families whose ancestors appeared in less favorable light questioned certain details. Loyalty to family memory is powerful, and descendants naturally wish their forebears remembered honorably. Yet supporters of the history argued that the author had gathered information from reliable witnesses and documents, and that he had little reason to distort events in a record intended for future generations. They insisted the work aimed to preserve an honest account of a deeply troubled era, an era when loyalty, religion, power, and national identity collided with lasting consequences, and when the personal choices of rulers and advisors shaped the destiny of an entire kingdom. Let us imagine a king seated upon his throne, crowned not only with gold, but with responsibility heavy as iron. Before him lies the vast inheritance of centuries, triumphs, betrayals, faith, rebellion, loyalty, and blood. To such a sovereign, it is humbly proposed that there is no greater service than to be reminded of the fate of one of his own ancestors, a great king who, through a chain of tragic and undeserved misfortunes, lost not only his kingdoms, but at last his life. That ancestor was Charles I, King of England, Scotland, and Ireland, who ascended the throne in the year 1625. His reign unfolded in an age of fierce religious dispute and growing tension between the authority of the crown and the privileges claimed by Parliament, the representative body composed of the House of Lords and the House of Commons. These tensions, long gathering like storm clouds, broke at last into open war in the year 1642, beginning what is now known as the English Civil War. The tragedy of that conflict is not merely that it divided armies. It divided parishes, families, and consciences. It set neighbor against neighbor under banners of king and parliament. And in the bitter end, after years of siege, battle, and political struggle, King Charles I was brought before a tribunal established by his own subjects. In January of the year 1649, he was condemned and executed outside the banqueting house in Whitehall, an act almost unthinkable in the history of European monarchy. It is the memory of such calamity that the historian places before the reigning sovereign, not to reopen wounds, not to stir resentment, but to guide. For history, when faithfully written, becomes more than a record of events. It becomes a lamp in dark corridors of power. The author of this history had once stood close to the center of that storm. He had served as a member of the Privy Council, the formal body of advisors to the monarch under two kings. He had been a minister of state and, in some measure, a trusted favorite to one of them. He had observed debates in council chambers, negotiations behind closed doors, and the slow hardening of mistrust between crown and parliament. He wrote not from rumor, but from memory and participation. The assurance offered to the reigning monarch is bold, that the accounts contained within this history are true in fact, that the reflections are made with seriousness and weight, that the advice offered springs not from personal ambition, nor from any factional interest that might now distort its meaning. The passions of that earlier age have cooled. The prejudices that once sharpened men's pens have faded with time. What remains, it is claimed, is sober judgment. A king, elevated by divine providence to supreme authority, stands at a height where truth can sometimes be hidden. Courtiers may soften harsh realities. Flatterers may present false appearances in pleasing colors. Therefore, a faithful historical account may serve as a remembrancer, an honest voice from the past that cannot be bribed or intimidated. From such a history, the sovereign may learn the nature and temper of his own people. The English nation has long been jealous of its laws and liberties. Its constitution, meaning the arrangement by which king, House of Lords, and House of Commons share in governance, did not arise in a single moment. It developed over centuries, shaped by charters, statutes, customs, and conflicts. To govern England wisely requires understanding that inherited balance. The historian sets forth plainly what he believes to be the true constitution of government in both church and state. In this context, church refers to the Church of England, the national Protestant church established by law, governed by bishops, and ordered by the Book of Common Prayer. State refers to the civil authority of the crown in cooperation with Parliament. According to this account, these two, church and monarchy, are inseparably connected in the English system. The monarch is not merely a political ruler, but also the supreme governor of the Church of England. The laws that secure property and civil rights also establish the structure of the national church. Thus, religion by law established becomes interwoven with governance itself. The historian argues that whenever artful and self-interested men have sought to divide these two interests, calamity has followed. During the years leading up to the Civil War, disputes first appeared to concern ceremonies and outward forms of worship, questions about liturgy, church governance, and ritual observance. But beneath those disputes, deeper issues were at stake. The authority of bishops, the independence of congregations, and ultimately the nature of sovereignty itself. It is observed that those who attacked the ceremonies and outward order of the church did so, in part, as a strategy. By undermining the church's structure, they weakened one of the pillars supporting the monarchy. Only after overturning ecclesiastical authority could they strike effectively at the state. Thus, in this interpretation, the destruction of church order and the fall of the monarchy were linked stages of the same revolutionary movement. The lesson drawn is stark, that the monarchy of England, as then constituted, could not safely endure except upon the principles of the Church of England. To preserve one required preserving the other. To allow either to be weakened was to endanger both. The historian goes further. He suggests that the established religion is not merely a spiritual concern, but almost a species of property in the minds of many subjects. Just as estates and titles are secured by law, so too is the governance of the church secured by statutes enacted by king and parliament. Therefore, an attack upon the established church may appear, to many citizens, as an attack upon the settled order of the realm itself. From this perspective, vigilance is urged. Those entrusted with public administration are encouraged to watch carefully against any invasion upon the church, seeing in such attempts not isolated disputes over doctrine, but potential threats to the dignity and authority of the crown. Yet amid these stern warnings, there is also sorrow. For after the devastation of the Civil War, after cities were besieged, lands confiscated, and the blood of Englishmen spilled by English hands, there appeared, in the historian's melancholy judgment, too few signs of true repentance and reform. The scars of that conflict remained visible long after the battles ceased. Acts of indemnity and oblivion had been passed, granting pardons and seeking to bury old offenses. Acts of grace and favor had restored estates, titles, and offices. Yet beneath the surface, some men continued to nurture principles hostile to monarchical and episcopal government. There were reports of seminaries, informal academies, and institutions of learning, established in various parts of the kingdom, operating contrary to existing law, funded by substantial contributions. In these places, it was alleged, young men were educated in doctrines opposed to the governance of bishops and skeptical of hereditary monarchy. More striking still was the observation that certain groups solemnized the anniversary of the 30th of January, the date in 1649 when King Charles I was executed, not with fasting and humiliation as prescribed by law, but with feasting and jesting. The law had commanded that day to be observed in remembrance of national sin and tragedy. To transform it into a festival of mockery was, in the historian's eyes, a sign that old animosities had not entirely died. These reflections are presented not in anger, but as warnings born of concern. For a sovereign who would reign happily and securely must understand not only the visible structures of power, but the hidden currents of belief and memory that flow beneath the surface of his kingdom. In the anxious years that followed revolution, restoration, and renewed uncertainty, voices arose once more in the language of warning. There were men who feared that the rebellious principles which had torn apart the previous generation were quietly being sown again. Principles that had once justified resistance against a crowned king and had ended in civil war, regicide, and national ruin. Such concerns were not spoken lightly. They were laid, with humility and deference, before the reigning sovereign. For it was the monarch, far more than any counselor, who possessed the greatest stake in the matter. A king or a queen holds not merely personal honor, but the happiness of kingdoms, the stability of the crown, and the preservation of government itself. The time was one of difficulty. The realm was engaged in an expensive war, draining treasure, and testing patience. Wars in the 17th century were not distant conflicts fought by small professional armies alone. They demanded heavy taxation, naval construction, supply chains, and the mobilization of men from towns and counties. They stirred anxieties about trade, about alliances, and about the balance of power in Europe. Even when peace treaties were signed, the consequences of war often lingered. Debts unpaid, resentments unresolved, rivalries unextinguished. There was also a deeper concern, the fragile relationship between the two kingdoms of England and Scotland. Since the year 1603, when King James VI of Scotland inherited the English throne as King James I of England, the two crowns had been united in one person. Yet the kingdoms remained legally distinct, with separate parliaments and laws. The possibility of separation, of diverging interests or political fracture, was no small matter. The mere thought that such a division might be inevitable could influence present decisions, sow distrust, and weaken confidence in the future. In such a climate, every sovereign was surrounded by advisors of many kinds. There were bold projectors who promised success if only they were trusted. There were political schemers who claimed secret insight into the temper of the nation. There were ambitious courtiers who offered assurances shaped by their own interests. But the true safety of a monarch, it was said, lay not in the loudest promises, but in the careful choice of honest, courageous, and wise servants, men who would speak truth rather than flattery. It was in this spirit that the history of a former age was placed before the reigning queen. The author of that history had been a man of towering reputation during his lifetime. He had served the crown faithfully through exile and restoration. His experience in statecraft had been profound. His influence had been felt in councils, in correspondence, and in the shaping of national policy. In addition to his political service, his personal life had intertwined with the royal family in extraordinary fashion. He had become the grandfather of two queens, his own daughter having married James, Duke of York, who later ascended the throne as King James II. Those two granddaughters were Mary and Anne. Mary had reigned jointly with her husband, William of Orange, as Queen Mary II, beginning in the year 1689. Her sister, and would later ascend the throne in the year 1702 as Queen Anne. Both were widely loved and respected by their subjects. Both were seen as willing and earnest in the desire to govern well. Queen Mary II's authority, however, had been shared and constitutionally limited. She ruled alongside her husband, William III, and her reign was cut short by her early death in the year 1694. Her passing left her sister and to exercise sovereign authority alone, bearing the full weight of monarchy without a co-ruler. It was to this reigning queen that the history was dedicated. The dedication gently reminded her that her English heart, so openly professed by herself and cherished by her subjects, had been shaped in part by the influence and example of her grandfather. Government dissolved into confusion and near anarchy. One group displaced another. Former allies became rivals. No stable system could endure. Then, in a turn so remarkable that it seemed miraculous, the tide shifted. The heir of the executed king, Charles II, was invited home by a general movement of the people and by their representatives in Parliament. In the year 1660, he returned to assume the throne, not under humiliating treaties imposed by conquerors, but in full exercise of royal authority, as enjoyed by his ancestors. What made the restoration even more extraordinary was that it was achieved without foreign conquest. No external army imposed settlement. It was Englishmen alone who had first destroyed and then rebuilt their own government. Many of the very hands that had participated in the overthrow now assisted in the recovery. To observers reflecting upon these events within the span of a single generation, it seemed as though they were reading of enchantment rather than history. So swift were the reversals, so dramatic the revolutions. And so, as this account of those momentous years appeared in the reign of the Queen, it was thought fitting to mark the occasion. More than 40 years had passed since those upheavals. Public affairs have been managed in varied and unsettled ways. Memories fade. New generations arise. The dangers that once seemed obvious can be forgotten. The hope was that by revisiting these events, by seeing again both the mischiefs that led to ruin and the virtues that enabled restoration, men and women of the present age might allow those examples to sink deeply into their minds. They might learn to follow what was good and to avoid what had once brought such suffering upon the kingdom. From a year 1660, when King Charles II was restored to the throne of England, until the year 1685, when his life and reign came to their end, the government of this kingdom moved through alternating seasons of promise and disappointment. King Charles II, son of King Charles I, who had been executed in the year 1649, possessed keen intelligence and a gracious, affable temperament. He understood men well. He could charm opponents and comfort allies. Yet around him swirled a constant mixture of counsels, ambitions, and competing interests. His reign was marked not by steady calm, but by dramatic changes, by moments of flourishing prosperity followed by sudden reversals. It was as though the kingdom passed through the 4 seasons within a single political year. For long stretches, hope seemed secure. Trade revived. The navy sailed proudly. The court glittered with ceremony and renewed confidence. After the dark years of civil war and Republican rule under Oliver Cromwell, the Restoration appeared like springtime. Yet winter returned with equal certainty. Severe trials struck the nation. Disappointments froze the growth of expectation. Policies faltered. Wars abroad and divisions at home withered the early blossoms of unity. It cannot be denied that, from the beginning of the Restoration, there was not a full and humble return of gratitude to Almighty God for what many regarded as a miraculous deliverance. The monarchy had been overthrown. The king had lived in exile across the courts of Europe. The nation had endured military rule and religious tension. And yet, when peace and kingship were restored, the moral seriousness that might have followed such suffering did not take deep root. Celebration was abundant. Gratitude was spoken, but there was also forgetfulness. At the same time, the administration of public affairs did not always display the prudence and steadiness that recent calamities should have taught. Those entrusted with governance had before them the fresh memory of rebellion, regicide, and national humiliation. One might have expected from such experience a firm and cautious hand. Instead, there were visible misjudgments in dealing with foreign powers and in managing domestic tensions. Religious disputes persisted. Financial burdens weighed heavily. Wars, such as the conflicts with the Dutch Republic in the second half of the 17th century, strained resources and tested naval strength. There was plainly a forgetfulness of God in private conduct and public tone, and there were also manifest errors in policy. These brought forth consequences proportionate to their causes. A kingdom that neglects moral discipline and political foresight must endure the harvest of its own sowing. After the death of King Charles II in the year 1685, the next 4 years proved even more troubled. His successor, King James II, sought to advance the position of Roman Catholics within a predominantly Protestant nation. His efforts to suspend certain laws and to place Roman Catholics in positions of authority alarmed many of his subjects. Tensions deepened. Resistance grew. It is perhaps more fitting to draw a veil over the catalog of missteps and confrontations that followed than to rehearse each grievance in detail. Great princes, even with noble intentions, may be led into irrecoverable errors. And when rulers stumble, the consequences rarely fall upon them alone. Entire nations feel the weight of those decisions. What occurred after those years remains vivid in memory. In the year 1688, a new turning point arrived. William of Orange, stadtholder of the Dutch Republic and husband of Mary, daughter of King James II, landed in England. His arrival, invited by leading English nobles concerned for religion and law, led to what later generations called the Glorious Revolution. King James II fled the kingdom. Parliament declared that he had abdicated. In the year 1689, William and Mary were proclaimed joint sovereigns of England. Such deliverances are rarely painless. Political rebirth brings convulsions. The Constitution strains under the effort to correct itself. Yet from that upheaval emerged a new settlement that sought to secure both monarchy and liberty under law. Now, in addressing a sovereign who ascended the throne after both a restoration and a revolution, there was opportunity to reflect upon the lessons of these tumultuous decades. The throne had been lost and regained. It had been shaken again and redefined. The crown of England no longer rested upon unquestioned hereditary authority alone, but upon a renewed compact between ruler and ruled. There were striking similarities between the beginning of the Restoration in 1660 and the later accession that followed the Revolution of 1688. In both moments, the people moved willingly into obedience. Those who had committed grave political offenses remained quiet, conscious of their vulnerability. Across the kingdom, subjects went forth to greet their new sovereign with outward duty and, in many cases, genuine affection. Comparisons between times can provoke resentment, just as comparisons between individuals can wound pride. Yet it was widely felt that no period since the first years after 1660 had brought such widespread hope for tranquility and satisfaction as the moment when the new monarch was peacefully seated upon the ancestral throne. Among the signs of greatness in any ruler's reign, none is more advantageous than this: that prosperity abroad is matched by willing obedience at home. The ancient Roman poet Virgil, writing of the reign of the Emperor Augustus in the 1st century before the birth of Christ, praised that era as one in which foreign enemies were subdued, while citizens lived under laws they accepted with contentment. True strength is not measured by fear imposed, but by affection inspired. When subjects rejoice under the laws that govern them, when obedience flows not from terror, but from loyalty, the throne stands secure. Such had been the appearance at the beginning of that new reign. The prayer of many hearts was that it might continue so. The earlier volumes of this history had already traced the original causes of the rebellion that erupted in the year 1642, the disputes between King Charles I and the Long Parliament, the mobilization of armies, and the tragic battles that followed. They described the strategies, alliances, and betrayals that culminated in the king's capture and, finally, in his execution outside the banqueting house in Whitehall on the 30th day of January in the year 1649. At the close of the 9th book, the author had declared that there remained no possibility for the king to assemble further troops in the field. In conventional histories, once armies are dispersed and the clash of weapons has ceased, interest cools. The drama seems concluded. Yet history seldom ends when battles stop. New scenes opened. Though open war had ceased, political struggles, secret negotiations, and renewed conflicts unfolded in different forms. In these pages, fresh campaigns and their consequences would appear, not always delightful, for they touched upon sorrow and bloodshed, but instructive for those who sought to understand the hidden movements of providence and policy. For a sovereign reading these accounts, the narrative carried particular weight. It told of noble and innocent bloodshed during years of war, and above all of the royal blood poured out when King Charles I was executed by those described here as the wicked contrivers of parricide, the killing of a father of the nation. It followed the long arc by which, after apparent abandonment, the cause of monarchy was restored. It traced the secret steps by which mercy seemed to return, even when events suggested that heaven had forsaken the oppressed. As for the transactions within the kingdoms of England, Scotland, and Ireland in the immediate aftermath of the war, especially around the time of the king's execution, the author, being abroad in exile, possessed only partial and imperfect information. Distance and the confusion of events obscured full clarity. Yet even from afar, he discerned enough to feel the magnitude of what had occurred, and to recognize that the end of armies in the field was not the end of struggle, but the beginning of another chapter in the long and turbulent story of crown, constitution, and nation. Because the writer whose history you're hearing did not always stand at the center of every political discussion inside England during those violent years of civil conflict in the middle of the 17th century, it would not be fair to expect him to record every small detail of debates, secret meetings, or military plans that occurred among the various factions remaining at home. Some historians devoted themselves entirely to gathering such minute domestic information. Their books, therefore, contain descriptions of conversations, negotiations, and personal rivalries that this author could only observe from a distance while serving the royal cause abroad. His work instead reflects what he personally witnessed, what he heard directly from trusted participants, and what he judged most important for understanding the wider struggle shaking the kingdom. There is, however, one subject many readers have long wished he had described more fully. That subject is the final suffering of the unfortunate King Charles I, the English monarch whose long conflict with Parliament led first to civil war, then defeat, imprisonment, public trial, and ultimately execution in the year 1649. Those last months were filled with dramatic and painful events. The king was held under guard in several residences, moved from place to place as political tensions rose. He was brought before a specially created court that claimed authority to judge him, even though no English king had ever before been tried by his own subjects. The proceedings ended with a sentence of death, carried out publicly before a shocked crowd. Many hoped this historian would dwell at length on the king's composure, his religious devotion, and his refusal to abandon what he believed were his lawful rights. Yet the author found those memories so distressing that he chose not to linger on them. The sorrow remained too vivid. Thus, the narrative compresses what many considered a tragic climax into a brief account, leaving later generations wishing for more detail that can now never be recovered. As the story advances, attention turns increasingly toward King Charles II, the son of the executed monarch, and toward his two brothers, James and Henry, princes of the royal house forced into exile after their father's downfall. Exile meant years of wandering across Europe, moving between courts in France, the Spanish Netherlands, the Dutch Republic, and other territories, always dependent on foreign hospitality, always uncertain whether political tides might allow their return. The historian accompanied them through much of this long displacement and therefore wrote with first-hand knowledge. He saw their hardships, their frustrations, and the quiet endurance required to maintain royal dignity while lacking a kingdom. For readers who already know that the story eventually leads to the restoration of the monarchy in the year 1660, there's a special emotional tension in watching those earlier struggles unfold. The young king waited many years for what he believed was divine timing to restore him. Money was scarce, allies unreliable, and news from England often discouraging. Yet he persisted, convinced that patience, diplomacy, and faith would eventually open the way home. Even within that small circle of exiled supporters, harmony was not constant. Human communities, especially those under stress, often divide into competing groups. Religious disagreements, personal ambitions, and contrasting political strategies produce factions even among loyal followers. The historian compared such divisions to weeds sown among healthy crops, suggesting that discord can arise quietly even where goodwill seems strongest. During those difficult years abroad, two rival groups, otherwise opposed on many questions, found common cause in attacking the author himself. They circulated accusations against him, questioning his loyalty and motives. He believed the real reason for this hostility lay in his steadfast defense of the established National Church of England and his refusal to compromise its principles for political convenience. Ironically, those attacking factions disagreed sharply with one another on many matters, yet both saw him as an obstacle to their separate ambitions. After the monarchy was restored and the king returned to England, the same critics resurfaced. They repeated earlier accusations, hoping perhaps that changing political winds might now make those charges more effective. Observers were struck by the persistence of these attacks, especially since earlier investigations had shown little evidence of wrongdoing. The author's reputation for steady service to both church and crown remained strong among many who had observed his conduct closely. One revealing episode concerned pressure placed on the exiled king to attend religious services at a Protestant congregation in Charenton near Paris, a place associated with French Reformed Christianity. Some advisors believed such attendance would signal broader religious alliances and attract political support. Others suspected hidden motives, fearing it might entangle the king in foreign religious disputes or weaken his standing among his traditional supporters in England. The historian, known for speaking frankly, advised caution. He believed certain political traps lay concealed behind seemingly friendly invitations. His willingness to challenge influential voices again made him unpopular with those pursuing different strategies. More broadly, he resisted proposals urging the king to rely heavily on foreign military intervention or to strengthen alliances through marriage to a Roman Catholic princess. Such suggestions were common because Catholic monarchies in Europe, including France and Spain, possessed powerful armies and resources. Some advisors argued that such connections could speed the king's return. Others emphasized alliances with English Presbyterian groups, Protestant communities that had played significant roles in the civil wars and retained influence within Britain. Each faction promoted its preferred path with urgency. The historian remained cautious. Drawing on years of observation, he warned that dependence on foreign troops might alarm English citizens and provoke resistance rather than support. He also believed that suspicion of Catholic influence, strong in much of England at the time, could hinder restoration if the king appeared too closely tied to Catholic powers. Instead, he urged reconciliation with the long-standing royalist supporters who had fought for the king's father during the civil wars. These men and women, though defeated, still retained loyalty that he believed could form the most stable foundation for the monarchy's return. His view reflected both practical political calculation and personal conviction. He had watched those royalist families sacrifice wealth, security, and sometimes their lives for the earlier king. To him, such loyalty deserved recognition rather than neglect. He doubted the wisdom of alienating old friends in hopes of attracting new allies whose commitment might prove uncertain. Whether this judgment arose from philosophical reflection, from observation of human nature, or simply from straightforward temperament that disliked opportunistic compromise, one thing seemed clear. He consistently advised the prince to honor those who had remained faithful in adversity rather than shifting allegiance for short-term advantage. He feared that abandoning proven supporters would discourage loyalty everywhere and encourage former opponents without guaranteeing their trust. There came a time when the statesman whose counsels had once steadied the ship of government found himself accused, slandered, and pursued by men who had formerly agreed with him in private yet condemned him in public. His enemies charged him with being the architect of policies which they themselves had once urged upon the king. They whispered that he had encouraged division, that he had hardened factions, that he had guided the crown into dangerous paths. Yet in truth, he believed the very opposite. He was persuaded that to inflame parties, to govern by favoring one extreme against another, was to weaken the hands of authority itself. In his judgment, a ruler who allowed government to become the instrument of a faction would, in time, see that same faction consume the strength of the state. Such conduct, he believed, did not secure power. It undermined it. It did not preserve order. It prepared the way for subversion. Events would test that belief. During the reign of Charles II, who had been restored to the throne in the year 1660 after 11 years of exile and republican experiment, the administration of the kingdom proved at times uncertain and variable. Charles II, son of Charles I, possessed charm, wit, and political instinct, yet he also navigated a court filled with rival ambitions and a parliament vigilant of its privileges. It became evident, as years passed, that the peace of the kingdom rose and fell with the king's treatment of what was called his own party. That phrase, his own party, was itself contested. Opponents used it to suggest narrow favoritism, as though those who supported the established order were merely one faction among many. But defenders argued that this so-called party stood not upon novelty or rebellion, but upon the laws of the realm itself. In England, the Constitution was not an abstract theory. It was a living structure composed of the monarchy, the House of Lords, and the House of Commons, working together. It included also the Church of England, the national church established by statute, governed by bishops, and woven into the fabric of civil authority. Those who upheld this arrangement did not see themselves as a faction. They believed themselves to be guardians of the legal and historical foundation of the kingdom. Those who opposed it, whether advocating a more republican form of government without hereditary monarchy or resisting episcopal church governance, were, in the eyes of its defenders, the true parties because they sought alteration of what the law had settled. When the king favored those committed to the established constitution in church and state, the realm experienced calmer seasons. When he distanced himself from them, whether through political necessity or shifting counsel, storms gathered, pamphlets multiplied, speeches sharpened, distrust returned like a fever long suppressed. The historian invites the sovereign reader to imagine standing upon an elevated height, surveying the landscape of those former years. From that vantage point, one may behold armies drawn up in battle array without feeling the sting of the musket ball. One may observe the clash of steel and hear the roar of cannon, yet remain beyond danger. The English Civil War, which began in 1642, is seen not as rumor, but as unfolding reality. Regiments assembled under royal standards, and opposing forces mustered in the name of Parliament. From that height, the errors of both sides become visible. One sees how suspicion hardened into accusation, accusation into armed resistance, resistance into full war. One sees how private grievances were clothed in the language of public virtue. And one sees, too, how ambitious men cloak their designs beneath the sacred words of reform and religion. The historian draws an image reminiscent of the ancient Roman poet Lucretius, who described a temple of wisdom from which a person might look down upon the restless striving of the world. In that image, humanity is portrayed as laboring, competing, and quarreling for honors and greatness that fade like smoke. So here, the reader is invited to look down upon the frantic disputes of that earlier century, disputes that promised liberty and godliness, yet delivered desolation. The men who stirred resistance against the crown frequently spoke of reformation, of purifying the church, of seeking the favor of Almighty God. They declared that every measure they undertook was guided by divine purpose. Yet the historian insists that God was not present in their tumults, not in the thunder of artillery, not in the earthquake of political revolution that shook the foundations of throne and altar alike. If divine providence appeared at all, it appeared not in chaos, but in the quiet restoration that followed. After years of civil war, after the execution of a king in 1649, after the rule of a commonwealth and then a protectorate under Oliver Cromwell, the monarchy was restored in 1660. The crown and the church, which had been attacked together, were re-established together. The lesson presented is solemn. These events were not random accidents. They stand as examples written for instruction. The destruction of established order did not end in liberty without limit. It ended in exhaustion, division, and ultimately the return of what had been overthrown. The historian then turns from past to present. He suggests that such reflections are not useful only for the sovereign, but for the entire governing body of the realm, for the great council of advisors, for the Lords spiritual, meaning the bishops who sit in the House of Lords, for the Lords temporal, meaning the hereditary peers, and for the commons assembled in Parliament, elected to represent the people. When king, lords, and commons act together, the English Constitution possesses formidable strength. United, they can resist internal disorder and external threat alike. Divided, they invite mischief. There is concern that the same principles which ignited the earlier Civil War might again seek expression in new forms. Some individuals, it is suggested, study the history of past rebellion not to avoid its errors, but to refine them, to improve upon the strategies of their predecessors, to carry forward similar designs with greater subtlety. Such men may deny their intentions. They may dismiss warnings as exaggerations, attributing them to overheated imaginations or to the anxieties of what critics call high church loyalists, those strongly attached to the authority of bishops and the traditional structure of the Church of England. They may assert that no Republican Party exists in England, that fears of renewed subversion are illusions. Yet the historian challenges impartial observers to consider alliances. If individuals hostile to monarchy and hostile to episcopal church governance find common cause, where will they naturally gravitate? They cannot strengthen the established constitution by undermining its pillars. If they reject hereditary monarchy and reject the established church, they must inevitably find themselves aligned with the enemies of both. Another accusation enters the scene, that only Jacobites raise such alarms. The word Jacobite refers to supporters of the exiled line of King James II, who was removed from the throne in the year 1688 during the event known as the Glorious Revolution. Jacobites sought the restoration of James II or his descendants. To label loyal defenders of the present government as Jacobites was to portray them as secret enemies of the reigning monarch. The historian rejects this simplification. No one in full possession of reason, he suggests, can advocate for any group that refuses to acknowledge the lawful government and to contribute to its prosperity and happiness. Loyalty is not the property of faction, it is the duty of subjects. But accusations should not obscure realities. If there are societies that commemorate the 30th of January, the date of the execution of King Charles I, with feasting and irreverent mirth rather than with solemn remembrance, what does that signify? The law had long prescribed that day to be observed with fasting and humiliation in memory of national tragedy. To transform it into celebration is no trivial gesture. Reports also speak of seminaries and informal academies established within England, supported by significant financial contributions, where doctrines hostile to monarchical and episcopal government are taught. In such institutions, it is alleged, young minds are shaped in principles fundamentally opposed to hereditary kingship and the governance of the church by bishops. And in some of these circles, resentment is said to extend even to the title and family of the reigning sovereign. These are not minor disagreements over ceremony or preference. They touch the heart of the constitutional order. The tension lies not merely in debate, but in the possibility that beneath calm surfaces, old fires may yet smolder, awaiting a wind strong enough to kindle them once more. There are moments in the life of a nation when danger does not come as a sudden storm, but as a rising flood, a torrent that gathers force quietly, swelling beyond control until it threatens to sweep away throne, law, and order alike. Such a torrent, it was feared, could not be resisted by private effort, nor by isolated virtue, nor by the courage of a few loyal men. Only the full weight of the legislative authority, the united strength of Crown, House of Lords, and House of Commons acting within the lawful structure of the Parliament of England, could stand firmly against it. For it had once been under the very name and title of a parliament, though unjustly claimed and misused, that terrible mischiefs had been brought upon the kingdom. In the year 1642, and in the years that followed, assemblies calling themselves the representatives of the people had challenged the authority of King Charles I. What began as disputes over taxation, religion, and royal prerogative hardened into rebellion. Under the respected name of Parliament, measures were passed, armies were raised, and the ancient Constitution was shaken to its foundation. Those who now sat in lawful council around the reigning sovereign could best understand the craft and subtlety that had once been employed. In those earlier consultations, men had been drawn step by step into greater and greater wrongdoing. At first, they might have believed themselves defenders of liberty. Then, in order to secure what they had done, they committed further acts, each more dangerous than the last. Soon they convinced themselves that safety lay only in pressing forward, even into actions that violated conscience and law. Thus it was that in the English Civil War, which began in the year 1642 and culminated in the execution of King Charles I in the year 1649, many found themselves entangled in deeds they had never imagined at the outset. What had started as opposition to certain royal policies ended in the unprecedented trial and execution of a reigning monarch. Such hypocrisy and calculated manipulation exposed the English nation to the judgment of the wider world. Across Europe, other kingdoms watched in astonishment as England, a realm long admired for its balanced constitution, descended into regicide and republican experiment. The name of England, once associated with stability, was now debated in foreign courts with a mixture of curiosity and alarm. Only the lawful Great Council of the kingdom, acting with integrity, could propose remedies proportionate to such evils. Only by restoring and supporting the ancient constitution, the carefully balanced structure of monarchy, nobility, and commons, could order be secured and the honor of the nation repaired. Yet there was another calamity, more subtle but perhaps more dangerous, that required the personal attention of the sovereign. It was the decay of religion itself. This affliction had taken root during the disorderly and violent years of the civil wars. During that period, which erupted openly in the year 1642, but had been brewing since political tensions intensified in the year 1641, religious language had been wielded like a weapon. Some factions claimed extraordinary sanctity. They spoke loudly of moral reform and godliness. They insisted that they alone upheld true faith. Yet alongside this professed holiness flourished real wickedness. Bloodshed, confiscation of property, persecution, and factional cruelty contradicted the sacred language that justified them. For many observers, especially those less grounded in conviction, the spectacle bred cynicism. When piety appeared to march hand in hand with violence and ambition, some concluded that religion itself was a mask. At first, irreligion disguised itself. It claimed to promote strict morality and disciplined living, as though ethical behavior could replace Christian faith. But over time, even that shadow faded. What remained, in some quarters, was open contempt for religion, an indifference to worship, a neglect of spiritual duty, a bold profaneness that scoffed at sacred things. This decline did not happen in a single stroke. It advanced gradually. In certain periods, those entrusted with authority were not wholeheartedly committed to supporting the Church of England, the national church established by law since the Reformation in the 16th century. When leading advisors favored alterations not sanctioned by existing statutes, they hesitated to enforce the laws strictly, lest those same laws be turned against their own designs. The result was a dangerous laxity. If established discipline could not be enforced without embarrassment, it was allowed to weaken. In time, not only particular regulations, but the very structure of religious order was neglected. The Church of England found itself, at different moments, effectively entrusted to the care of those inclined toward Roman Catholicism, at other times to various Protestant dissenting sects, and at still other times to men indifferent to all forms of religion. Each group, for its own reasons, shaped the atmosphere in which the church operated. In such shifting hands, the church risked being starved of support or overwhelmed by conflicting pressures. The consequences extended beyond one communion. When the established church was weakened, the entire fabric of Christian profession in the kingdom suffered. Public morality eroded. Respect for authority declined. For contempt toward religion often marched alongside contempt toward government. Those who dared to warn of these tendencies were frequently dismissed as ill-tempered or alarmist. When individuals in positions of influence were sympathetic to the very men under suspicion, accusations were softened. It was argued that intentions were good, that political advantage required toleration, that the consequences would not be severe. Thus the mischief grew. Laws, though written, were not effectively applied. Disorder matured under the shelter of hesitation. Perhaps some feared the problem had advanced too far for ordinary remedies. Only the sovereign's own visible example of sincere piety and personal virtue might exert sufficient influence to inspire reform. No honest subject could deny that vigilance was necessary, both out of compassion for fellow citizens and out of justice to the crown itself. The history of the recent past provided stark evidence. It showed what fruit had sprung from the seed sown in earlier decades. The lesson echoed the words recorded in the Gospel according to St. Matthew. Men do not gather grapes from thorns, nor figs from thistles. From corrupt principles come corrupt results. The hope, therefore, was for a sovereign endowed with discernment, a wise and understanding heart capable of judging rightly in matters affecting the peace of the realm. A ruler who could subdue foreign enemies through prudent counsel and effective arms, while calming domestic ill will through just laws administered with measured wisdom. The aspiration was for long life, for honor, for prosperity, not merely as personal blessings, but as instruments to restore what had once distinguished the English nation: good nature, civility, adherence to true religion, and respect for lawful authority. Such prayers were not the private wish of a single subject, but the shared longing of millions. It was in this solemn spirit that the narrative of earlier calamities was undertaken. The author began with a declaration drawn from the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4, verses 7, 8, and 9, a passage from the Hebrew Scriptures in which Moses asks what nation is so great as to have a God so near, and statutes so righteous, and exhorts the people not to forget what their eyes have seen. The implication was clear. A nation blessed with just laws and divine favor must guard its memory carefully, lest prosperity breed forgetfulness. The purpose of recounting the rebellion and civil wars that began the year 1641 was not to inflame passions, but to prevent deception. Posterity must not look upon the temporary success of rebellious men and imagine that such upheaval required a universal abandonment of religion and allegiance. It had not been the entire nation that revolted, nor had the whole people forsaken their faith and loyalty. Nor should the memory of those who, out of duty and conscience, resisted the torrent of rebellion be allowed to fade. Many of them endured reproach, confiscation, imprisonment, or worse. They were overwhelmed by the flood of events, yet their virtue deserved vindication in a later and calmer age. To serve that end, a full and clear narration was required, not only of the visible flames of civil war, but of the earlier passages and accidents that prepared the ground. Long before the first battles were fought, seeds had been sown, grievances had been sharpened, distrust had been cultivated. Political maneuvers and religious disputes had created seed plots from which greater mischief would grow. By tracing those origins carefully, by examining the grounds, the circumstances, and the artifices that led to rebellion, the author sought to illuminate how a kingdom so long stable could, in so short a time, undergo such a prodigious alteration and confusion. And with that purpose declared, the history itself began to unfold. In the history that now unfolds, the hand and judgment of Almighty God appear with solemn clarity. There are moments when a nation, swollen with long prosperity, pride, and excess, seems almost prepared for its own correction. A people may grow confident beyond measure. Wealth accumulates. Success multiplies. Yet beneath the surface, vigilance weakens. Discipline relaxes. Gratitude fades. And then, as though permitted by divine providence, confusion begins. There are seasons in which the weak are drawn, almost unknowingly, into serving the purposes of the wicked. Those who might have resisted become hesitant. Those who once opposed wrongdoing gradually grow accustomed to it. Conscience softens. What was first rejected as extreme becomes tolerated, and what was tolerated becomes accepted. Step by step, men and women are led further than they ever intended to go. It is a terrible spectacle to see wisdom imposed upon by cunning. Men of learning and rank are persuaded by those of lesser understanding but sharper ambition. The innocent, instead of remaining alert in times of visible danger, fall into complacency. Sleep overtakes them at the very hour when vigilance is most required. Meanwhile, those of ill intent, though divided by different opinions, conflicting interests, and distant affections find unity in mischief. They form firm alliances not out of shared virtue, but out of shared opportunity. Even more destructive is the division among those whose opinions and interests are in truth aligned. They quarrel among themselves. They compete for advantage. Their faction and rivalry injure the public far more deeply than the open treachery of their adversaries. Thus, while the nation fractures inwardly, the common people are stirred with powerful words: religion, law, liberty, parliament. These are words of noble meaning when rightly understood. Religion signifies reverence for God and moral duty. Law represents the structure of justice binding ruler and subject alike. Liberty means freedom under lawful order. Parliament refers to the great assembly of the realm, composed of the House of Lords and the House of Commons, entrusted with legislation and counsel to the crown. Yet under the pretense of zeal for these sacred principles, the people may be hurried into actions that undermine them. In the name of religion, irreligion spreads. In the name of liberty, law is dissolved. Obligations are canceled. Foundations crumble. Even the very being of Parliament, the institution meant to guard liberty, may be rendered impracticable by extremism. In such perplexities and distractions, one must acknowledge the immediate finger of divine judgment. Yet a careful observer, who examines the diseases of the time, the conjunction of events, the ambition, pride, and folly of individuals, and the rapid growth of wickedness from early negligence, will also perceive natural causes at work. Kingdoms long blessed, though some may bleed to death in the process, recovery is not beyond imagination. When peace returns after severe trial, it is often more deeply cherished. It is with this hope that the author undertakes the unequal task of recounting these events. The undertaking is heavy, for it requires looking boldly upon the infirmities of some and the malice of others. It demands naming faults where they occurred. Such a work is rarely welcome in the age in which it is written. Those who see themselves reflected may resent the mirror. Yet the record may serve at least to inform conscience, to guide future conduct, and to bring some measure of comfort to those who acted with integrity. The author is not entirely unqualified for this labor. He was present as a member of the Parliament of England in the years before the rebellion broke out. He sat in councils during the reign of King Charles I. Later, he had the honor of serving near two kings, King Charles I and his son King Charles II, in positions of trust. From this vantage point, he observed the unfolding crisis both in public assembly and in private council. He undertakes to write with faithfulness and fairness. The faults and oversights of both sides in the conflict will be acknowledged. Minor incidents will be mentioned only where they introduced matters of greater moment. Persons will be described not for the sake of praise or blame alone, but insofar as their virtues or vices are essential to understanding events. Sharpness born of private resentment will be avoided. The aim is to deserve belief. The narrative will not reach back indefinitely into remote times. Some have imagined that the rebellion of the year 1642 was contrived as early as the death of Queen Elizabeth I in the year 1603, and that it was secretly fostered by various princes and ministers across Europe until it finally erupted. Such speculation stretches beyond credible sight. Nor is it suggested that a detailed design for rebellion was formed decades before its outbreak. Instead, attention is directed to the beginning of the reign of King Charles I, who ascended the throne in the year 1625 upon the death of his father, King James I of England and VI of Scotland. By examining the temper, disposition, and habits of both court and country at that time, we may discern how some were prepared to act and others to suffer what later occurred. The pride of one influential figure, the popularity of another, the lightness of judgment in some, the stubborn severity in others, these characteristics contributed to the gathering storm. At court, there was extravagance even in moments of financial strain. In the country, there was parsimony and resistance even when prosperity allowed generosity. Some men relied upon craft and subtlety. Others, possessing blunt integrity, despised political art altogether. Together, these elements formed a mass of confusion. King James I died in the end of March in the year 1625. His son, King Charles I, inherited not only the crown, but also a difficult inheritance. England was engaged in war with the Kingdom of Spain, a powerful European empire. Yet the treasury was insufficiently supplied with money to sustain that conflict. Thus, from the first days of his reign, the new king stood at the intersection of ambition, scarcity, expectation, and mistrust, a combination that would, in time, shape the destiny of three kingdoms. The long season of peace had lasted for 22 full years. A whole generation had grown comfortable in safety, trade had flourished, households were well supplied, and the people had grown used to calm days and prosperous markets. Yet peace, when it stretches too long, can make a nation restless. Many began to hunger for action, for honor, for the feeling of strength against a foreign rival. When the proposal of war was raised, it did not come as a command forced upon an unwilling people. It was taken up with the advice and consent of the great National Assembly of the realm, the body of representatives chosen to speak for the country. The common people, already stirred by long-standing distrust and resentment toward the powerful Spanish Empire, were quick to support the cause. Old religious differences, trade rivalries, and stories of cruelty and pride had painted Spain in the public imagination as a natural enemy. But excitement is easier to raise than to maintain. War demands ships, weapons, food, wages, and endless supplies. It drains treasure like water through broken ground. The first great naval expedition was sent against the famous Spanish port city of Cadiz, a harbor known across Europe as a gateway for treasure fleets and military power. The venture was bold, loudly praised before it began, and disastrously handled once it was underway. Poor planning, weak discipline, and confused leadership turned the campaign into an expensive failure. Ships returned damaged, soldiers returned sick, and the promised glory turned into embarrassment. As if this misfortune were not enough, another conflict soon opened with the Kingdom of France, ruled at that time by a powerful monarch whose authority stretched across a large and wealthy land. Disputes of policy, alliance, and religion deepened into open hostility. An expedition was launched to the island of Rhe, a small but strategic island lying off the western coast of France, guarding important harbors. That campaign proved even more tragic than the attack on Cadiz. Men died not only in battle, but from hunger, disease, and confusion. Supplies failed, coordination broke down, and the survivors returned with bitter memories and little to show for the cost. With two wars producing more loss than victory, the royal treasury began to collapse under the strain. The national treasury, known as the exchequer, was already burdened with heavy debts carried over from the reign of the previous king. When the new king first took the crown, he had displayed generous favor to those close to him, granting gifts, offices, and rewards that cost enormous sums. Such generosity won loyalty in the moment, but weakened the finances of the crown. Now, with war expenses added to old debts and recent gifts, both the regular income of the kingdom and the occasional emergency revenues were spent before they were even collected. The daily needs of the royal household itself could hardly be met. The king suddenly found himself pressed by necessity. To survive financially, measures were taken that shocked many and angered more. Lands that had long belonged to the crown were sold, reducing the permanent wealth of the monarchy. Titles of nobility were granted in exchange for money, raising new peers not always because of honor or service, but because of payment. Other extraordinary methods were used to gather funds, each one solving an immediate need while creating deeper resentment and long-lasting damage. Later years of greater power and richer income would never fully repair what was lost in this season of desperate choices. The National Assembly was called together more than once, then dismissed, then called again, and dismissed again. Each meeting began with hope and ended in frustration. By the year 1628, After two earlier assemblies had been dissolved, another gathering was ended with a stern royal declaration. The message announced that although the king valued meeting with his people through their representatives, the recent sessions had been misused for harmful purposes. Because of that misuse, he declared that it would be improper, even presumptuous, for anyone to suggest when another assembly should be called. Many listeners took these words as a warning that no more assemblies would be held at all, and that even speaking about such a meeting could bring punishment. That moment planted seeds of bitterness that would grow in the years ahead. The repeated dissolving of the representative assemblies created suspicion on both sides. The royal court judged the entire country by the harsh words and bold behavior of a few outspoken members. The people, in turn, judged the entire court by the most arrogant and unwise actions of those closest to the king. Each side measured the other by its worst examples. When they parted, they did so not with mutual trust, but like opponents withdrawing from a battlefield, expecting to meet again only in self-defense. The king also suffered from another hidden danger. Around him stood advisors and attendants who, through constant whispering, selective reporting, and personal grudges, deepened the misunderstanding. They carried exaggerated tales of popular disloyalty to the king, making the people appear rebellious and ungrateful. At the same time, they spread stories among the people that magnified every mistake and weakness at court, turning small faults into great crimes. Their words, driven by ambition or malice, widened the distance between ruler and nation. Careful observers who later studied the official records of those assemblies, including the written journals kept by both houses, and who spoke at length with leading participants, often expressed surprise at how events unfolded. The general mood and character of the members were not, at first, unsuitable for wise public service. Many were serious, capable, and concerned for the common good. The main goals pursued in those meetings were not, in truth, destructive to the kingdom. Yet suspicion poisoned the atmosphere. Because the government handled matters in ways that seemed secretive or forceful, many citizens came to believe that hidden and dangerous purposes lay behind ordinary policies. It must be admitted that in those assemblies, there were moments of heated speech and reckless words spoken by certain individuals. Some remarks were disrespectful, excessive, and unworthy of the dignity of such great institutions or the honor due to the king and his council. But when one looks not at angry speeches, but at the formal acts and decisions properly passed, there were few that could be called unjust or foolish under the extraordinary pressures of the time. The official votes and written protests, even those made on the final tense day of meeting, were largely consistent with the traditional rights and serious responsibilities of a great national court under strain. And still the storm continued to gather. In the uneasy years that followed the accession of Charles I in the year 1625, the Kingdom of England moved through a season of rising tension between the Crown and Parliament. Those who later judged the fierce debates and sharp language of parliamentary sessions must first remember the acts of power and perceived injustice that had taken place during the intervals when Parliament was not sitting. In those gaps between assemblies, periods when the king governed without the immediate presence of the House of Commons and the House of Lords, certain ministers exercised authority in ways that many subjects believed stretched beyond the ancient customs of the realm. Taxes were demanded. Loans were pressed. Obedience was required with little patience for refusal. It is small wonder, then, that when Parliament did meet, its members spoke not with cold restraint, but with warmth, urgency, and at times open anger. In the second Parliament of King Charles I, there arose discussion of granting 5 subsidies. A subsidy was a form of taxation granted by Parliament to the king, usually to support war or urgent national expense. To grant 5 subsidies at once was no small matter. Even in times of grave danger, such a number was rarely proposed, though later generations would see heavier and more constant burdens. In that moment, such a grant was extraordinary. Yet before this intention could ripen into settled law, the Parliament was dissolved. The reasons offered for its dissolution were widely regarded as unpopular and unconvincing. The assembly was abruptly ended, and then, in a move that shocked many across the kingdom, The 5 subsidies that had merely been discussed were demanded and collected as though an Act of Parliament had formally authorized them. Throughout England, from county to county, payment was enforced with severity. Gentlemen of high standing and established reputation, men accustomed to honor in their communities, refused to comply, believing the levy unlawful without parliamentary consent. For their refusal, they were committed to prison, not briefly, not lightly, but with rigor and under circumstances that seemed designed to intimidate others into submission. Can it be imagined that such men would later gather again in a free parliament without demanding explanation? Could they be expected to sit quietly, without questioning both their own rights and the authority that had overridden them? The very air of the next assembly was thick with grievance. And yet, astonishingly, the resentment that followed these provocations produced no immediate revolution. Instead, it led to a constitutional milestone, the Petition of Right in the year 1628. This formal petition, presented by Parliament to King Charles I, sought confirmation of ancient liberties. It declared that no taxation should be levied without parliamentary consent, that no subject should be imprisoned without cause shown, that soldiers should not be billeted in private homes against the will of the owners, and that martial law should not be imposed in times of peace. The Petition of Right was not framed as an attack upon the crown. It did not seek to diminish lawful authority. Rather, it sought to reaffirm what Parliament believed to be the traditional rights of English subjects under the law. The king assented to it. In exchange, Parliament granted 5 additional subsidies to supply the royal treasury. But harmony did not last. Within a short time, that Parliament too was dissolved, and in circumstances marked by visible passion on both sides. The abrupt ending of the first 2 parliaments of the reign was widely attributed to one powerful figure, George Villiers, the Duke of Buckingham. George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, had risen from relatively modest origins to become the favorite of both King James I and his son, King Charles I. Handsome, charismatic, and bold, he enjoyed extraordinary influence at court. He was entrusted with high command in military expeditions and wielded great authority in matters of foreign policy. At the height of his popularity, he was admired with an enthusiasm bordering on excess. The renowned jurist Edward Coke is said, in a moment of extravagant praise, to have likened him to a savior. Yet popularity is a fragile treasure. Within weeks, without a clear public explanation, the same breath that had elevated him cast him down. Military failures, costly wars with Spain and France, and growing dissatisfaction with royal policy turned admiration into suspicion. Accusations were prepared in Parliament against him. It was widely believed that the dissolutions of Parliament occurred precisely when formal charges were about to be presented. Hatred gathered around him like storm clouds. In the year 1628, at the port city of Portsmouth, as he prepared to lead an expedition in support of Protestant forces in France, he was stabbed to death by an obscure army officer named John Felton. Felton claimed to act out of zeal for the public good, declaring that the Duke was an enemy to the kingdom and odious to Parliament. Thus, the first of these great ministers fell, struck in the heart by a blade driven by political fury. The third Parliament of the reign was dissolved under circumstances largely attributed to another powerful figure, Richard Weston, known at that time as Lord Weston, later created Earl of Portland. He served as Lord High Treasurer of England, responsible for the management of royal finances. Unlike the Duke of Buckingham, Weston was no stranger to parliamentary life. He had long participated in those assemblies. He understood the temper of the House of Commons, the scope of the courts of law, and the jurisdiction of Parliament. It is this that makes his course more perplexing to the historian. The Duke of Buckingham, educated in the glittering world of royal courts, was unfamiliar with the shifting currents of popular assemblies. He did not understand how quickly admiration could turn into censure. He reacted to hostility with indignation. When he found himself assailed by speeches and accusations, he sought relief by dissolving Parliament, believing that by preventing meetings he could prevent opposition. Lord Weston, however, knew better. He knew that the strength of the English Constitution lay in its balance. He understood that Parliament had rarely overstepped its legal authority in formal action, even if its debates were sometimes heated. In popular assemblies, freedom of speech had long been a cherished principle. Words might be bold, passions might run high, but excess in speech did not necessarily translate into unlawful deeds. Yet, even Weston came to believe that the peace and prosperity of the kingdom could be maintained without frequent parliaments. After the dissolution of the Third Parliament in the year 1629, King Charles I entered what is known as the personal rule, governing without Parliament for 11 years. During this time, revenue was raised through devices such as ship money, a levy traditionally imposed on coastal towns during wartime, now extended inland and collected without parliamentary approval. The historian marvels that a statesman so familiar with parliamentary custom could imagine that dissolving assemblies would cure the passions within them. To end meetings abruptly was not to remove resentment. It was to deepen it. Each dissolution left grievances unresolved, accusations unanswered, and suspicions intensified. There exists, indeed, a principle in monarchy both gracious and just, that when servants of the crown, acting in obedience to lawful commands and under extraordinary necessity, depart slightly from the strict letter of the law, the sovereign may protect them. In such cases, where urgent national need compels action, the king may grant pardon. The law presumes that such mercy is exercised upon grave reason. But there is a profound difference between pardon after judgment and protection before trial. If a minister is accused and the sovereign intervenes to prevent him from answering the charges, justice itself appears obstructed. The public may conclude that the prince shares in the offense. The accused, shielded from inquiry, bears a heavier stain than if he had faced examination. Suspicion multiplies in darkness. Accusation grows bolder when no open defense is allowed. Thus, in those troubled decades, every dissolution of Parliament, every imprisonment without clear cause, every levy imposed without consent added weight to a gathering crisis. What began as disputes over taxation and privilege would, in time, expand into a contest over sovereignty itself, drawing the kingdom step by step toward a conflict from which it would not easily recover. It is a matter worthy of deep and serious observation that in those turbulent and fevered years, when suspicion moved faster than truth and accusation was often louder than proof, no innocent man who openly stood to make his defense before the judgment of Parliament suffered condemnation by lawful sentence. In that season of unrest, when the English Parliament, meaning the great assembly composed of the House of Commons, representing the people, and the House of Peers, representing the nobility, sat in stern authority, it is remarkable that those who calmly answered their charges were not destroyed by mere noise and fury. Indeed, many who were guilty of grave faults, and against whom the spirit of the age burned fiercely, escaped ruin through the wise and skillful management of their defense. The temper of the times, which could rise like a violent storm against a single man, was not always matched by steady proof. There were those whose reputation stood on the brink of destruction, yet who by careful argument and composed submission to the legal process not only avoided punishment, but even slipped free without lasting disgrace. Among such figures was John Williams, Bishop of Lincoln, who at that time also held the high office of Lord Keeper of the Great Seal of England. The Lord Keeper was the guardian of the Great Seal, the symbol by which royal authority confirmed laws and official acts. It was a position of immense trust and influence, placing its holder close to the heart of government. Also accused were Sir Henry Martin, a prominent civilian official, and Sir Henry Spiller, who had long served in financial administration. These men, in their different ranks and offices, had little reason to expect mercy from a public mood that often turned harsh and unforgiving. Yet by meeting their accusations directly and not by hiding from inquiry, they found themselves freed, not only without legal punishment, but without the lasting stain of public shame. In contrast, there were many who labored anxiously to avoid accusation. Some used influence, others used connections. Some attempted to silence proceedings or divert attention. Yet such efforts, rather than saving them, marked them. It was observed that scarcely any man who strained desperately to keep himself from being accused, or who tried to obstruct the course of justice through power or intrigue, escaped without some visible mark of disgrace or prejudice. The very act of evasion seemed to confirm suspicion. The reason for this strange pattern becomes clear when one looks deeper into human nature and the workings of public assemblies. After the first violence of accusation had passed, after the initial storm of outrage had spent its force, there often followed a natural compassion toward those standing in danger. Even in angry times, there is something in the human heart that softens when misery appears near. Furthermore, within Parliament, there existed a wide latitude in judgment. The houses were not rigid machines. They were composed of men influenced by sympathy, friendship, party loyalty, and private considerations. Accusations themselves were often swollen with exaggeration. One man contributed his malice. Another contributed his cleverness. Others added rumor and hearsay. Many seemed to take an uncharitable delight in making the charges as heavy and odious as possible, piling general accusations upon specific complaints. Yet when the time came for proof, when witnesses were called and evidence examined, those vast and dark accusations frequently could not be sustained. And when a man was found less guilty than rumor had painted him, the reaction swung sharply the other way. He was no sooner discovered to be less wicked than expected than he was declared more innocent than perhaps he truly was. It was thought just compensation for undeserved reproach to free him even from deserved censure. Thus, the pendulum of public opinion moved from fury to forgiveness with surprising speed. It has been suggested that two noble persons of that time might have fared better had they boldly submitted themselves to the proceedings designed against them. Submission, in those days, sometimes proved stronger than resistance. And it may be said, without doubt, that it would have greatly benefited the king if, during those more peaceful years, Parliament had been allowed to proceed fully within its known limits. By permitting the Houses to exercise their lawful jurisdiction openly and thoroughly, the true extent of their authority would have been made plain. At that time, the House of Commons did not claim judicial power. It did not pretend to sit as a court. It kept within the established bounds of its privileges, which were chiefly to debate, to advise, and to present grievances. The House of Peers, composed of the nobility, acted as a high court, observing the rules of law and equity, proceeding deliberately upon clear testimony and established facts. The king retained the sole authority to pardon offenders. He received the financial profits of penalties and judgments. And because the sovereign had such strong influence over the body of the nobility, it was rare, before the present Parliament, that any person of high rank was severely censured in the House of Peers unless he was already out of royal favor or directly prosecuted by the court itself. It may be that in those arrangements, some small openings were left through which inconveniences to the crown later entered, doors not sufficiently weighed or guarded at the time. Yet the greater danger arose from another practice, the dissolving of parliaments in order to stop prosecutions. When a parliament was dissolved by royal command, its existence ended instantly. All its inquiries and accusations vanished with it. This practice, intended as a remedy, had an unintended effect. It made the power of Parliament appear more terrible, more without limit. For when the sovereign authority seemed forced to end the very being of Parliament because it could not otherwise control its jurisdiction, it gave the impression that no lesser restraint was possible. Had parliaments been summoned frequently and dissolved seasonably, after their wisdom in curing the diseases of the Commonwealth had been tested as well as their diligence in discovering them, they might have remained both esteemed by the crown and revered by the people. They would have been seen as instruments of balance rather than engines of fear. Now, the narrative turns to a decisive moment. A bold and improvident resolution was taken to decline those conventions altogether. In the 4th year of that reign, when a parliament was dissolved, a proclamation followed that inhibited all men from so much as speaking as though another parliament might soon be called. It was as if even the mention of such an assembly was forbidden air. To understand what followed, one must look carefully at the condition of the royal court and the Privy Council at that time. The court was not merely a residence. It was the center of political gravity, the place where decisions were shaped, alliances formed, and influence gathered. By examining the temper of that inner circle, one may see reflected, like a face in a mirror, the broader temper of the nation. And in this survey, one towering figure demands attention: George Villiers, the Duke of Buckingham. Around this time, on the 23rd day of August in the year 1628, he was violently and unexpectedly murdered. His death marked a turning point in royal councils and public affairs. The Duke of Buckingham was, in truth, an extraordinary person. It is difficult to find in any age or in any nation a man who rose so swiftly to such heights of honor, fame, and fortune upon so slender an initial advantage. His ascent was astonishing. In a remarkably short span of years, he became the favorite of King James I of England and later retained great influence under King Charles I. His first introduction into royal favor came not from distinguished military victories, nor from profound scholarship, nor from long service in government. It came, plainly and simply, from the beauty and gracefulness of his person. He possessed striking physical presence, handsome features, elegance of bearing, and a charm that captivated the royal eye. This is not to deny that he possessed abilities and talents. There will be occasion to acknowledge them fully. But it is no injustice to say that the door through which he first entered greatness was opened by appearance rather than achievement. From that beginning flowed influence. From influence flowed power. And from power flowed consequences, some glorious, many unfortunate. His prominence shaped public policy. His ambitions affected foreign alliances. His favor stirred envy. His failures stirred anger. And when he fell beneath the assassin's knife, the shock rippled through court and kingdom alike, altering the direction of counsel and deepening the tensions that already trembled beneath the surface of England's uneasy peace. He was the younger son of Sir George Villiers of Brooksby, in the county of Leicester, a gentleman whose family claimed descent from the ancient Norman line that had crossed the English Channel with William, Duke of Normandy, when he conquered England in the year 1066. The Villiers family, proud of that long heritage, maintained that their blood had flowed in both England and Normandy for centuries, and that branches of their house still flourished in France with distinction. It was a lineage that carried the fragrance of antiquity, though not yet the commanding power of the greatest noble dynasties of the realm. Sir George Villiers had first married, and by that marriage had several children, sons and daughters who inherited substantial lands and property. After the death of his first wife, he married again, taking as his second wife a young gentlewoman from the Beaumont family, a house of respectable standing. From this second marriage were born 3 sons and a daughter. Of these children, the eldest son of the second marriage was named George Villiers. It was this young man who would rise with astonishing speed to heights few could have imagined. When Sir George Villiers died, the boy George was still young. His mother, now a widow but possessed of a comfortable jointure, meaning a legal provision of income secured for her after her husband's death, devoted herself with singular determination to her son's advancement. She saw in him uncommon promise. He was handsome, tall, and graceful in bearing. Determined that he should not remain a provincial gentleman, she ensured he received careful instruction befitting a young man who might one day stand at court. To polish his manners and refine his accomplishments, she sent him to the Kingdom of France. There, for 2 or 3 years, he studied the French language, which was then the language of diplomacy and elegant society throughout Europe. He learned to ride with skill and confidence, mastering the art of horsemanship that marked a true courtier. He practiced dancing, fencing, and the graceful exercises expected of a gentleman. Among these arts, he excelled particularly in riding and in dancing, where his natural elegance made him stand out among his peers. By the time he returned to England, he was about 21 years of age, accomplished, poised, and striking in appearance. At that time, England was ruled by King James I, who had ascended the English throne in the year 1603 after the death of Queen Elizabeth I. King James had already been King James VI of Scotland since his infancy, uniting the crowns of Scotland and England under his person. He was a man of considerable learning, perhaps more scholarly than any monarch of his era. He delighted in theology, philosophy, and debate. He wrote treatises on kingship and religion. He enjoyed the company of learned men and prided himself on his intellect. Yet for all his learning, King James possessed a well-known fondness for handsome young men and for the glitter and ornament of fine clothing and courtly display. He was drawn not only to wit and scholarship, but also to beauty and charm. And at this moment in his reign, he had grown weary of his current favorite, Robert Carr, the Earl of Somerset. Carr had once risen swiftly in the king's affection and had enjoyed long possession of that privileged place at court. For years, he had held his position without serious public scandal. But a dark shadow had fallen over him. His wife, Frances Howard, had been implicated in a terrible crime, the poisoning of Sir Thomas Overbury. Overbury had been imprisoned in the Tower of London and there murdered by poison, a crime that shocked the kingdom. As investigations unfolded, evidence pointed toward the involvement of the Earl and Countess of Somerset. They were tried by their peers, meaning by members of the House of Lords, in a solemn and public proceeding. Both were condemned to death, though their sentences were later commuted. Several others connected to the crime were executed. The scandal stained the court and deeply embarrassed the king. It was during this time of turmoil, before the full extent of the conspiracy was uncovered, that George Villiers appeared at court. His presence was like a fresh beam of light cutting through gathering clouds. He was introduced into royal circles, and almost immediately he caught the eye of King James. The young man's beauty, his elegant manners shaped by his French education, and his confident bearing captivated the monarch. Some believed that toward the end of his life, King James had begun to tire of the Duke of Buckingham. They speculated that, had the king lived longer, he might have curtailed the duke's vast and unchecked power. This belief emboldened certain great men. Among them were John Williams, Lord Keeper of the Great Seal, and Lionel Cranfield, Earl of Middlesex and Lord High Treasurer of England. These officials, along with others of reputation, though in less exalted offices, dared to loosen their dependence upon Buckingham and to assert their own positions. Their efforts ended in ruin. One by one, they fell from power, undone by the influence of the Duke. There was no clear sign that King James had truly diminished his affection for his favorite. Until the very hour of his death in the month of March in the year 1625, the king's trust in George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, remained visibly intact, and the favorite stood secure at the summit of authority, even as the tensions beneath him quietly gathered force. Power at court did not move quietly in those days. It gathered around personalities, favorites, and private influence more than around written law. When the king raised his trusted favorite to the rank of Duke of Buckingham, granting him one of the highest noble titles in the kingdom, he did so even while that man was absent from England and traveling abroad with the royal heir in Spain. That favorite was George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, a man of striking presence, bold confidence, and enormous ambition, who had risen with astonishing speed from modest beginnings to stand at the very center of royal power. After the prince and the duke returned from Spain, the duke's authority only grew greater. He acted almost as a gatekeeper to the crown itself. All favors, offices, rewards, and marks of royal grace were widely believed to pass through his hands first. Those who pleased him advanced. Those who offended him found themselves delayed, denied, or quietly punished. Old slights were remembered. Cold looks became lost opportunities. In a court where advancement meant wealth and survival, this power created both devotion and deep resentment. Yet the king who granted him such power, Charles I of England, possessed a nature that might have turned sharply against his favorite if his temperament had been balanced differently. He was generous and eager to reward loyalty, but he was less inclined toward harsh correction and discipline. If his courage in punishing wrongdoing had matched his generosity in granting favor, many close observers believe he would eventually have withdrawn his affection from the Duke long before his own death. Those admitted into the king's more private conversations, and who were not loyal to the duke, quietly expected such a break one day. Before the duke's own circle, however, the king concealed his displeasure carefully and skillfully. For in truth, the king had never been fully pleased with the duke after the prince's journey into Spain. That journey had gone forward against the king's better judgment and cautious instinct. It had been designed and urged forward largely by the duke himself. The royal heir, Charles II of England, at that time, still Prince Charles, had been drawn into a daring and unusual adventure, a secret journey across Europe to visit the Spanish court in person to seek a royal marriage alliance. The duke had powerful motives for encouraging this bold move. Another leading diplomat, John Digby, Earl of Bristol, had until then managed the delicate marriage negotiations in Spain. He served there as extraordinary ambassador, meaning he held special authority beyond that of a regular envoy. He handled every detail of the proposed marriage treaty between the English prince and the Spanish princess. The duke, jealous that such a magnificent diplomatic triumph might belong entirely to the earl, sought to take control of the glory and the outcome. He began by working on the imagination and emotions of the young prince. He spoke of the common misfortune of royal marriages, that princes rarely chose for themselves. Instead, they were handed reports and descriptions prepared by others, advisors, diplomats, and interested parties, about the character, beauty, and temperament of the lady they were meant to marry. Such reports, he warned, were seldom completely neutral, because those who arranged such marriages usually had their own interests and ambitions tied to the match. From there, he painted a vivid picture. How noble, how brave, how unforgettable it would be, he said, if the prince himself traveled into Spain and brought home his bride in person. Such an act would sweep aside months of slow ceremony and formal delay that defined the Spanish royal court, where etiquette and procedure governed every step. The Spanish princess, known by the title Infanta, meaning a daughter of the Spanish king, would be overwhelmed with gratitude by such personal honor. No other prince had made such a gesture in similar negotiations. It would show extraordinary respect and devotion. The Duke added another powerful argument. A central unresolved issue in European politics at that time was the fate of the Palatinate, a German territory tied by family to the English royal house and lost during the great continental conflict known as the 30 Years' War. Its restoration was a matter of pride and dynastic duty. The Duke suggested that the King of Spain, moved by the personal presence of the English prince, might more readily agree to help restore that lost territory than he would through long, drawn-out talks with an ambassador. What might take years of negotiation, he said, might be achieved in a single personal meeting. He also argued that the Spanish princess herself would eagerly support such a settlement once she saw the prince's devotion. Through her influence with her father, the Spanish king, she might help secure peace and restoration for the prince's family interests. Together, the prince and princess could present not only a marriage, but a diplomatic victory and a repaired inheritance to the English crown. These arguments struck deeply into the prince's character. He possessed a natural attraction to bold enterprises and romantic risks. The idea of secret travel, personal negotiation, and heroic gesture thrilled him. He became intensely eager to carry out the plan and impatient with delay. One great obstacle remained: his father's approval. The king was cautious by nature, sharp at noticing dangers and complications, and slow to accept uncertain ventures. Once he saw difficulties, he tended to multiply them in his thoughts. He disliked desperate risks and hated becoming trapped in unpredictable situations. He did not easily wrestle his way out of tangled circumstances once he believed they were forming. The strategy, therefore, was carefully designed. The prince himself would first approach his father, presenting the journey as his most heartfelt personal desire. He would ask for a promise before revealing the full plan, that the king would not share the proposal with anyone until he had decided his answer. Only after securing that promise would the prince explain the full design. After that opening, the Duke would rely on his long-earned personal influence and persuasive skill to carry the argument forward. This secret planning created a new and complete trust between the prince and the duke. It marked a turning point. For a long time before, the prince had shown open jealousy and displeasure toward the duke, and the duke had given him more than enough reason. Now, shared secrecy and shared ambition bound them closely together. They waited for the right moment, because the king's mood and health created certain hours more favorable than others for difficult requests. When that moment came, they approached him together. The king agreed readily to the first condition. He was pleased that the entire matter would depend solely on his own decision. He promised openly that he would not speak of it to any other person until he had reached and declared his resolution. Then the prince knelt before his father and made his passionate request. He spoke with urgency and emotion. The duke stood beside him for a long time in silence while the king responded. The king spoke at length, weighing the matter aloud, showing less anger than they had feared. At last he turned his eyes toward the duke, inviting his view. The duke avoided arguing directly whether the journey was wise or unwise. Instead, he praised the king's generosity and the greatness of granting such a request to a devoted son. He described the depth of the prince's longing and declared that refusal would wound the prince's spirit and disturb his peace of mind more than any other disappointment in the world. His words were carefully chosen, not to prove the plan safe, but to make denial feel cruel. In the year 1623, during the later years of the reign of James I of England, a moment unfolded that would astonish Europe and place the fate of kingdoms upon the impulse of youth. King James I, who had ruled England since 1603 and Scotland since 1667 as James VI of Scotland, was a monarch of learning, diplomacy, and cautious calculation. He preferred negotiation to war, treaties to bloodshed. For years, he had pursued what was known as the Spanish match, a proposed marriage between his son, Prince Charles, and the Infanta Maria Anna of Spain, sister to King Philip IV of Spain. The hope was that such a union would secure peace with Spain, the most powerful Catholic monarchy in Europe, and restore lands lost by James's daughter and son-in-law in the heart of the Holy Roman Empire. That daughter was Elizabeth Stuart, married to Frederick V, Elector Palatine of the Rhine. Frederick had accepted the crown of Bohemia in the year 1619, defying the Habsburg Emperor Ferdinand II. His brief reign ended in defeat at the Battle of White Mountain in 1620, after which he lost not only Bohemia, but also his hereditary lands in the Palatinate. King James longed passionately to see those territories restored to his daughter and grandchildren before he died. It was upon these two desires, marriage with Spain and restitution of the Palatinate, that Prince Charles fixed his argument. The young prince, later to reign as Charles I, observed his father in a moment of favorable temper. With careful skill and guided by the bold and ambitious George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, he pressed his case. The prince argued that the long and weary negotiations with Spain would drag on endlessly unless he himself appeared in person at the Spanish court in Madrid. His arrival, he insisted, would cut through delay. The marriage would swiftly follow, and with the marriage secured, he confidently promised that the King of Spain would at once grant the restoration of the Palatinate to his brother-in-law, Frederick, and to his sister Elizabeth. King James, aging and anxious, desired both outcomes more than any earthly blessing. He wished to see his son honorably married. He wished to see his daughter restored. These arguments, urged with artful persuasion and filial affection, overcame his usual caution. With less hesitation than was natural to his temperament, and less deliberation than befitted his wisdom, he consented. The prince might undertake the journey. Whether King James fully grasped the dangers at that moment is uncertain. Perhaps he believed that the preparations required, ships, funds, escorts, diplomatic arrangements, would consume so much time that he could reconsider. Perhaps he imagined that secrecy would prove impossible, and that the plan would dissolve under its own impracticality. But the prince and Buckingham had already prepared their strategy. They insisted that secrecy was everything. If the journey were delayed until a fleet was assembled worthy of the Prince of Wales, weeks would pass, and news would spread across Europe. If a formal request were sent to France for safe passage through its territory, ceremony and negotiation would introduce delay and risk exposure. And even then, could any foreign pass truly guarantee security in an age when political intrigue lurked beneath every courtesy? No. The only safe course, they declared, was speed and disguise. They proposed that the prince travel with only 2 trusted companions, revealing their purpose to no one until the moment of departure. In this way, they could cross France unnoticed, arriving in Spain before the court at Whitehall even realized the heir to the throne had vanished. The boldness of the scheme dazzled the imagination. It seemed almost romantic. A prince venturing incognito across hostile lands for love and for the honor of his sister. The king, persuaded by urgency and trust, gave his approval. Further details would be settled the next day. But when King James withdrew alone into his private chamber, the weight of what he had allowed began to press upon him. He was a father before he was a king. Prince Charles was his only surviving son, the sole male heir to the crowns of England and Scotland. If harm befell him in a foreign land, if he were seized or poisoned or lost in some intrigue beyond English protection, the Stuart dynasty would face disaster. The king reflected also upon his people. England was already uneasy. Murmurs of dissatisfaction were not uncommon in Parliament. How would they react if the heir to the throne were exposed to danger in Spain, a Catholic power long regarded with suspicion? The prince was not only his son. He was, in the eyes of the nation, the son of the kingdom. King James considered his dignity among European monarchs. To send the Prince of Wales secretly, almost like a private adventurer, into the court of Spain, would it not appear as weakness? What would foreign courts conclude if misfortune struck? Would they not say that the King of Great Britain had exposed his heir through rashness? As these thoughts multiplied, fear took hold. He saw precipices at every step. If the prince were lost, England and Scotland would be left without a direct successor. Civil disorder might follow. Foreign powers might interfere. The entire political balance of Europe might shift. By the next morning, his resolve had changed. When Prince Charles and the Duke of Buckingham returned to receive final instructions, they found the king agitated, even distraught. He declared that he was undone if they persisted. He confessed that, upon sober reflection, he foresaw almost inevitable hazards to the prince's person. He feared losing the affection of his subjects. He predicted that instead of securing the marriage, the journey would ruin it beyond repair. His reasoning was sharp. At present, he said, the negotiations stood upon clear articles. Spain had agreed in principle to the marriage, subject to conditions. The matter of the Palatinate, though complicated, was to be addressed through mediation within the Holy Roman Empire, not imposed by Spanish decree. But if the prince arrived in Madrid, everything would change. New demands would be introduced. Matters not yet mentioned would suddenly be insisted upon. Spain might require conditions that no Protestant king of England could accept. There was another danger. The Spanish nation itself was not uniformly enthusiastic about the marriage. The Spanish court might desire alliance, but many within Spain feared the union of a Catholic princess with a Protestant heir. Even more cautious was the authority of the papacy in Rome. At that time, the Roman Catholic Church required a papal dispensation for a marriage between a Catholic and a Protestant of such high rank. The reigning pope had shown more inclination to grant such a dispensation than his predecessor, but his willingness was believed to arise not from approval of the match, but from reluctance to offend the King of Spain. It had long been assumed in Spain and in Rome that this marriage would secure significant concessions for English Catholics, perhaps a repeal of penal laws, which imposed fines and disabilities upon those who refused to attend services of the Church of England, and perhaps even a broad toleration for the open practice of the Roman Catholic religion within England. But in the ongoing negotiations, those sweeping concessions had not been granted. The king warned that once the prince stood in Madrid, Spanish negotiators might insist upon them. Without such concessions, the match would not proceed, and with them, England would be plunged into religious turmoil. Thus the king, torn between desire and dread, laid before his son and his favorite minister the full measure of his apprehensions. He feared for his heir. He feared for his throne. He feared for the peace of his kingdoms. And yet, before him stood youthful confidence and daring resolve, pressing forward against the cautions of age and experience. The room was heavy with silence, thick with fear, as the old king struggled between love for his son and terror for his kingdom. He had listened to the bold design with growing unease. The proposal was simple in words, but immense in consequence. The Prince of Wales, heir to the crowns of England, Scotland, and Ireland, would secretly travel into the Kingdom of Spain to win in person the hand of the Spanish princess, the Infanta Maria Ana, daughter of King Philip III of Spain. But to the king, this was no romantic adventure. It was a gamble with faith, power, and the future of his dynasty. He spoke with deep agitation. If Spain gained possession of the prince, he warned, the situation would no longer rest in English hands. Though the King of Spain might be a man of honor and justice by temperament, he was surrounded by powerful forces. The Spanish clergy, leaders of the Roman Catholic Church within that kingdom, held enormous influence over royal decisions. Beyond them stood Rome itself, meaning the papacy, the central authority of the Catholic Church. The Pope and his advisors would not see this merely as a marriage. They would see opportunity. They would tell the King of Spain that God himself had placed the Prince of Wales into his power so that the Catholic cause could be advanced in Protestant England. They would urge him to demand greater concessions for English Catholics, greater freedom to practice their religion openly, perhaps even influence in government. The English king declared that such demands he could never accept. Yet even if he refused them, the negotiations would be delayed endlessly. Spain might prolong discussions for months, even years. The marriage might never take place. The king feared he might die before seeing it accomplished. Worse still, he feared he might never see his son return safely from Spain at all. Turning toward the Duke of Buckingham, George Villiers, the king's powerful favorite and closest advisor, a man raised rapidly from modest beginnings to become one of the most influential figures in England, the king spoke with even sharper warning. The Duke was already deeply unpopular with many among the English nobility and the common people. He had risen too quickly, gathered too much power, and made too many enemies. If this Spanish venture failed, those enemies would seize the moment. They would blame the Duke. They would demand his ruin. And even the king, with all his royal authority, might not be able to protect him. The king's composure broke. His voice trembled. Tears filled his eyes. With sighs and visible anguish, he begged them, his beloved son and the ambitious Duke, not to press him further. To consent to such a journey would wound his reason, his understanding, and his interest as a sovereign. The very execution of it, he said, would break his heart. He implored them to abandon the pursuit entirely. But the prince and the Duke did not attempt to answer each of the king's arguments. The Prince of Wales, later to become King Charles I of England, reminded his father gently yet firmly of a promise made the day before. The king had pledged his approval. A royal promise, especially between father and son, was sacred. If that word were now withdrawn, the prince declared, he would think no more of marriage at all. The Duke of Buckingham, knowing the king's weaknesses more clearly, spoke far more harshly. He accused him of retracting solemn promises too easily. How, he demanded, could anyone trust the king's word if it could be reversed so swiftly? He suggested that the king must have consulted some hidden advisor, some rascal, as he crudely put it, who had filled his head with fearful arguments. He vowed that he would discover who that secret counselor had been. If the king withdrew from his promise now, Buckingham warned, it would be an unforgivable insult to the prince. The prince had set his heart upon this journey. To disappoint him after granting approval would plant resentment that could never fully be erased. Thus, by two different methods, humble devotion from the son, forceful pressure from the favorite, the resistance of the king began to weaken. In great agitation, and even swearing solemn oaths that he had not consulted any other living person about the matter, the king allowed the discussion to resume. The journey, the prince and duke insisted, must not be delayed. Within 2 days, they would take leave of him. Preparations would be made in secrecy. To conceal their departure, the prince would pretend he was traveling to Theobald's house, a royal residence in Hertfordshire, for hunting. The duke would pretend to go to Chelsea for medical treatment. In truth, they would ride swiftly to the coast and cross the sea toward Spain. Only 2 additional companions would accompany them. They proposed Sir Francis Coddington and Endymion Porter. Sir Francis Coddington was an experienced diplomat who had long served as England's representative at the Spanish court in Madrid. He understood Spanish politics, language, and customs. At this time, he served as secretary to the prince. Endymion Porter had been raised partly in Spain and was closely attached to the Duke of Buckingham. He now served as a gentleman of the prince's bedchamber, meaning he attended the prince personally in his private household. The king approved of these choices, even cheerfully at first. Both men were loyal servants. He suggested that they be informed immediately, since experienced advisors might think of necessary arrangements that youthful enthusiasm overlooked. Sir Francis Coddington was summoned at once. He had been waiting in the outer chamber. As he entered, Buckingham whispered to the prince that Coddington would likely oppose the plan. The prince quietly replied that Coddington would not dare. The king addressed Coddington with a tone half playful, half grave. He often called his son Baby Charles, a sign of fatherly affection. Buckingham he called Steenie, a nickname derived from Saint Stephen, because he once believed the duke's face resembled depictions of that saint. He said, "Here is Baby Charles and Steenie, who have a great mind to ride by post in Spain to fetch home the Infanta, and they will take but 2 companions. They have chosen you as one. What do you think of this journey?" Coddington later confessed that when he heard these words, he trembled so violently he could scarcely speak. He understood the danger. He knew Spain. He knew diplomacy. And he knew the delicate religious tensions between Protestant England and Catholic Spain. When commanded to give his opinion, he answered honestly. He could not approve. He feared the journey would undo everything already negotiated in the proposed marriage treaty. Once Spain possessed the prince within its territory, they would feel less bound by previous agreements. They might present entirely new demands, especially concerning religion and the public practice of Catholic worship within England. At these words, the king threw himself upon his bed in despair. "I told you this before," he cried. Again his composure shattered. Passion overtook him. He lamented that he was undone, that disaster was certain, that he would lose his beloved Baby Charles. There was no mistaking the storm that gathered in the chamber. Displeasure showed plainly upon the faces of both the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Buckingham. The prince was Charles, the only surviving son of King James I of England, born in the year 1600. The duke was George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, the king's all-powerful favorite. Their expressions betrayed anger, wounded pride, and a dangerous resolve. The duke himself later declared that the moment the king sent for him, he had leaned toward the prince and whispered into his ear that he would oppose the proposal. He claimed that he knew the king's nature well enough. King James, he said, was a man whose pride could easily be stirred, and who would dislike any counsel in which he had not first been consulted. Because the matter had been discussed without his prior advice, the duke insisted that the king would be determined to disapprove it. Such was the confidence with which Buckingham interpreted his master's temper. When Sir Francis Coddington, a seasoned diplomat who had long served in Spain and knew that kingdom intimately, gave his opinion upon the proposed journey, the duke turned upon him with sharp and cutting reproaches. Coddington, he declared, had been summoned only to advise about the practical details of travel, about the safest and most suitable route to take into Spain. Having ridden that road many times as a royal envoy, he was well qualified to speak on such matters. But the duke thundered. Coddington had presumed to give advice on affairs of state, and worse, to speak against what he believed to be his sovereign's intention, without having been invited to do so. For such boldness, Buckingham warned him, he would repent as long as he lived. The harshness of his words, delivered in the king's presence, struck deep. King James was thrown into fresh agitation. He foresaw clearly that this loyal servant, who had answered honestly to the question put before him, would suffer for his frankness. The king, moved with visible emotion, rebuked his favorite. "Nay, by God, Stenny," he said, using the familiar nickname he had given to Buckingham, "you are much to blame to use him so." He answered me directly to the question I asked him, and he answered both honestly and wisely. And he said no more than I told you before he was called in. The king's words revealed both his fairness and his weakness. He could defend a servant in the moment, yet he rarely enforced that defense when his favorite pressed hard. Despite the passion that flared on both sides, the king at last yielded. The proposed journey was agreed upon in that very conference. Instructions were given to Sir Francis Coddington to make preparations accordingly. In that moment, King James clearly perceived that the entire design had been contrived from the beginning by the Duke of Buckingham and pursued with relentless spirit and impetuosity. The journey in question was nothing less than the secret voyage of Prince Charles and the Duke of Buckingham to the Kingdom of Spain in the year 1623. Its purpose was to conclude the long-negotiated marriage between the prince and the Spanish infanta, Maria Anna, sister of King Philip IV of Spain. The marriage treaty had been discussed for many years, even from the time of the death of Prince Henry, the elder brother of Charles, who had died in the year 1612. That earlier prince had once been intended for the Spanish match. After his death, the negotiations had continued on behalf of Charles. The voyage itself, its strange disguises, its daring secrecy, and the rare and astonishing events that unfolded in Madrid would later fill many pages of history. It would show how much boldness, and perhaps recklessness, lay in the spirit of the Duke. It would reveal that the marriage, so long in treaty and seemingly near conclusion, was in truth undone by the very journey meant to secure it. For the prince and the Duke, once in Spain, grew disillusioned. They encountered delays, demands for the prince's conversion to the Roman Catholic faith, and subtle humiliations. Their pride was wounded. Suspicion replaced hope. King James never forgave Buckingham for the consequences of that journey. Though he had consented to it, he felt that he had been driven into it by the Duke's restless energy. The king retained as sharp a memory of the matter as his gentle nature could hold. He believed that the Spanish alliance, carefully tended for years, had been recklessly shattered. Yet when the prince and the Duke returned to England in the autumn of 1623, their arrival was greeted with thunderous joy. The kingdom erupted in celebration. Bells rang from church towers. Bonfires blazed in towns and villages. Crowds cheered in the streets of London. The people rejoiced that their prince had returned safely from a Catholic court, free from the feared influence of Spain. The Duke reaped a full harvest of praise. The boldness of carrying the heir to the throne across Europe in secrecy was forgotten, or at least forgiven. Instead, his success in bringing the prince home safely was magnified and celebrated. Songs were sung. Sermons praised divine protection. For a time, he stood at the height of popular favor. But beneath the outward rejoicing, King James felt a growing disquiet. He soon discovered what he had not fully suspected before their return: that Prince Charles had been entirely alienated from all thought of marrying the Spanish infanta. The prince was resolved to break the match, whether his father approved or not. And in this resolution, the Duke stood firmly beside him, once more displaying the same impetuous spirit that had driven the journey itself. King James now found himself in a perilous position. The long-standing negotiations with Spain were collapsing. Meanwhile, his only daughter, Elizabeth Stuart, married to Frederick V, Elector Palatine of the Rhine, was in desperate circumstances. Frederick had accepted the crown of Bohemia in the year 1619, defying the powerful house of Habsburg. Within a year, he had been defeated at the Battle of White Mountain, and he and Elizabeth had been driven from their territories. Their lands in the Palatinate, a significant region within the Holy Roman Empire, had been seized. They and their many children lived in exile, dependent upon uncertain support. The king, anxious about the breach with Spain and the misery of his daughter in Germany, decided to summon a parliament. He issued writs calling for the assembly of the House of Commons and the House of Lords in what was the 21st year of his reign, in early 1624. He believed it necessary to seek their counsel and financial assistance, both to manage the consequences of breaking with Spain and to consider how to restore his daughter and son-in-law to their lost territories. By the time Parliament met, the prince's confidence in the Duke remained entire. The Duke, for his part, had taken pains to cultivate the leading members of both houses. He understood that many of them desired influence at court as much as they value their standing in the country. Through careful flattery and promises, he had secured the goodwill of those most likely to guide debate. It was thought prudent that the king, when opening Parliament, should speak of the Spanish treaty and of his daughter's expulsion from the Palatinate. These matters would require the assistance of the nation. It was further agreed that the prince and the duke should give a full account of what had occurred in Spain. By placing before Parliament a clear narrative of events, they could shape the tone of discussion and guide the direction of future deliberations. After the houses had been assembled for several days, occupied first with formalities, appointing committees, and addressing routine business, the prince himself began to speak of Spanish affairs. He described his journey. He did not fail to speak warmly and affectionately of the Duke, praising his loyalty and courage. It was then resolved that the entire matter, being the chief subject of consultation, should be formally laid out in a conference between the House of Lords and the House of Commons. The Prince and the Duke of Buckingham were requested to manage this conference themselves, to relate what had passed in Spain, and to place before Parliament the grievances and disappointments they believed the nation had suffered. The stage was thus set. The heir to the throne and the most powerful subject in the kingdom stood ready to shape the policy of England before the assembled representatives of the realm. While old alliances crumbled, new hostilities loomed, and the balance between crown and Parliament trembled under gathering strain. The change in the king's heart was not visible to most eyes at court. Ceremonies continued, honors were shown, and familiar faces still stood near the throne. But the king's powerful favorite, George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, understood the truth with painful clarity. He knew that the king carried a deep and personal resentment over what had happened during the Spanish marriage negotiations. He knew also that the king still held a lingering affection for the proposed Spanish alliance, often called the Spanish Marriage Treaty, which aimed to unite the English royal house with the Spanish royal family through marriage. The Duke therefore acted with urgency and calculation. If he could no longer rely completely on the king's inner affection, he would build strength somewhere else. He turned his efforts toward the National Assembly and toward public opinion. The assembly known as Parliament, made up of the House of Lords, which included the nobility and bishops, and the House of Commons, which included elected representatives of the people, had long distrusted any close alliance with Spain. The English population at large, shaped by generations of religious and political rivalry with the Spanish Catholic monarchy, strongly disliked the idea of a Spanish royal marriage. The Duke knew this well. He resolved to make himself appear as the defender of English interests against Spanish deception, and thereby gain popularity and protection. At a formal conference held between the two houses of Parliament, the prince himself appeared and gave a short and carefully shaped introduction. This prince was the same royal heir who had secretly traveled into Spain and would later reign as Charles I of England. He spoke warmly of the Duke's loyalty and service. He praised the Duke's constant care during the dangerous Spanish journey and his clever skill in arranging their eventual departure from Spain when matters turned hostile. Then the prince handed the full account over to the Duke, allowing him to shape the story in detail before the assembled leaders of the nation. The Duke spoke with controlled force and dramatic timing. He declared that the true purpose of the prince's journey into Spain, which had caused such fear and alarm among loyal English subjects, was never blind romance or reckless adventure. It was, he said, a mission of discovery. The goal had been to test the honesty and sincerity of the Spanish crown directly. When they arrived in Madrid, the Duke continued, they soon discovered the reality behind the splendid ceremonies. The prince was treated with magnificent honor, as suited his rank and the bold courtesy of his visit. Yet behind the respectful appearances, the Duke insisted there was never any real intention to give the Spanish princess, known by the title Infanta, in marriage to him. During the prince's long stay, the necessary papal permission, called a dispensation, was never secured from Rome. Such a dispensation was required because the marriage would join a Protestant prince and a Roman Catholic princess. The Duke claimed this approval could easily have been obtained if there had been true will to proceed. Then another delay arose. The Pope at that time, Pope Gregory XV, died. With his death, the entire religious approval process had to begin again under a new pope, restarting the long chain of formal steps. According to the Duke, this restart suited the Spanish ministers perfectly because it allowed further delay while they attended to other political goals. Instead of finalizing agreed marriage articles, the Spanish side, he said, introduced new and stronger religious demands. Leading churchmen and famous royal preachers in Spain held repeated meetings with the English prince, urging him to abandon the Protestant faith and become a Roman Catholic. They pressed him with arguments, warnings, and promises. To increase the pressure, the Pope himself wrote a personal letter to the prince, urging him to remember that many of his royal ancestors had once belonged to the Roman Catholic Church and calling him back to that faith. The Duke painted the prince as a hero of conscience. He declared that God had given the prince a firm and unshakable heart in his religion, along with remarkable skill in debate. In these religious arguments, the Duke claimed, the prince answered so well that his learned opponents were left astonished and unable to defeat his reasoning. He added further insults to Spanish sincerity. The prince, he said, was not allowed free and open conversation with the princess he was supposed to marry. He was rarely permitted even to see her, and then only under strict control. At the same time, on the critical political question of restoring the Palatinate, the lost German territory belonging to the prince's family line, Spain offered only empty words. They said the restoration was not in their power, even though it had been conquered by Spanish military force under the command of Ambrogio Spinola, a famous Spanish general who then held it securely. The Spanish king, they reported, promised only to use his influence with two other rulers, the Holy Roman Emperor, the leading monarch in Central Europe, and the Duke of Bavaria, a powerful German prince. Without the agreement of both, Spain said, the territory could not be restored. The Duke told Parliament that he believed these promises were as hollow as the marriage offer itself, and that the Palatinate would never be recovered except by armed force. Throughout his speech, he repeatedly attacked the conduct and loyalty of the Earl of Bristol, suggesting that the ambassador had understood Spain's hidden intentions all along and cooperated with them. He claimed that when the prince first arrived at the ambassador's residence in Madrid, the Earl was so disturbed that he could barely contain himself and wished the prince safely back in England. He further alleged that the Earl had privately advised the prince to convert to Roman Catholicism, saying that without changing his religion, the marriage could never succeed. Finally, the Duke announced that the king had ordered the Earl to return to England and that he would be called to account for his failures. In reality, the king had summoned the Earl for a very different reason. The king respected the Earl's loyalty and ability and intended to use him as a counterweight against the Duke's growing dominance and anger. But that quieter truth was not the story presented to the listening Parliament, where tension, suspicion, and the smell of political battle were already thick in the air. The great conference between the two houses of Parliament ended in thunderous applause. In the House of Commons and in the House of Lords alike, members praised the conduct of the Prince and of the Duke of Buckingham throughout the recent affair with Spain. The Prince was Charles, Prince of Wales, the heir to the thrones of England and Scotland, who would later reign as Charles I. The Duke was George Villiers, the King's powerful favorite and closest companion of the Prince. The affair in question was the failed attempt to secure a marriage alliance between Prince Charles and the Spanish Infanta, the sister of King Philip IV of Spain. That marriage project, long pursued by King James I of England and Scotland, had collapsed in disappointment and distrust. Now Parliament, inflamed by reports brought back from Spain, turned its admiration toward the Prince and the Duke as champions of Protestant honor against Catholic intrigue. In a rush of enthusiasm, both houses resolved to advise the king to abandon all further negotiations for the Spanish marriage. Instead, they urged him openly and resolutely to declare war against Spain. Voices rose. Speeches rang with promises. Vast sums of money were pledged in principle to support the coming conflict. Mountains of assurances were offered for the defense of Protestant Europe and the recovery of the Palatinate, the German territory lost by the king's son-in-law. Yet history often records that such promises, made in heat and applause, are not remembered with equal fervor when payment is required. When King James I learned what the Duke had publicly declared, declarations made boldly and without his explicit authority, he was deeply offended. Some of the accusations against Spain, which the Duke had confidently affirmed before Parliament, the king himself knew to be exaggerated or untrue. More alarming still, the Duke had openly advised a complete breach with Spain and an immediate turn toward war. The king's anger burned hot. He felt betrayed. He had not sanctioned such a decisive rupture. All that he lacked at that moment was a strong and resolute counselor to help him act against the Duke's growing dominance. He believed he might soon find such support in the arrival of John Digby, the Earl of Bristol, who had long served as ambassador in Spain and who was expected back in England. The king hoped that Bristol would stand firmly against Buckingham and expose the recklessness of his conduct. But there was another grievance that touched King James even more personally. At the center of it stood a man named Lionel Cranfield. Born into a gentleman's family, but raised and trained in the commercial world of the City of London, Lionel Cranfield possessed sharp intelligence and a deep understanding of trade, finance, and economic management. Through skill and ambition, he had won the favor of the Duke of Buckingham. Soon he married into Buckingham's extended family, strengthening his position. His rise was astonishingly swift. He was made a member of the Privy Council, the king's inner advisory body. He became master of the wardrobe, responsible for royal ceremonial and household splendor. He was appointed master of the Court of Wards, overseeing feudal revenues owed to the crown. And without relinquishing these posts, he was elevated to Lord High Treasurer of England, the kingdom's chief financial officer, and created Earl of Middlesex. It was a breathtaking ascent for a man who had once been known primarily as a merchant. Many in Parliament and at court were scandalized by his rapid promotion. They remembered him as socially inferior to themselves. It could not be denied that he carried out his duties with remarkable ability and efficiency. During the Duke's absence in Spain, Cranfield had grown in influence with the king. He managed royal finances with strict economy. He resisted extravagant spending. He did not readily release large sums for the princes and the Duke's costly ventures abroad. At times, he even dared to dispute Buckingham's commands and appeal directly to the king. King James, who admired Cranfield's financial discipline, often listened. Gradually, Cranfield may have begun to believe that his position rested securely upon the king's confidence rather than upon the Duke's favor. That belief would prove dangerous. Buckingham, informed by his own network of supporters at court, knew well that Cranfield had grown bold. He understood that the king valued the treasurer's judgment. And now, seeing Parliament disposed to applaud him and confident of Prince Charles's unwavering loyalty, Buckingham resolved to remove this rival. He recognized that the king's affection for Cranfield was strong enough that he could not destroy him alone, as he had crushed other opponents. But Parliament, newly energized and eager to assert its authority, could be persuaded to act. Leading members of the House of Commons were encouraged to initiate an impeachment against the Earl of Middlesex. Impeachment was a formal accusation brought by the Commons and tried before the House of Lords. It was a powerful constitutional weapon, rarely used against a great minister of the crown. Charges of corruption and misconduct were drawn up. The same Parliament that had so recently regarded Cranfield as their equal when he sat among them in the House of Commons now prosecuted him before the House of Lords. There was a natural eagerness in the Commons for this kind of correction. It displayed their power. It asserted that even the highest officer of the kingdom was not beyond their reach. King James saw clearly the danger. If Parliament could successfully impeach and punish his chief minister, then the authority of the crown in choosing and protecting its own servants would be weakened. Ministers would no longer rely solely on the king's favor for their security. They would fear the shifting winds of parliamentary opinion. Such a breach in royal prerogative was almost without precedent. Only a few years earlier, in another case born of private displeasure, had something similar occurred. When the prosecution began, and the king perceived that it was encouraged by the duke and approved by the prince, he summoned them both. With passion and urgency, he urged them to withdraw their support. He warned them that this was a wound to the crown that would not easily be healed. He commanded them to restrain the proceedings. But Buckingham stood unmoved. In a burst of anger, King James cried out, swearing by God and addressing Buckingham by his familiar nickname, that he was a fool. He warned him that in seeking popularity with Parliament, he was fashioning a rod with which he himself would one day be scourged. Turning to Prince Charles, the king delivered an even darker prophecy. He told his son that he would live to have his fill of parliamentary impeachments. When he himself was dead, the prince would remember how much he had contributed to weakening the crown by establishing these dangerous precedents, first by urging Parliament into war against Spain, and now by supporting the impeachment of a royal minister. But the Duke's influence, reinforced by the prince's open support, was too strong within both houses of Parliament. The king's intervention could not halt the process. The Earl of Middlesex mounted a vigorous defense. Many who listened judged that he was not guilty of any notorious crime. Nevertheless, the political tide ran against him. In the end, he was condemned. He was sentenced to pay a heavy fine. He was committed to long and strict imprisonment. And most striking of all, he was forbidden ever again to sit in Parliament for the remainder of his life. This final clause was extraordinary. Such a punishment had scarcely been seen before in parliamentary judgment, and, in truth, could properly be imposed upon a peer only through a full act of attainder. Yet it stood, marking a decisive moment in the shifting balance between Crown and Parliament, as tensions deepened and resentments hardened in the uneasy years before open conflict would one day erupt. However deeply the heart of King James I of England had been wounded in truth against George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, he concealed it from the world. 3 great provocations had shaken his confidence in the man who had once been the object of his deepest affection. The first provocation was the secret and hazardous journey of his son, Charles, Prince of Wales, into the Kingdom of Spain in the year 1623. That daring expedition, undertaken to secure the hand of the Spanish Infanta Maria Ana, daughter of King Philip III of Spain, had exposed the heir of England to enormous political and religious dangers. The second provocation was even more serious. After returning from Spain disappointed, the prince and the duke had stirred the English Parliament, meaning the assembly composed of the House of Lords, formed by hereditary nobles and bishops, and the House of Commons, formed by elected representatives of counties and boroughs, to abandon the proposed marriage alliance with Spain. They persuaded that body not only to break off the treaty, but to prepare for open war against the Spanish crown. Spain was then one of the greatest powers in Europe, a global empire controlling vast territories in the Americas, Europe, and Asia. The third provocation struck closer to the king's sense of justice. Buckingham had pressed for the downfall of Lionel Cranfield, Earl of Middlesex, who served as Lord Treasurer of England. Cranfield had attempted to restrain royal spending and had opposed the reckless course toward war. Buckingham, driven by personal animosity, engineered his prosecution before Parliament. The Earl of Middlesex was accused of corruption and removed from office in a humiliating fashion, sacrificed to satisfy Buckingham's anger and to quiet public discontent. Yet despite these wounds, King James did not openly reveal his resentment. Only in private whispers to a very few trusted men did he express his dissatisfaction. Publicly, he continued to support the Duke. When John Digby, Earl of Bristol, returned to England from Spain, matters reached a dramatic turning point. The Earl of Bristol had served as ambassador to the Spanish court and had been deeply involved in the marriage negotiations. He had warned against the rashness of the prince's sudden journey and had fallen into bitter conflict with Buckingham. King James had promised Bristol that he would receive him personally upon his return. Yet under Buckingham's influence, the king broke that promise. Bristol was restrained from appearing before the king. Instead, the Attorney General, meaning the chief legal officer of the crown, was instructed to bring a formal charge of high treason against him in the king's name. High treason was the gravest crime under English law, meaning betrayal of the sovereign or the state. Bristol was committed to the Tower of London, that ancient fortress on the River Thames long used as a prison for those accused of political crimes. Yet he showed no sign of despair. With remarkable steadiness, he answered every accusation, and with boldness equal to his peril, he brought forward charges of high treason against the Duke of Buckingham himself, alleging numerous abuses of power. Thus, in confusion and haste, England entered into war against Spain. At the same time, a new marriage alliance was pursued, this time with the Kingdom of France. The Prince of Wales was to wed Henrietta Maria, daughter of King Henry IV of France and sister to King Louis XIII of France. Negotiations moved swiftly, though the marriage would not be fully completed until after the death of King James. In the spring of the year 1625, King James I, aged 58 years, fell ill. He had long suffered from gout, a painful disease of the joints. Soon he was seized by what was described as a quartan ague, a recurring fever that returned every fourth day. In his heavy and unwieldy body, burdened by years and illness, the fever proved fatal. Within 4 or 5 violent fits, he passed from this world. After his death, scandalous and malicious rumors spread, accusing various persons of foul play. Yet thorough examinations conducted later, at times when criticism of the monarchy carried little fear, revealed no evidence to support those accusations. The death was natural, brought about by age and sickness. Upon his father's death in the year 1625, Charles, Prince of Wales, ascended the throne as King Charles I of England, Scotland, and Ireland. His accession was greeted with universal joy. Across Europe, nearly every major power was entangled in conflict, particularly in what is known as the 30 Years' War, a devastating struggle primarily fought within the Holy Roman Empire. Many foreign rulers eagerly sought the friendship of the new English king. They perceived in him energy and determination. He did not appear a monarch who would remain idle. The Duke of Buckingham retained his position of extraordinary favor under the new king. It was a rare and almost miraculous circumstance for a royal favorite to maintain such influence across 2 successive reigns. Many had expected otherwise. In earlier years, Charles had shown jealousy and even anger toward Buckingham. There had been a moment when the prince had nearly struck him in fury. Observers believed that once Charles wore the crown, he would remember those grievances. But during the journey to Spain, Buckingham had regained the prince's confidence. In that shared adventure, full of secrecy, risk, and intense negotiation, the Duke had bound himself closely to the prince. He had acknowledged past faults with enough humility to soften resentment, while also presenting those faults as misunderstandings or youthful excesses. He renewed vows of loyalty and devotion, strengthening the bond between them. From the death of King James until the death of Buckingham himself in the year 1628, King Charles I displayed toward him the most complete confidence and friendship that any English king had shown to any subject. Buckingham effectively controlled all appointments in church and state. Bishops, judges, military commanders, and ministers rose by his favor. His relatives and allies were advanced in rank, wealth, and office. Those who opposed him found themselves excluded from court and stripped of influence. Yet one unavoidable reality confronted the new king. At the beginning of every reign, it was customary to summon a parliament. Such assemblies traditionally granted the new sovereign certain revenues and financial supplies necessary to govern. War with Spain demanded even greater funds. When Parliament met, King Charles soon discovered that his father's warnings had been prophetic. The Parliament that had passionately supported war against Spain during the previous reign no longer existed. Although many of the same noblemen remained in the House of Lords, and many of the same gentlemen were elected again to the House of Commons, the spirit of the assembly had changed. They were no longer eager for war. They did not consider themselves bound by the declarations made in the enthusiasm of the previous session. Money was required to conduct military campaigns, to maintain fleets and armies. Yet the willingness to grant such funds was nearly desperate in its absence. Moreover, the affection and admiration once shown toward the Duke of Buckingham had vanished. In their place stood suspicion and resentment. His entire life was examined in detail. Every speech he had delivered, every decision he had made, was reinterpreted in the harshest light. Votes and formal remonstrances, meaning written protests, were passed against him, describing him as an enemy to the public good. His alleged mismanagement was cited as justification for refusing the king the financial supplies that were urgently needed. The Duke's spirit was proud and high. It might have bent under gentle correction, but it could hardly endure humiliation. The same men who had once flattered him extravagantly, who had hailed him as the savior of the kingdom for bringing Prince Charles safely home from Spain, now denounced him as a corrupter of the king and a betrayer of the liberties of the English people. They accused him without presenting new crimes, for the actions they condemned had been known to them even when they praised him. Such is the unstable nature of public applause. Enraged by this reversal, Buckingham chose confrontation rather than conciliation. When Parliament began to deliberate in ways displeasing to him, he persuaded the king to dissolve it, meaning to formally end its session before its intentions could fully unfold. A second Parliament was treated in the same manner. Those members who had spoken boldly were imprisoned or disgraced. Meanwhile, new financial schemes were invented to raise money without Parliament's consent. These projects angered the population and yielded little substantial revenue. They filled the kingdom not with wealth, but with murmuring, complaint, and growing distrust. Tensions that would not fade, but would gather force as events continued to unfold. In those troubled years, when the authority of the crown strained against the resistance of the nation, many gentlemen of rank and honor, though not themselves peers of the realm, were committed to prisons scattered across England. Their offense was simple yet grave in the eyes of the government. They had refused to pay sums of money demanded through extraordinary and questionable methods. These were not taxes granted by Parliament, but forced loans and other devices imposed by royal command. Such imprisonments were carried out with circumstances so harsh and unusual that men spoke of them in whispers, as if ancient liberties had been set aside. The Duke of Buckingham, George Villiers, already the most powerful subject in the kingdom and chief minister to King Charles I, often allowed his temper to overrun his judgment. In moments of passion, he would speak with sharpness and act with heat. His words wounded even those who wished him well. His conduct stirred resentment among his enemies. In so doing, he gave them not only anger, but opportunity. For in politics, indignation can become a weapon sharper than steel. At this fatal moment in the kingdom's affairs, after several costly embassies had been dispatched to the Kingdom of France, the Duke himself undertook the final journey. It was he who traveled to bring home Henrietta Maria, daughter of King Henry IV of France, and now the bride of King Charles I of England. When he returned triumphantly with the young queen in the year 1625, the nation rejoiced. The marriage promised alliance, stability, and perhaps peace. Yet even as England celebrated, the kingdom was already engaged in a war against the Kingdom of Spain, a conflict born from the collapse of the Spanish marriage negotiations and from wider European struggles connected to the 30 Years' War. At such a time, wisdom would have urged the extinguishing of one conflict before kindling another. Instead, with alarming haste, a new war was declared against France. The fleet that had earlier been sent in an ill-prepared attempt to surprise the Spanish port of Cadiz, under a commander unequal to so great an enterprise, had returned battered and unsuccessful. Rather than pause and reflect, the fleet was refitted. The army was reinforced. And now the Duke of Buckingham himself assumed command as general. In the year 1627, he led an expedition against the Isle of Rye, a small but strategically vital island off the western coast of France. The objective was to aid the Protestant stronghold of La Rochelle, a city resisting the authority of King Louis XIII of France and his powerful chief minister, Cardinal Armand Jean du Plessis, known to history as Cardinal Richelieu. The island was to serve as a base from which English forces could relieve the besieged city. The descent upon the Isle of Rye proved disastrous. English forces faced determined resistance, inadequate supplies, and mounting disease. Attempts to capture the fortified positions failed. After months of hardship, the army was forced into a miserable retreat. In that retreat, the flower of England's fighting men perished. Brave officers and common soldiers alike were lost in confusion and despair. Thus it came to pass that although Spain and France were often rivals upon the continent of Europe, both now stood as bitter enemies to England. Meanwhile, within England itself, the people were consumed by anger against the man they believed responsible for their humiliation. They fixed their fury upon the Duke of Buckingham. In their minds, he was the architect of failed expeditions, wasted treasure, and unnecessary wars. So intense was the public resentment that few paused to consider the larger danger. If the kingdom's internal divisions were not healed, the consequences could prove fatal. Yet no truce was granted to popular rage. It burned unchecked until the Duke's life was brought to a violent end in the 4th year of King Charles I's reign, in the year 1628, when the Duke himself was but 36 years of age. His assassin was John Felton, a man obscure in position, though not without family standing. He came from a respectable household in the county of Suffolk. He had been trained as a soldier and had served as a lieutenant in a company of foot. During the retreat from the Isle of Rye, his captain had been killed. Felton believed that by right the vacant command should have been granted to him. When the promotion was denied by the Duke of Buckingham, who as general had authority over such matters, Felton resigned his commission and withdrew from the army. He was by temperament melancholic and solitary. He spoke little and kept few companions. After leaving military service, he resided in London. At that very time, the House of Commons, the elected chamber of the Parliament of England, had brought accusations against the Duke of Buckingham before the House of Lords, charging him with mismanagement and misconduct. In speeches and declarations, some members had described him as the cause of the kingdom's sufferings and as an enemy to the public good. Though printed pamphlets of open sedition were not yet as common as they would later become, copies of such accusations circulated privately. Harsh expressions passed from hand to hand. Public sermons in the city of London, preached by men inflamed with zeal, echoed with denunciations. These influences worked gradually upon Felton's troubled mind. In his later examinations, he would claim that he came to believe he would perform a service pleasing to God if he removed the Duke from the world. Once resolved, he chose a simple instrument, an ordinary knife purchased from a common cutler for the modest price of 1 shilling. Armed with this humble weapon, he traveled to the great naval port of Portsmouth, arriving on the eve of the feast of St. Bartholomew, the 23rd day of August in the year 1628. The Duke of Buckingham was then at Portsmouth overseeing preparations for yet another expedition. He intended within days to sail for the relief of La Rochelle, which was at that time closely besieged by the forces of King Louis XIII and directed by Cardinal Richelieu. The Duke felt a particular obligation to that city. During his earlier campaign on the Isle of Rye, the people of La Rochelle had supplied his army with food and had sent companies from their garrison to assist him. Now they themselves were in desperate need. On the morning of St. Bartholomew's Day, the Duke received letters reporting that La Rochelle had managed to provision itself and was not yet fallen. Encouraged by this news, he ordered that his breakfast be made ready with haste. He intended to ride to Southwick, the residence of Sir Daniel Norton, about 5 miles from Portsmouth, where the King's court was then staying, in order to share the intelligence personally with King Charles. The chamber in which the Duke dressed was crowded. Officers of the fleet and army stood about. Gentlemen of quality filled the space. Among them was Benjamin de Rohan, known as Monsieur de Soubise, brother to Henri de Rohan, leader of the French Protestant forces. These French gentlemen were deeply anxious. They feared that the news of La Rochelle's temporary relief might cause delay in the English preparations. They pressed upon the Duke with urgency, insisting that the intelligence could not be trusted. They suggested that it might be a stratagem devised by Cardinal Richelieu to dampen English zeal. Every day's delay, they argued, would strengthen the French fortifications toward the sea and within the harbor. Their speech, delivered in the animated and passionate manner characteristic of their nation, sounded heated to those Englishmen who did not understand the French language. To such observers, it appeared almost as though they quarreled rudely with the Duke. At length, Buckingham declared himself ready. Informed that his breakfast awaited him, he moved toward the door. The hangings were drawn aside to clear his passage. As he stepped forward, he turned briefly to address Sir Thomas Fryer, a colonel in the army. Most agreed at once that the hat must belong to the killer. But the discovery did not solve the mystery. The paper carried no name, and whoever had committed the act, people reasoned, would hardly remain nearby without his hat, calmly waiting to be discovered. The crowd surged and split, people running in all directions. In the midst of that frantic motion, one man was noticed walking quietly near the door. He wore no hat. His face was composed. His pace was steady. Someone shouted, "There's the man who killed the Duke." Others rushed toward him at once, voices rising. "Which man? Which man?" The hatless figure answered without trembling, without hesitation, "I am he." Fury ignited instantly. Several men, wild with grief and anger, drew their swords and lunged forward to cut him down where he stood. Others, equally shocked by the Duke's death but determined that justice must proceed lawfully, threw themselves between the blades and the prisoner. The accused man did not resist. He opened his arms and stood exposed, calm and even cheerful in expression, as if ready to die immediately by their rage rather than face the slower process of judgment he knew would follow. He was soon recognized. His name was John Felton, a former Army lieutenant who had served as a lower-ranking officer in recent campaigns. He was taken quickly into a private room by men of rank and authority, who first chose to speak cautiously. They told him only that the Duke was badly wounded, not certainly dead. Felton smiled and replied that he knew the blow he had given left no hope of recovery. Their chief question came at once. Who had persuaded him? Who had ordered him? What powerful enemies stood behind the murder? Felton answered with firm assurance that surprised his interrogators. No living person, he said, had urged him on. No one had commanded him. No conspiracy stood behind his hand. He had shared his intention with no friend, no patron, no secret group. The act came from himself alone, driven by the force of his own conscience. His reasons, he said, were written and hidden in his hat, placed there because he believed he might die in the attempt and wanted his motives to be known. He explained his method with plain directness. He had arrived in the town of Portsmouth only the night before and kept to his lodging so that no one would notice him. In the morning, he went to the Duke's residence and waited near the door for his exit. When movement inside signaled that the Duke was about to come out, Felton stepped close, pretending to adjust the hanging curtain at the doorway. A gentleman named Sir Thomas Fryer was speaking with the Duke at that moment and stood shorter in height. As the taller Duke bent slightly toward him to hear, Felton struck from behind, driving the knife over Sir Thomas Fryer's shoulder and into the Duke's chest. He described everything openly and without confusion. When bystanders cursed him and denounced him, he bore their words with the calm of a man who believed he had done right. Yet time in prison changed his manner. He was treated without cruelty and given basic human care. As months passed, reflection and religious fear weighed on him heavily. About 4 months later, he was brought to formal trial before the High Criminal Court known as the Court of King's Bench, the Central Royal Court for Major Crimes and Legal Appeals, an institution representing the king's justice. There he behaved with humility and visible remorse. He declared that his conscience now told him he had acted wickedly. He begged forgiveness from the king, from the Duke's widow, the Duchess, and from the Duke's household servants whom he said he had wronged by his deed. He even pleaded with the judges that the hand which held the knife might be cut off before his execution, as an added punishment for the act he now called sinful. News of the murder could not be hidden for long. The royal court was nearby, filled with nobles and attendants. The king, Charles I of England, was attending public prayers in church when a message arrived. A courtier named Sir John hippiously entered with a face marked by distress and went straight to the king, whispering the terrible news into his ear without waiting for the service to end. The king did not move. His expression did not change. He remained still and composed until the prayers were finished. Then he withdrew at once to his private chamber, cast himself upon his bed, and gave way to overwhelming grief. He wept openly and passionately for the loss of the man he called an excellent servant, taken from him in so violent and shocking a manner. For many days afterward, he remained sunk in deep sorrow and troubled thought. When the sudden and violent death of George Villiers, the Duke of Buckingham, was first announced to the king in public, the reaction of the court was watched with intense curiosity. The Duke had been assassinated in the year 1628 at Portsmouth by a discontented officer named John Felton. The news, when brought before the king in the presence of many courtiers, produced a response that seemed restrained, almost composed. Those who stood nearby saw no dramatic collapse, no uncontrolled display of grief. They did not witness the private storm of sorrow that later overtook him in his chamber. And so many began to whisper that perhaps the event was not entirely unwelcome. Some even persuaded themselves that the king regarded the loss with indifference. After all, Buckingham had long been deeply unpopular with the people. His influence over both King James I and his son, now reigning as Charles I, had stirred resentment across the kingdom. His costly foreign expeditions, especially the failed campaign to the Isle of Rhe in 1627 against French forces during the wars connected to the Huguenots of La Rochelle, had ended in humiliation and heavy loss of life. In Parliament, the mere mention of the Duke's name had often obstructed cooperation. Many members of the House of Commons believed that as long as Buckingham stood at the center of royal policy, grievances would remain unresolved. Therefore, when he fell by the assassin's knife, some believed the king had been quietly relieved of a burdensome servant whose presence hindered all reconciliation between crown and parliament. Encouraged by this belief, men of every rank began to speak more boldly. In taverns, in private houses, even in the corridors of influence, they dissected the Duke's character and enumerated his faults. They spoke of his pride, his extravagance, his favoritism. They assumed that criticism would no longer provoke royal displeasure. In this assumption, they were profoundly mistaken. From the moment of Buckingham's death until the king's own final days, very few men were admitted into positions of trust if they had openly declared themselves enemies of the late Duke. King Charles I did not forget who had reviled the man he had loved and relied upon. On the contrary, he expressed a grief as vivid and enduring as any prince had ever shown for a fallen minister. His sorrow did not end with words. It was demonstrated through constant kindness toward the Duke's widow and children. The king extended favor and protection to Buckingham's servants and dependents. He showed particular concern for the payment of the Duke's debts. These debts had been vast, contracted during years of public service, especially in financing military ventures and maintaining the magnificence expected of the crown's chief minister. Yet the manner in which those debts had been incurred left little written evidence. No official records carefully itemized the sums. Few of Buckingham's officers had been entrusted with the full knowledge of these financial obligations. Much rested only in the king's own memory and sense of honor. It was from that personal conviction that he sought to discharge what he believed was owed. Buckingham himself had been a man of striking qualities. His nature was bold and generous. He possessed a noble bearing that suited the role of favorite to a powerful king. The arts and refinements of court life, the subtle customs, the gestures of influence, the careful use of favor and access, he understood completely. Under the guidance of King James I, who delighted in instructing him, Buckingham had learned quickly. The king, a man of considerable learning and sharp intellect, took pleasure in shaping the young favorite, knowing that others would always see him as the king's own creation. Through long practice in affairs of state, Buckingham developed a rapid understanding of business. He could grasp complex matters swiftly and respond with eloquence. His speech was graceful and well chosen. In public and private audiences alike, he carried himself with flowing courtesy and easy affability. He desired intensely to oblige those who approached him. Yet this very eagerness to please often led him into error. He did not always weigh the worthiness of those he favored. He bestowed benefits without sufficient caution, and from this indiscriminate generosity, much of his later misfortune arose. His courage was undeniable. He was not a man easily daunted. In disputes with individuals of the highest reputation, he showed fearless resolve. Most visibly, during the expedition to the Isle of Rhe in 1627, when English forces attempted to aid the French Protestant stronghold of La Rochelle against the armies of King Louis XIII of France, Buckingham displayed personal bravery. At the landing on the island and during the disastrous retreat, he exposed himself freely to danger. No soldier present doubted his willingness to share the risks of battle. His affection for his friends was intense, almost overwhelming. To be his friend was to enter into a bond as binding as marriage, as firm as a military alliance. He believed himself obliged not only to love those who stood with him, but also to oppose all who opposed them. Their quarrels became his quarrels. Their enemies became his enemies, regardless of the original cause. In this same measure, he could pursue hostility with relentless vigor. Those he judged to be adversaries were treated with severity. He was not easily persuaded toward reconciliation. Yet even in his enmity, there was something direct and almost chivalrous. He disdained the quiet poison of concealed revenge. He would not secretly undermine a man while pretending friendship. Instead, when angered, he declared himself openly. One notable example involved Henry de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, a nobleman of ancient lineage and high reputation. Buckingham had once sought his friendship and had shown him many civil attentions. The Earl appeared receptive, but when Buckingham discovered, or at least suspected, that Oxford had joined a parliamentary group critical of his influence, he resolved to confront him directly. Friends advised caution. They urged delay. Buckingham refused. Meeting the Earl the following day, he drew him aside and, after recounting the perceived injuries and broken assurances, announced that he would no longer rely on his friendship. From that moment, he declared he would be his enemy and would oppose him openly. The Earl of Oxford, himself proud and high-spirited, responded without fear. He denied caring for Buckingham's friendship and declared that he did not fear his hostility. From then onward, he openly associated with those in Parliament who were vigilant in searching out faults in the Duke's administration. This shift proved harmful to Buckingham. Oxford belonged to one of the most ancient families in the English nobility, a house that had for generations remained loyal to the crown. His courage and lineage lent weight to opposition, and his involvement signaled that resistance to the Duke had moved beyond private resentment into organized and formidable challenge. Thus, the character of the man who had dominated 2 reigns appeared in full contrast. Generous yet imprudent, courageous yet contentious, affectionate yet implacable, magnificent yet polarizing. And even in death, the shadow of his life continued to shape the temper of the court and the growing tensions between king and parliament. Sir Francis Coddington was a man of experience, intelligence, and long service. He had acted as secretary to Charles, Prince of Wales, and had spent many years in the court of Madrid, the capital of the Kingdom of Spain. Unlike many who survived at court by flattery and careful silence, Coddington had not yet learned to disguise his opinions when he believed them true. That honesty had already offended George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, even before the prince undertook his secret journey into Spain in the year 1623. During that journey, Coddington's conduct deepened the Duke's resentment. While Buckingham's pride had been wounded by Spanish delays and perceived insults, Coddington had consistently encouraged the prince to believe in the sincerity of the Spanish court. He supported the proposed marriage between Prince Charles and the Infanta Maria Anna, daughter of King Philip III of Spain. After returning to England, Coddington defended Spain's intentions before King James I. King James held a favorable opinion of Coddington. The king believed him thoughtful and well-informed. Coddington assured him that the Spanish government truly desired the marriage alliance. He insisted that Spain was resolved to assist King James in the matter of the Palatinate. The Palatinate was a territory within the Holy Roman Empire that had belonged to Frederick V, Elector Palatine, who was married to King James's daughter, Princess Elizabeth. Frederick had lost his lands after accepting the crown of Bohemia and provoking the wrath of the Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand II, leader of the powerful Habsburg dynasty. Restoring the Palatinate to James's son-in-law had become a matter of family honor and international diplomacy. Coddington explained that Spain wished to gratify King James in this business. They only desired, he said, to arrange the matter in a way that would also satisfy Emperor Ferdinand II and Maximilian I, Duke of Bavaria, both Catholic rulers whose support was necessary. Such arrangements, he assured the king, would take very little time. These assurances stood in complete opposition to Buckingham's conclusions and ambitions. The Duke had returned from Spain deeply embittered. He believed the Spanish court had humiliated the prince and insulted England. His purpose now was war, not reconciliation. Coddington's defense of Spain directly challenged that purpose. When King James died in the year 1625 and Charles ascended the throne as King Charles I, the balance of power at court shifted rapidly. New offices were arranged. Old privileges were reconsidered. It had been customary for a man who had served as secretary to continue enjoying certain profits and advantages until he received new promotion. Yet in Coddington's case, these benefits were suddenly withdrawn. One morning, as he attended in the private royal lodgings where he was accustomed to wait upon the king, one of the secretaries of state approached him. The Secretary of State was among the highest ministers in the government, responsible for managing the king's correspondence and political affairs. This official delivered a cold message. It was the king's pleasure, he said, that Sir Francis Coddington should no longer presume to enter those rooms. It was the first unmistakable sign of royal displeasure. At that very moment, the Duke of Buckingham entered the same part of the palace. Coddington, with controlled composure, turned toward him and asked permission to speak. Buckingham inclined his ear and moved aside toward a window, away from the surrounding company. Coddington spoke calmly. He said that each day brought him new signs of severity. He described the message he had just received. He asked only one thing: whether it might still be possible, through dutiful service and faithful application, to recover the good opinion that the Duke had once graciously shown him. He wished to know whether he might again be admitted to serve. Buckingham listened without visible anger. His face remained composed. When Coddington finished, the Duke answered with chilling clarity. He said he would deal plainly. What Coddington proposed was utterly impossible. He was firmly resolved never to trust him, never to have dealings with him again. More than that, he declared that he would remain his open and declared enemy. He would use all his power to ruin and destroy him. Of this, Coddington might be most assured. He offered no specific charge, no detailed grievance, only an implacable sentence. Coddington, master of an extraordinary temper, did not respond with anger. He replied gently that since the Duke was resolved never to do him good, he hoped that from a sense of justice and generosity, he would at least not enrich himself by his loss. Coddington reminded him that he had expended considerable sums of money at the Duke's command for jewels and paintings that the Duke had received. Furthermore, hoping for future favor, he had once presented him with a suite of decorative hangings that had cost £800 sterling, a vast sum in the 17th century. He requested that these amounts be repaid so that he would not suffer severe financial loss. Buckingham answered that he was right. The next morning, Coddington should go to his financial officer, named Oliver, who acted as the Duke's receiver of funds. There he should present a full account of all money owed, and it would be paid immediately. The following morning the payment was made in full, without deduction. Before Buckingham's own death in the year 1628, a partial reconciliation occurred. The Duke, though fiercely hostile to Spain after the failed marriage negotiations, later resolved to seek peace with that kingdom. His reason was strategic. His heart was passionately set upon prosecuting war against France, particularly against the French crown under King Louis XIII and his powerful minister, Cardinal Armand Jean du Plessis, known to history as Cardinal Richelieu. To wage war effectively against France, Buckingham believed it necessary first to secure peace with Spain. For this purpose, he sent for Coddington. After private conference, he informed him that the king intended to send him as ambassador to Spain. Coddington was to attend the Duke at Portsmouth, the principal naval port of England, to receive his final instructions before departure. Yet beneath these dramatic reversals lay a deeper weakness in Buckingham's character and circumstances. His greatest misfortune, one that produced many others, was that he never formed a truly noble and equal friendship with a man of wisdom and integrity who would advise him frankly for his honor and true interest. No such counselor stood beside him to resist the torrent of his passions. His temper was impetuous. Once resolved, he moved like a storm. Part of this deficiency arose from the condition of the time. The royal court was not filled with a rich abundance of men, distinguished equally by virtue and judgment. Another part lay in Buckingham's own astonishing rise. Before his elevation, he had been relatively obscure, a gentleman of moderate birth. Those who had been powerful before him sometimes regarded his youth and former obscurity as reasons why he should labor excessively to win their friendship. But his ascent was so rapid that it resembled flight rather than gradual growth. He was a favorite of fortune. Within a month of arriving at court, he stood supreme in influence. It was not lack of royal favor that restrained him at first, but only his own caution. Obstacle met him nowhere. Before he had fully measured the height of his own position, he stood at its summit. Thus he gathered dependents, men who relied upon his patronage, but he did not seek coadjutors, equals who might share responsibility and counsel him honestly. Many of his servants were eager to grow rich under his power, not to help their master grow wiser and better. Throughout his career, he remained a man of greater intelligence than any servant or friend who surrounded him. It is reasonable to believe that had he been blessed with one faithful companion, armed with both wisdom and incorruptible integrity, that powerful figure might have committed far fewer errors. In such a case, he might have performed actions as noble and distinguished as any statesman who shone in the great political sphere of Europe during that turbulent age. Those who knew George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, most closely were often divided in their judgments. Yet even his enemies rarely denied that he possessed a noble and generous nature. He was, by temperament, open and receptive to counsel. His mind was capable of reasoned advice. In private dealings, he was just and candid. He was liberal in gifts, generous in spirit, and inclined to bounty. No man could prove that the temptation of money ever persuaded him to commit an unjust or dishonorable act. At his death, he left a vast inheritance to his heirs. Yet much of that wealth had not been gathered by his own calculation or ambition. He had married Lady Catherine Manners, the sole daughter and heir of Francis Manners, 6th Earl of Rutland, and through her he inherited an immense estate. Beyond that, the enlargement of his fortune came chiefly from the impatience and affection of two kings, his masters, who were determined that his material wealth should match the grandeur of his titles. These two sovereigns were James I of England and his son, Charles I of England. They advanced him step by step, raising him higher and enriching him further, until his elevation stood far above that of all other subjects. Yet he did not treat his estate as entirely his own. At his death, it was found to be heavily engaged in obligations to the crown. Much of what he possessed had been spent in royal service. His wealth was magnificent in appearance, but deeply entangled in the financial burdens of the monarchy. He was often accused of a moderate ambition. If ambition was indeed present, it did not appear to have been native to him when he first entered the court. Rather, it seemed to grow in the atmosphere of power in which he lived. Court life in early 17th century England was a world of rivalry, display, and favor. Titles and offices were not merely honors. They were instruments of influence and survival. In such an environment, ambition was almost a garment required for protection. It was hardly possible for a man so beloved by two kings to remain obscure. Advancement followed him as naturally as warmth follows a man who sits beneath the blazing sun of midsummer. Yet two great charges weigh heavily upon his memory, each intensified by grave circumstances, and each producing consequences that echoed long after his death. The first was his role in urging the kingdom into war with Spain. To understand this, one must return to the early years of the reign of King Charles I, and even earlier, to the final years of his father, King James I. For many years a marriage had been negotiated between Prince Charles, heir to the English throne, and the Infanta Maria Anna, daughter of King Philip III of Spain. Such a union would have allied Protestant England with Catholic Spain, a powerful but controversial match. Negotiations began after the death of Prince Henry in the year 1612, and they continued with fits and delays for more than a decade. In the year 1623, Prince Charles, accompanied by the Duke of Buckingham, traveled secretly to Madrid in a bold and astonishing journey, hoping to conclude the marriage in person. The chief minister of Spain at that time was Gaspar de Guzman, Count Duke of Olivares, the all-powerful favorite of King Philip IV. He governed Spain with stern dignity and deep pride in Spanish traditions. The cultures of the two courts could not have been more different. The English court, especially in the circle around Buckingham, favored gaiety, wit, and familiarity. The Spanish court valued ceremony, reserve, and profound reverence for royal authority. What seemed lively and charming in England appeared irreverent and even scandalous in Spain. Olivares was reported to have spoken severely of Buckingham's manner toward the Prince of Wales, later King Charles I. He judged the Duke's familiarity to be disrespectful, even dangerous. In Spain, such informality toward a royal person was considered nearly sacrilegious. It was said that Olivares warned that if the Infanta married the prince without first suppressing this excessive familiarity, she herself might suffer from it. These words, once repeated to Buckingham, struck deeply. He began to fear that in a Spanish marriage he might lose his influence and position. From that moment, his zeal for the match cooled. Instead, resentment grew. Personal animosity developed between Buckingham and Olivares. What had begun as cultural misunderstanding hardened into hostility. One incident in particular inflamed the situation. One morning in Madrid, King Philip IV invited Prince Charles to take the air and visit the royal pleasure grounds known as the Prado, a hunting estate situated several miles from the city. The king, the prince, and the Infante Don Carlos entered one coach. Because the prince did not yet speak Spanish fluently, the Earl of Bristol, who served as ambassador extraordinary and had long experience at the Spanish court, was invited into the coach to act as interpreter. Olivares was left to follow in another coach with the Duke of Buckingham. When Buckingham learned that the Earl of Bristol was riding beside the king and prince, he was overcome with fury. He interpreted the arrangement as a deliberate slight. In his view, as the prince's closest companion and most recently arrived envoy from England, that place of honor belonged to him. He accused Olivares of orchestrating the insult. He reproached the Earl of Bristol for presumption. In his anger, he declared that he would abandon the excursion and return at once to Madrid. Olivares, perceiving the Duke's agitation, though not understanding its cause, ordered the royal coach to halt. King Philip himself descended and offered courteous explanations. The Earl of Bristol protested that he had entered the coach only at the king's command to serve as interpreter. After delicate negotiations, the matter was rearranged. Don Carlos exchanged places, and the journey continued. Yet the incident had caused deep astonishment at the Spanish court. The people of Spain, whose reverence for royalty formed part of their national character and religious devotion, were shocked at such open display of anger over precedents. The episode became the subject of intense discussion in both court and city. From that day forward, Buckingham's hostility toward the Earl of Bristol grew more open. He suspected him of undermining his influence. And when Olivares later attempted to smooth relations, offering assurances of sincere friendship and mutual benefit for their masters, Buckingham received these overtures with visible contempt. He declared plainly that he would have no friendship with the Spanish minister. Soon thereafter, the marriage negotiations collapsed entirely. Prince Charles and Buckingham returned to England. The long-anticipated alliance with Spain was abandoned. War followed in the year 1624. The kingdom at that time was financially exhausted. Years of expensive diplomacy and mismanaged revenues had weakened the royal treasury. The people were more inclined to question how the crown had become so impoverished than to grant new subsidies. Yet the war proceeded. Many believed that personal resentments between Buckingham and Olivarez had played no small part in the decision. What might have remained a diplomatic disagreement had escalated into national conflict. Thus, the first heavy charge upon Buckingham's memory, that through pride, impatience, and wounded honor, he had helped drive England into war at a time when the kingdom was least prepared to sustain it. The very next day after the king returned from accompanying his son toward the seacoast, a day still warm with ceremony and emotion, the court was filled with talk of the farewell they had just witnessed. The king, James I of England, had escorted the prince for part of the journey toward his departure for Spain. At their final parting, there had been every outward sign of deep affection between father and son. They embraced with tenderness, spoke with visible feeling, and parted with tears and blessings. So strong was the impression of that moment that the king ordered a fine stone pillar to be raised at the very place where they last held each other. Upon it were set inscriptions praising the honor and virtue of the prince, so that all who passed might remember the scene. At that time, there was not the smallest suspicion at court that the great marriage negotiation underway would fail. The intended bride was the Spanish princess known by her title Infanta, meaning daughter of the King of Spain, Maria Anna of Spain. Her brother, the Spanish royal prince Infante Don Carlos, had been appointed to stand as proxy for the English prince in the formal betrothal ceremony, meaning he would represent him in person at Madrid. The complex marriage contract documents, called the sponsalia or marriage articles, had been left in the hands of the English ambassador John Digby, Earl of Bristol, who managed the negotiation in Spain. When news arrived from Rome, the seat of the Roman Catholic Church and the authority required to approve such a mixed-religion marriage, that the necessary papal dispensation had been granted, preparations advanced rapidly. The Spanish princess was treated publicly with the rank and honors due to a Princess of Wales, the title traditionally given to the wife of the English heir to the throne. Even the Queen of Spain yielded ceremonial precedence to her. The English ambassador was granted frequent formal audiences with her and stood uncovered in her presence as a sign of highest respect, as a subject would stand before his sovereign lady. Yet beneath these splendid ceremonies, a secret counter-order was already in motion. On the very next day after the prince separated from his father, a royal servant named Mr. Clark, one of the gentlemen of the prince's bedchamber who had formerly served George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, was sent back toward Madrid. The public excuse was that something had been forgotten. The true purpose was far more serious. He carried instructions directing the Earl of Bristol not to deliver the final marriage documents within the required 15 days after the dispensation arrived, as the treaty required, but instead to delay until further command came from the prince or the king after the prince's return to England. Mr. Clark was ordered not to hand over this letter until he was certain that the dispensation had truly arrived from Rome. But events overtook caution. While staying in the ambassador's house in Madrid, he fell gravely ill with a feverish condition that doctors believed would soon cause his death. Fearing he would not survive, he sent urgently for the Earl of Bristol to come to his bedside and gave him the letter at once, even before official notice of the dispensation had reached them, though it was already widely known that approval had been granted. Despite this hidden delay order, the Spanish court went forward with all the outward ceremonies honoring the Infanta as the prince's future wife. By these concealed steps and careful delays, the vast marriage project, watched closely for years by courts and kingdoms across Christian Europe, slowly came undone. It collapsed not because of romantic entanglements, as later rumor loudly claimed, but through prior political design and growing mistrust. Much gossip later blamed the failure on supposed love intrigues involving the Duke of Buckingham and a Spanish noblewoman, the Duchess of Olivares, wife of the powerful Spanish minister Gaspar de Guzman, Count Duke of Olivares. But in truth, she was then already advanced in years, beyond childbearing, and described as lacking both beauty and charm. She was bent in figure and unimpressive in appearance, not a woman likely to stir either desire or jealous revenge. Whatever harsh measures the Duke later pursued in England against Spanish interests were not born from rejected romance, but from the political anger and resentment he had already formed during his stay in Spain. Another and even more dangerous entanglement grew from his conduct in France. Without clear national necessity or lawful provocation, he drove the kingdom toward open war with the French crown, guided largely by personal passion. During his embassy to France, where he went to escort the new queen to England, his appearance created astonishment. He displayed extraordinary splendor, dressed with such richness that many believed the wealth of England itself shone upon his person. His jewels, fabrics, attendants, and ceremony outdid even the famous elegance of the French court. He surpassed them, even in their own love of display and ornament. There he fixed his attention upon a great lady of the highest rank and pursued her with intense and persistent admiration. This lady was Anne of Austria, the queen consort of France. His addresses to her were so bold and so frequent that they became widely discussed. When the French king delivered his sister, the new English Queen Henrietta Maria of France, into the Duke's charge to be escorted safely to England, the Duke resolved during the journey, after leaving the French court, to attempt one more secret visit to that same great French lady. He believed he could accomplish it privately, but the plan was discovered almost at once. Precautions were arranged for his reception, and he received warning that if he continued, he would certainly be killed by hired assassins. He withdrew only because the danger was made clear to him in time. Yet even then he swore passionately that he would see and speak with her despite all the strength and power of France. From the hour the young French queen arrived in England, the Duke took every opportunity to offend and provoke the French court. He arranged that many French nobles and ladies who had fled from the displeasure or punishment of their own king should be welcomed in England with ceremony, safety, generous gifts, and splendid hospitality. The more important they were, and the more severely they were out of favor with the French king, the warmer their reception in England. This policy struck directly at French royal authority. He constantly urged the English king to distrust France and to support the French Protestant party known as the Huguenots, encouraging them to trouble their own sovereign. He worked as well to cool the king's affection toward his young queen, fearing that her influence might grow strong enough to interfere with his political designs. In this, he acted against his own natural temperament. He was by character friendly, gracious, and courteous to nearly everyone he met. Yet toward the queen, he forced himself into a manner of neglect and even roughness, using cold behavior as a deliberate strategy. There was a moment, sharp and unforgettable, when anger overcame judgment within the royal household itself. One day, the Duke of Buckingham, George Villiers, believed that the Queen had shown disrespect to his mother. The Queen was Henrietta Maria of France, the young wife of Charles I. She had intended to visit the lodging of the Duke's mother at a particular hour, but by a simple and unavoidable accident, she had been delayed. The Duke, however, interpreted the delay as a deliberate slight. In a blaze of passion, he entered the Queen's chamber. Before witnesses, in language described as rude and heated, he reproached her. He told her that she would one day repent of such conduct. The Queen, spirited and not inclined to submission in private quarrels, answered him with quickness and dignity. His reply was astonishing in its insolence. He reminded her that there had been queens in England who had lost their heads. It was a chilling reference to the execution of queens in English history, a reminder of the fate of women, such as in Boleyn under King Henry VIII. That such words could be spoken by a subject to a reigning queen revealed how far Buckingham's influence and boldness had grown. His experience abroad had not translated into decisive leadership in this ambitious assault. In truth, dissatisfaction with the war itself soon became evident. It was clear that the initial enthusiasm would not be matched by sustained vigor or cheerful financial contribution from the public. Then came the even more controversial decision to enter into open conflict with France. This step was taken without the formal declaration traditionally issued by a monarch, setting forth the reasons, provocations, and intended aims of war. Instead, the public manifesto explaining the expedition appeared in the name of the Duke of Buckingham himself, who served as Lord High Admiral and commander of the naval and military forces. This irregularity struck many as improper and alarming. When the fleet returned to Portsmouth after the disastrous expedition against the French forces at the Isle of Rhe in the year 1627, the reality could not be concealed. Portsmouth lay close enough to London that accurate news spread swiftly. The losses were severe. In noble households across England, families discovered that a son, a brother, or a near kinsman would not return. Many had perished not in glorious battle, but in confusion and retreat. There were few heroic details to comfort the bereaved. The retreat from the Isle of Rhe had degenerated into disorder without the pressure of a decisive enemy assault. In the chaos of embarkation, English soldiers were crushed in the crowd, trampled, or drowned. Thousands of common soldiers were missing. Among the higher officers, those men whose experience and reputation were essential for future campaigns, many could no longer be found. The effect upon the nation was profound. Unlike the earlier disappointment at Cadiz, which had produced murmurs and private criticism, this defeat created open consternation. It seemed to many as if the combined armies of France and Spain threatened to overwhelm England itself. Fear and anger mingled. Mutinies erupted within the fleet and army. Officially, these disturbances were blamed on unpaid wages, and indeed substantial arrears were owed. But beneath the complaint overpay lay deeper resentment toward the service itself and toward the authority of the Duke of Buckingham. Throughout the counties of England, anger intensified. Local communities resisted the billeting of soldiers in their homes. Billeting was the practice by which civilians were required to house and feed troops. Many counties refused to comply, even though such refusal often brought harsher penalties and greater disorder. Efforts to raise new troops to replenish the shattered army relied on the traditional method of pressing men into service. This compulsory recruitment had long been used in times of emergency. Yet now, in many regions, resistance emerged. The legality of the authority used to compel men into service was openly questioned. Some declared it unlawful. In response, the government resorted to martial law. Special commissions were established, and several individuals were executed under military authority. These executions did not restore harmony. Instead, they sharpened resentment. Among the common people especially, bitterness deepened, and distrust of the Duke and of royal policy spread wider across the land. The turbulence of the time had reached a point so universal that even the smallest spark of rumor or complaint found ready fuel, and all those men of wisdom and experience, capable of foreseeing the course of events, regarded it as the foretelling of ruin and destruction that was to follow. There was no serenity in the countenance of any man who understood the workings of politics and the nature of men, except in those few who secretly desired the fall of the Duke of Buckingham and considered the nation's disorder a price worth paying for it. They saw in the restless passions and mutinous humors of the people a necessary path toward the Duke's ruin. It cannot be denied that from these two wars, the war against Spain and the ill-fated war against France, so poorly undertaken, and from the circumstances that flowed from them, the ruin of the Duke took its beginning. From that moment onward, no person ceased to pursue him, until at last a singular and execrable act, conceived by a single malicious spirit, brought him to his end. The venom of that season grew stronger with each passing day. One license followed another. The nation's morals and temper became corrupted, until the people grew weary even of their own government, despite having lived under it with more felicity than any other nation of Europe had ever known. These calamities, which would eventually engulf the realm, had sprung originally from the inordinate appetite and passion of the young Duke of Buckingham himself. He had been indulged by two masters, King James I and the court, and had benefited from 1,000 coincidental circumstances that reinforced his influence. If he had lived longer, the observation and experience he had gained, which had greatly improved his understanding, coupled with the greatness of his spirit and his devotion to the honor of his sovereign, might have repaired many of the inconveniences he had caused. His fidelity to the king was superior to any temptation, and it might have prevented many of the mischiefs that resulted from these causes. Yet he was taken away at the age of 36 years, leaving much undone. Among the stories circulating at that time, there were many prophecies and predictions of the Duke's untimely and violent death. One of these, however, rested upon a foundation more credible than most such tales. There was an officer in the royal wardrobe at Windsor Castle, a man of good reputation for honesty and discretion, who was about 50 years old. In his youth, he had been educated in the same parish where Sir George Villiers, father of the Duke, had lived. Sir George had been generous to him, and though he had not seen Sir George since that time, he remembered him well. About 6 months before the Duke's miserable end, at midnight in his bedchamber at Windsor, the officer, in good health, saw a man of venerable aspect appear at the side of his bed. The figure drew back the curtains and fixed his eyes upon the officer, asking if he knew him. The officer, terrified and almost paralyzed with fear, hesitated, but when asked a second time, he remembered Sir George Villiers and the clothes he had once worn, and he answered that he thought the visitor to be that person. The figure confirmed his identity and delivered a grave command. He expected the officer to go to his son, George Villiers, the Duke of Buckingham, and tell him that unless he took steps to ingratiate himself with the people, or at least to lessen their extreme malice against him, he would live only a short time. After delivering this message, the apparition disappeared. The officer, believing it to be a dream, slept until morning and thought no more of it. But the next night, the same figure appeared again at the same place, a little more severe than before. He asked whether the officer had carried out his instructions. Seeing that he had not, the apparition reproached him sharply, insisting that he expected more obedience. He warned that if the commands were not performed, the officer would enjoy no peace of mind and would be perpetually haunted by him. Terrified, the officer promised compliance. The following morning, the officer awoke, perplexed by the vividness of the apparition's demands. He reasoned that the figure was so distant from the Duke that he had no possible access to him, and even if he did, he could never persuade the Duke that the message came from a supernatural source. He feared that any attempt would be construed as madness or as a malicious trick to deceive the Duke, and so he resolved to do nothing. Yet the story spread, and the intensity of these warnings, the inevitability of fate, and the growing malice of the public all seemed to signal that the Duke of Buckingham's end was approaching, as if the very universe conspired against him. The mysterious visitor answered as he had answered before, in words that carried both urgency and dread. He declared that he would never find rest until he performed what was required of him, and therefore it were better that he dispatched it without delay. He insisted that access to the Duke's son was known to be easy, that few men waited long for audience with him. To gain belief, he said he would reveal 2 or 3 particulars, matters so secret that he charged the listener never to mention them to any living soul, save only to the Duke himself. The moment the Duke heard those particulars, he would believe all the rest that might be spoken. Having repeated his threats, the strange figure departed. In the morning, the troubled man, strengthened rather than calmed by this final appearance, set out for London, where the royal court then resided. He was well known to Sir Ralph Freeman, one of the masters of requests. The masters of requests were officers of the royal household whose duty it was to receive petitions addressed to the sovereign and to prepare them for consideration. Sir Ralph Freeman had married a lady closely allied by blood to the Duke of Buckingham and was himself well regarded by that powerful favorite. To Sir Ralph Freeman the man went. Though he did not unfold every circumstance, he said enough to make it plain that something extraordinary pressed upon him. Sir Ralph, knowing the sobriety and discretion of the man, was deeply struck. The petitioner desired that, by Sir Ralph's means, he might be brought privately to the Duke, at such a place and in such a manner as should be thought fitting. He affirmed that he had much to say, of a nature requiring privacy, time, and patience in the hearing. Sir Ralph promised first to acquaint the Duke with the matter and then to convey the Duke's pleasure. At the first opportunity, he informed the Duke of the man's reputation for honesty, of his request for private audience, and of all that he himself knew of the affair. The Duke of Buckingham, whose nature was open and accessible, replied without hesitation. He said that on the following morning he was to hunt with the king. His horses would attend him at Lambeth Bridge, where he would land by 5 o'clock in the morning. If the man would attend him there at that hour, he would walk and speak with him for as long as might be necessary. Thus it was arranged. At dawn the next day, Sir Ralph Freeman brought the man to Lambeth Bridge and presented him to the Duke as he stepped ashore. The Duke received him courteously. They walked aside together and conferred for nearly an hour. None were present save the Duke's own servants, and Sir Ralph himself stood at such a distance that he could not hear a word, though he observed that the Duke sometimes spoke with great agitation. Sir Ralph, having procured the meeting upon a matter he believed extraordinary, fixed his eyes upon the Duke throughout and perceived that strong emotions passed over his countenance. When the conference ended and they returned by water, the man told Sir Ralph that when he mentioned the secret particulars intended to gain credit, the Duke's color changed. The Duke swore that such knowledge could have come only by the devil, for those particulars were known solely to himself and to one other person, who, he was certain, would never have revealed them. The Duke continued with his purpose of hunting that morning, yet he was observed to ride pensively, immersed in thought, taking no delight in the sport. Before the morning was spent, he left the field and rode to Whitehall, the principal royal palace in London, and there entered the lodgings of his mother. His mother, though married to Sir Thomas Compton, had been created Countess of Buckingham shortly after her son first assumed that title. She was a woman of strong character and commanding spirit, deeply devoted to her son's fortune. The Duke remained shut up with her for 2 or 3 hours. Those waiting in adjacent rooms heard the noise of animated discourse, raised voices carrying through the walls. When at length he emerged, his countenance was troubled, mingled with anger, an expression never before observed in him when conversing with his mother, toward whom he had always borne profound reverence. The Countess herself was found overwhelmed with tears in the highest agony imaginable. Whatever had passed between them remained secret. Yet it is certain that when, within a few months, news arrived of the Duke's murder, she showed no astonishment. She received the report as though she had foreseen it, nor did she afterward display the measure of outward grief that might have been expected from a mother for the loss of so eminent a son. This reflection upon his character and fortune is not without purpose. For the death of George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, marked a turning point in the reign of Charles I of England. Upon his fall there followed a total change in councils and in the whole face of the court. All thoughts of immediate and aggressive war were laid aside. There had been a faint design to relieve the besieged Protestant city of La Rochelle in France by fleet, which stood ready under the command of Robert Bertie, Earl of Lindsey, yet even that design lost its vigor. Instead, there arose new deliberations for peace and for restoring plenty to a kingdom wearied by expense and conflict. The Duke had been the bright and dominant star of that court. With his sudden removal, new men stepped forward. New ministers assumed the principal management of public affairs, both in the Church of England and in the civil government. It became necessary to examine who these men were, what abilities they possessed, and whether their faculties matched the weight of the high transactions now committed to them. At that time, no ladies yet presumed to intermeddle openly in affairs of state. The management of power rested wholly in the hands of those ministers who held the highest offices of trust. Later years would witness a different scene, when court influence would take new forms and other hands would reach toward authority. But in this moment, after the assassination of the king's mighty favorite in the year 1628, the court stood transformed, its former splendor darkened, its future uncertain, and its counsels reshaped by the sudden fall of the man who had long commanded both the affection of 2 kings and the envy of a nation. Sir Thomas Coventry, who at this time held one of the highest legal offices in the kingdom, served as Lord Keeper of the Great Seal of England. The Great Seal was the official stamp that made royal orders, laws, and grants legally valid. To guard and use it was to stand at the very center of royal government and justice. He had only recently been raised to the rank of baron, a titled nobleman of the realm. He was not born into idle luxury, but was what people of that age called a son of the robe, meaning he came from a family of legal professionals rather than soldiers or hereditary nobles. His father had served as a judge in the Court of Common Pleas, one of the chief courts of law in England, which decided disputes between subjects. His father took particular care with his education and upbringing and directed him from an early age into the study of the common law, the body of law built from court decisions and long custom rather than royal decree alone. This was the same legal path by which the father himself had risen. The young man pursued his legal training at the Inner Temple, one of the 4 great Inns of Court in London. These inns were not simply buildings, but legal societies and training institutions where lawyers lived, studied, and practiced. There he quickly distinguished himself. Through hard study, sharp intellect, and early success in legal argument, he rose faster than most men could hope. Before he reached 40 years of age, he had already held 3 major offices: Recorder of London, meaning the chief legal officer and judge for the City of London; Solicitor General, a principal legal advisor to the Crown; and Attorney General, the King's chief lawyer and prosecutor. Such a swift climb through the ranks was considered extraordinary, and many remarked on it with amazement. In every one of these posts, he earned a strong reputation for ability and, more importantly, for integrity. After the death of James I of England, in the first year of the new reign, he was advanced to the office of Keeper of the Great Seal. This promotion usually followed service as Attorney General. He replaced John Williams, the Bishop of Lincoln, who had previously held the seal. Though that bishop was widely acknowledged to be a man of quick wit and strong academic learning, most people believed he was not suited to such a demanding administrative and judicial office. His removal was viewed by many as the only acceptable correction for what they thought had been a mistaken appointment in the first place. Yet it was also widely known that his disgrace came chiefly from the private displeasure of the powerful royal favorite, George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham. Lord Coventry held the Great Seal for about 16 years, maintaining throughout that long period a universal reputation for fairness. Many said that justice had never been better administered than under his watch. His good fortune was marked by another rare circumstance. He actually died while still holding the office, at an age just short of 60 years. The position was considered so dangerous and unstable that no holder had died in it for nearly 40 years before him. Many who came after him did not enjoy better luck. Even with his wisdom and caution, he faced serious threats from powerful rivals. He had to use all his strength and skill, like a practiced wrestler keeping his footing, to survive 2 great political shocks. One came from Richard Weston, Earl of Portland, who served as Lord High Treasurer of England and controlled royal finances. The other came from James Hamilton, Marquis of Hamilton, a nobleman who held extraordinary influence over the personal affections of the king and could sway royal favor more than almost anyone else at court. Coventry was widely regarded as a man of deep gravity and wisdom. His knowledge of the law, both in theory and in daily practice, was considered equal to that of any man who had ever held his office. But his understanding did not stop at legal rules. He also grasped the wider policy and structure of government, both in church affairs and in civil administration. He clearly saw how, through the clumsiness of some well-meaning reformers, the concerns of church and state were colliding and interfering with one another. He studied closely the temper and character of the English kingdom. He observed that the people were becoming more stubborn, more questioning, and less patient with authority each passing year. Because of this, he naturally disliked sudden innovations and dramatic changes, believing they would lead to disorder and ruin. Some observers, watching from a distance, judged him too cautious and not bold enough in resisting new and dangerous policies. Yet his restraint came from calculation, not fear. By virtue of his office, he presided over meetings of the King's Council, where major matters were formally discussed. He was quick to see the likely consequences of decisions. However, he rarely spoke at length on affairs of state in those meetings, because he knew that most decisions had already been privately settled before being brought into open council. He almost never spoke on foreign policy, though his judgment was strong enough to understand it. He spoke freely and firmly only on matters that directly concerned the justice system of the kingdom. Even there, whenever possible, he preferred to refer difficult questions to panels of judges, so that decisions rested on law rather than personal will. His natural character contained both firmness and severity, even a certain harshness at times. Those closest to him, including his children and household servants, knew well that stern side of his nature. Yet this severity was balanced by remarkable courtesy and approachability in his dealings with others. His politeness was genuine and unforced, not a mask worn for advantage. Because of this, people of every social rank found him accessible and respectful. He was widely regarded as an excellent courtier, even while he kept the plain and simple manners that were natural to him. His style of speaking was straightforward and without decorative language. He did not rely on elegant phrases or elaborate rhetoric. Yet he possessed a rare power. When he spoke, people believed him. This, more than ornament, is the true aim of eloquence. He was known for giving honest refusals. He would not allow anyone to leave his presence thinking he would grant a favor when he had already decided not to. He considered such false encouragement a form of lying. Still, the way he denied requests was so gentle and his explanations so patient and respectful that most people left without anger. These admirable qualities protected him from making many enemies and gained him a number of well-wishers. However, they did not win him fierce and devoted friends. In royal courts, strong friendships were usually formed through passionate declarations, bold alliances, and intense personal commitments, methods he would not use. As a result, he was widely liked, but not deeply loved. It was often noted that he had no single powerful friend at court strong enough to shield him from danger or turn aside serious threats. Knowing this, he withdrew into caution and self-protection as much as he could, standing on the defensive and avoiding reckless attacks against growing dangers he knew he had no power to stop, and which might easily begin with his own downfall. To conclude this part of his story, his safety had long rested upon one quiet advantage. He possessed little real credit with the king, because he was not thought indispensable, because he did not stand in the full blaze of royal affection. He was less exposed to the storms that beat upon those who did. And he died at a season most opportune, at a time when any wise man might have prayed that his course should end. His death, in truth, crowned all the remarkable prosperity he had enjoyed in the world. Attention then turns to another figure who would rise where others had fallen, Richard Weston, who was first known as Sir Richard Weston and later became Earl of Portland. Sir Richard Weston had been advanced to the White Staff, the symbolic staff of office that marked the holder of the position of Lord High Treasurer of England. The Lord High Treasurer was the chief financial officer of the kingdom, responsible for overseeing the royal revenues and expenditures, and for managing the exchequer, the Treasury Department of the Crown. Weston received this office only some months before the assassination of the Duke of Buckingham in the year 1628. In that short time, he had already disappointed the expectations of Buckingham. Those who were privy to the Duke's most secret intentions believed that, had Buckingham survived the fatal voyage to Portsmouth where he was killed, he would soon have removed Weston and appointed another in his place. The office of Lord High Treasurer had become perilous and unstable. It seemed to slip from the hands of those who grasped it. At that moment, no fewer than 5 noblemen were alive who had each succeeded one another in that high charge without any other intervening holder. There had been Thomas Howard, then Henry Montague, who had first been known as Lord Viscount Mandeville before being created Earl of Manchester. After him came Lionel Cranfield, then William Lay, who had been removed under the pretense of advanced age and inability to perform the demanding labor of the office. Yet that reason had seemed strange to many, for his infirmities had not greatly increased since the time of his appointment only a few years earlier. Thus the treasurer's staff had passed from hand to hand with alarming speed. Weston, though originally advanced through the influence of Buckingham, could properly be said to have been secured in the office by Buckingham's death. He was a gentleman of very ancient and honorable lineage on both his father's and mother's side. His education had been thorough and cultivated, grounded in both books and in society. He studied law at the Middle Temple, one of the Inns of Court in London, where aspiring lawyers and statesmen receive their professional formation. After completing his legal studies, he traveled abroad, while still at an age well suited to observe foreign courts and governments with a reflective and mature eye. From such travel, experience is formed, and experience is often the truest teacher of statecraft. Upon his return to England, he entered court life. In those days, advancement did not come instantly. Men were seen for some time before they were truly known, and well known before they were preferred to office or dared even to aspire to it. Weston spent the better part of his inherited fortune, which had been considerable, in attending the court. He involved his friends in financial obligations on his behalf, as they were willing to support his hopeful prospects. For years, he received little tangible reward beyond the favorable notice of great men and those already in authority. Such countenance was the most natural and reliable staircase by which one ascended to higher station. He was appointed ambassador to the Archdukes Albert and Isabella in the Spanish Netherlands, present-day Belgium, which at that time was governed by these Habsburg rulers under the authority of the King of Spain. Later, he was sent to the Imperial Diet in Germany, the formal assembly of princes and representatives within the Holy Roman Empire, to negotiate concerning the restitution of the Palatinate. The Palatinate was the German territory that had been lost by King Charles's brother-in-law during the conflicts of the 30 Years' War. In these delicate negotiations, Weston conducted himself with prudence and skill. Princes and ambassadors alike testified to his wisdom. Upon his return to England, he was made a member of the Privy Council, the king's confidential advisory body. He was also appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer, replacing the Lord Brooke, who was either persuaded to resign or removed. The office of Chancellor of the Exchequer was both honorable and influential. It provided a public stage upon which a man of ability could display his talents. In that position, one encountered matters of revenue, taxation, supply, and parliamentary negotiation. It was a place where intellect, judgment, and eloquence could be exercised to advantage. Weston performed well. In Parliament, he carried himself with caution and tact. He rendered service to his sovereign and at the same time preserved himself in the good opinion of the House of Commons, a rare blessing in those turbulent times. The House of Commons had grown increasingly assertive, and many ministers had been damaged by its displeasure. Yet Weston managed to navigate those troubled waters. When the Duke of Buckingham rode as admiral over the storms of public controversy, many around him were wrecked or cast ashore in disgrace. Weston, by contrast, swam with careful strength. Sometimes he exerted himself only enough to avoid sinking. At other times, he advanced steadily. By this dexterity, he maintained favor with those who could benefit him, without wholly alienating those who opposed the men upon whom he depended. When he was elevated to Lord High Treasurer upon the removal of the Earl of Marlborough, and only months before Buckingham's death, the timing proved significant. Ordinarily, the removal of one officer and the promotion of another could provoke sympathy for the displaced and suspicion toward the newcomer. Yet this season was marked by a public appetite for change. There was little reverence for the man removed, and the Exchequer was in such visible poverty that the office itself inspired less envy than usual. Many believed that a wise and provident minister might restore order to the kingdom's finances, and so applause was ready for the taking. As for the death of the Duke of Buckingham, opinions differed. Some believed that because the Duke's passions were often sudden rather than enduring, he might have soon dismissed Weston had he lived. In that sense, Buckingham's death strengthened Weston more securely in office than even the formal delivery of the White Staff had done. Others, however, judged differently. They understood Weston's talent for softening prejudice and reconciling doubtful affections. They believed that the loss of Buckingham was, in truth, ill-timed for the treasurer. The awe inspired by the Duke's power had served as a useful restraint upon Weston's own nature. Without that check, his ambition and appetite for authority might grow too openly. Indeed, soon after Buckingham's death, Weston appeared noticeably elevated in spirit. He began to abandon the careful art by which he had once sought to please some greatly while offending none. In that delicate balance he had excelled. But within a few months, he found himself inheriting much of the public displeasure and malice that had previously been directed at Buckingham. Yet he did not inherit the Duke's credit at court, nor the devoted affection of powerful dependents. He stood exposed to hostility without possessing the same shield of favor that had once protected his predecessor. The position of the Duke of Buckingham was one of immense trust and influence, though it was not absolute in the affection or the full resignation of the king, King James I. He could not, by his own will, freely dispense favors and disfavors across the court. Yet he enjoyed the full esteem of his sovereign, who regarded him as a wise and capable servant, deserving of the confidence reposed in him. In the complex and sprawling affairs of the royal revenue, the collection and management of the king's income from lands, customs, taxes, and other resources, he received no advice from any other man. None possessed sufficient power to diminish him in the king's favor. He occupied a post that could have brought ease and delight if he had confined himself to the duties of his office, which were extensive and of such magnitude that he might have drawn a large dependence of influential men upon him. He could have appeared a useful and profitable minister, restoring order to the revenue of the crown, which had been loosely managed in the preceding years. He knew precisely what methods were necessary for the good management of royal finances, yet he spent more energy examining the offices and conduct of other men than in executing the responsibilities of his own position. The truth was that the Duke of Buckingham had an insatiable desire to be the sole favorite of the king. He did not take pleasure in the power he already wielded, but agonized over what he lacked. In this contest for supremacy, he faced many rivals, men who had sufficient influence to act against him, though not enough to satisfy their own ambitions. King James himself, determined to hold the reins of government tightly in his own hands, entrusted others only with the powers necessary to perform the specific capacities for which they served. The moment this resolution of the king became clear and the treasurer's pretensions were observed, the Duke discovered that the number of his enemies had multiplied. Those who had previously sought his favor became less eager in their pursuit, and his weaknesses, previously known to only a few, were now exposed to public reproach and private animosities. Even his vices carried contradictions that denied him any satisfaction or pleasure from them. The first mark of public jealousy came from suspicion of his religion. His wife and all of his daughters were known to follow the Roman Catholic faith, often called the Romish religion. Although the Duke himself and his sons sometimes attended the Church of England, he was never thought to possess zeal for it. Within the privacy of his household, his dependents, those who served him in offices and domestic matters, were all known Catholics and were widely believed to act as agents for the rest of the household. Yet, even with this apparent disadvantage, he never gained reputation or favor among the Catholics themselves, who were the only people in England who doubted his religious loyalty. At this time, the penal laws against Catholics, laws designed to punish and restrict the practice of Roman Catholicism, were enforced with great rigor. Even as sanguinary or bloodthirsty, penalties were occasionally applied, though sometimes restrained. During the Duke of Buckingham's tenure, the crown derived more revenue from these laws than ever before, and those who sought favors or indulgences from his office paid dearly for them. The Duke's ambition to make his family great and leave behind a substantial fortune was extraordinary, yet his expenses were prodigious, especially in maintaining his household and offices. The income generated through every lawful method of supply proved insufficient, and he contracted vast debts. He claimed that the anxiety over these debts weighed upon his mind, restricting the attention and diligence necessary for the proper execution of his office. King James himself intervened twice to alleviate these burdens, disbursing £40,000 in ready money from the royal exchequer. In addition, the king granted him Chute Forest in Hampshire, along with other crown lands. These gifts were especially noted and murmured against, for as the chief minister of revenue, the duke was expected to prevent excessive royal disbursement. Yet he openly curtailed the king's bounty from reaching others while securing advantages for himself. The duke possessed ample credit, reinforced by the king's own observation, experience, and favor to restrain extravagant expenditure across the realm. He could have retrenched unlimited expenses, yet he often acted imperiously and provoked others, indulging in courage that became a fault. After offending and incensing men, he lived in constant fear of their retribution. He lacked the proper submission, attention, and reverence toward Queen Henrietta Maria, wife of King Charles I, that might have been expected from a man of his wisdom and breeding. He frequently thwarted her petitions and desires with rudeness exceeding his natural character. Yet he was excessively anxious to know what Her Majesty thought of him in private, and what resentment she bore. When confidants of the Queen, who had their own ends and interests, informed him of bitter expressions she had made, he was consumed with grief and torment. At times, he conveyed his complaints and petitions to the king, lamenting his misfortune. At other times, he approached the Queen herself with dutiful entreaties, trying to clarify grievances. These interactions often resulted in the identification of those confidants who had relayed information to him, leaving him worse off than before. The Duke of Buckingham's life at court, therefore, was a delicate and dangerous balance of power, ambition, fear, and intrigue. His position was one of extraordinary privilege, yet constantly imperiled by enemies, public suspicion, the rigid enforcement of religious law, and the unpredictable temperament of those around him. Every action, every misstep, and every expression of anger or impatience could be scrutinized and turned against him, and the burden of sustaining influence and favor was never relieved by the comfort of complete security. In the midst of his decline, he quickly lost the character of a bold, stout, and magnanimous man, which he had long been reputed to possess during times far less favorable. Even in the narrowest misfortunes of his life, he fell under reproach, accused of being a man of petty looks and of a mean and abject spirit. At that time, a story, ridiculous yet true, circulated widely and illustrated both the humor and the nature of the man in question. Sir Julius Caesar, the Master of the Rolls, an eminent judicial officer in England charged with the custody of the records of the Court of Chancery and with certain judicial functions, possessed by his office the unquestionable right and disposition over the appointments of the 6 clerks, subordinate officers under his jurisdiction. For many years, Sir Julius had bestowed these positions on such persons as he deemed worthy. One of these offices had fallen vacant, and the old man, in his customary intention, had designed to confer it upon his son, Robert Caesar, a lawyer of excellent reputation, much beloved by his peers. Yet the Lord Treasurer, a high officer of state responsible for the kingdom's finances and vigilance in public matters, had learned of the vacancy before Sir Julius could act. He procured from the king a command expressly forbidding the Master of the Rolls from granting that 6 clerk's place until the king's pleasure was further declared. This unprecedented command struck the aged Master of the Rolls profoundly, for he had outlived most of his friends and patrons, and in his advanced years many of the nobility, who might have supported his right, were already deceased. The Lord Treasurer, with little difficulty, persuaded Sir Julius to acquiesce, and a 6 clerk's place was granted to one Mr. Fern, a dependent of the treasurer, who paid £6,000 in ready money for the office. The poor old man, who had long served as a privy councillor, chancellor of the exchequer, and in various other offices from the accession of King James I of England and Scotland, lived to see the fruit of his labor, but also to repent in private grief the loss of his rightful choice. The injury caused a great outcry, for the son Robert Caesar, esteemed and beloved as he was, seemed unjustly deprived of opportunity. He became a living symbol of compassion and of the injustice that had been done, and the matter was presented vividly to the king himself. King James I was graciously pleased to promise that if soon after, when the Earl of Tullibardine asked the treasurer whether he had remembered Caesar, the matter of his earlier perturbation came sharply to mind. He could not restrain himself from imparting it to his friends, who in turn relayed it further. In this manner, what had begun in secrecy, confusion, and alarm gradually revealed itself as little more than a jest, a small oversight that had grown into a tale of suspense and imagined peril. All the honors that the king bestowed upon him could not satisfy the hunger of his ambition. The king raised him step by step through the ranks of nobility, first making him a baron, then an earl, and also a knight of the most noble order of the Garter, the highest order of chivalry in England, reserved for the most favored and trusted servants of the crown. Beyond these titles, the king also strengthened the family's standing by arranging a marriage between the man's eldest son and a young and beautiful lady closely related to the king himself and to the royal line of Scotland. Such a marriage meant a direct connection to ruling blood and to the royal houses of two kingdoms. Yet even with titles, decorations, royal favor, and powerful marriage alliances, he never believed himself raised high enough. No amount of royal gifts, and no increase in his own wealth, could build a secure and lasting fortune for his heir. Though he lived 6 or 8 years in outward splendor, surrounded by the appearance of luxury and greatness, inwardly he remained restless and dissatisfied that his estate was not greater still. Vast sums of money passed through his hands. Great wealth was gathered, yet it was consumed more than enjoyed. Prosperity brought him no true pleasure, because every gain was measured against a greater gain he had not achieved. His mind was filled not with gratitude, but with torment that his condition was not higher. When he died, he was not mourned. There was no widespread sorrow at his passing. Many spoke of him bitterly, including those who had never truly loved him while he lived. Those who had expected the most from him, and who had deserved the most from him, complained openly and judged him severely. He left behind a large family line, but that line quickly declined. The family name survived for a short time, yet the fortune he left behind disappeared even faster than the bloodline. After him, the next great counselor of state was the Lord Privy Seal, the officer entrusted with the king's private seal, which was used to authorize important state documents before they received the Great Seal. He came from a noble and fortunate family. His grandfather had served as Lord Chief Justice of England, the highest judge in the land, and had been appointed by Henry VIII of England as one of the executors of his final will and testament, meaning one of the men trusted to carry out the king's last commands after his death. This counselor was a younger son, not the main heir of his father's estate, and so he was directed into the profession of law. He studied at the Middle Temple, one of the 4 Inns of Court in London where barristers were trained and admitted to practice. He advanced steadily, passing through nearly every important rank in the legal profession and in public office. Around the time of the death of Elizabeth I of England, he served as Recorder of London, the chief legal officer and criminal judge for the city. After that, he became Sergeant at Law, a senior and honored rank among barristers, and then Chief Justice of the Court of King's Bench, the highest criminal court of the realm. Before the death of James I of England, through the favor of George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, he was elevated to the powerful office of Lord High Treasurer of England, the officer responsible for royal revenue and financial policy. Yet this high favor did not last. Within less than a year, when that powerful patron withdrew his support, the treasurer was stripped of real authority and left with little more than the title of President of the Council, an office of dignity but far less power. To soften the humiliation, he was granted a noble title and created Viscount Mandeville. He accepted this fall in status with calmness and self-command. He was a wise man with an excellent and balanced temperament. In time, he regained enough royal favor to be raised again, becoming Earl of Manchester and Lord Privy Seal, and he held that office until his death. During those later years, he witnessed many others raised and cast down from the very offices he had once held himself. He was known for great industry and sharp judgment in business, and he took real pleasure in the labor of administration. His mental strength remained vigorous even into old age, so that when he was nearly 80 years old, some who had known him when he was young believed his understanding was quicker and more penetrating than it had been in his youth. His honors had increased more rapidly than his wealth. Because of this imbalance, he became overly eager to enlarge his fortune by whatever opportunities appeared. This eagerness exposed him to criticism and reproach and reduced the weight of his voice in public affairs. Though he possessed wisdom, long experience, seriousness, and ability enough to serve the public well through his counsel, many people judged advice not only by its truth, but by the perceived independence of the man who gave it. He was unfortunately often used as a counterweight against Lord Coventry, the keeper of the Great Seal. When Lord Coventry raised legal objections that slowed or troubled certain political plans, this former judge, who had walked the same legal path, was called upon to give supporting authority for the opposite side. Too often he agreed with designs that were difficult to justify. This danger belongs to all who are dependent on favor or are thought to be dependent, and few can entirely escape it. Yet his virtues outweighed his weaknesses. He kept a good general reputation across the nation. People widely believed him to be a man of integrity and a sincere defender of the Protestant religion as it was established by law in England. He was also regarded as unquestionably loyal and faithful to the king. These two qualities, loyalty to the crown and zeal for the established religion, were always enough to gather popular support, like wind filling the sails of a ship, provided the vessel itself had enough weight and steadiness to remain upright. He died at a fortunate moment, in the early beginning of the Great Rebellion and Civil Wars, when religion, loyalty, law, and wisdom together were no longer enough to guarantee any man's safety. After him, the next great officer of state in rank was Thomas Howard, Earl of Arundel, who by his birth and hereditary dignity took precedence over the rest of the king's council. He was widely considered a proud and distant man. He kept much to himself and spoke little with those engaged in ordinary social conversation. It seemed to many that he lived as though in a separate country of his own. His household was filled with visitors who went nowhere else, foreigners and those who liked to appear foreign, dressing and behaving in unusual styles. He went to the royal court from time to time, because only there could he find men of rank higher than his own. Yet he went rarely for that very reason, because he did not like to stand below any other in dignity. Toward royal favorites and great officers, he showed no submission or flattering courtesy. He preferred to endure poor treatment from their power rather than lower himself by pleading for their favor. He often fell under royal displeasure and was at times imprisoned in the Tower of London, the great fortress and state prison on the River Thames. During such periods, he traveled abroad for long stretches, making repeated journeys into foreign countries. With his wife and family, he lived several years in Italy, whose culture, manners, and artistic tastes he greatly admired and tried to imitate. He possessed a good inheritance from his ancestors and gained a far greater fortune through his wife, who was effectively the sole heiress of the great noble house of Shrewsbury, since her two sisters left no surviving children. Yet his spending had no restraint. His expenses were without measure and consistently far exceeded his yearly income. He was eager to be regarded as a scholar and to appear versed in the most mysterious and venerable aspects of antiquity. During his travels in Italy and in Rome, he had made a remarkable and costly acquisition of exquisite statues, some of which he never received permission to remove from Rome, despite having paid for them. He also possessed a rare collection of the most curious medals, coins, and art objects, intended to reflect learning and taste. Yet, as to actual scholarship, he was almost illiterate. History, in his eyes, mattered only as it concerned his own family, which, no doubt, contained some memorable figures in past generations. There was no denying that he carried in his person, his expression, and his countenance the image of a great man. He preserved this aura in his gait, in the very motion of his body. He wore a style of clothing entirely different from contemporary fashion, garments that men of his time had only encountered in paintings of the most distinguished and venerable ancestors. His appearance drew the gaze of most men and inspired the respect of many, marking him as the living embodiment of the ancient nobility, of the gravity and dignity once native to the highest ranks. But this grandeur was purely external. Beneath it, his nature and true temperament leaned toward levity and trivial delights, childish and vulgar in their pleasures. He showed little concern for religion in any serious sense. He did not lean toward one party or another in matters of faith, and his affection for the kingdom extended only as far as his own share of it, much like a great leviathan playing in the waters of its own dominion. When he discerned that his peace or pleasure might be disturbed, he withdrew, leaving others to bear the consequences. He eventually died in Italy, still under the uncertain guise of religion that had marked his life. By contrast, William Herbert, the Earl of Pembroke, was of a very different mold. He was universally beloved and esteemed, enjoying the highest regard of his contemporaries. Holding a significant office at court, he elevated the court itself, making it more respected throughout the country. He maintained a large circle of friends among the finest men of the kingdom, and few dared openly declare themselves his enemies. He was never suspected of seeking personal gain through jurisdiction or authority, and had no pretension to interfere beyond the bounds of his duty. Whatever offices or employments he held, whether lucrative or honorable, he spent more than he gained, and never allowed any man under him to owe him obligation or favor. He had been sent on extraordinary diplomatic missions to Germany, ambassador to negotiate the general peace, but performed nothing of lasting importance there, reflecting his nature as a man more concerned with propriety and reputation than with ambition. Later, he became general of the army raised for Scotland, and received full pay as such, drawing additional resources through his office as Earl Marshal, the senior officer of state responsible for ceremonial and military matters. He was well educated, of excellent breeding, a graceful speaker, witty, generous, and magnificent. He inherited a great fortune from his ancestors and increased it through his marriage to a daughter and heiress of the Earl of Shrewsbury. Yet his expenses always exceeded his income, for his mind and his heart were devoted to noble uses, and his generosity knew no bounds. He spent many years at court before fully participating in its affairs, never by dependence upon it, but rather by the sheer weight of his personal virtue and merit. After the disgrace of the Earl of Somerset, he was appointed Lord Chamberlain of the king's household, responsible for the administration and ceremonial of the royal household. His presence made the court itself shine with greater luster. Because he lived upon his own fortune, he required no patronage and conducted himself with such decency toward royal favorites that he prevented them from criticizing the king's judgment while remaining fully his own master. In both court and country, he was celebrated. He never sought for himself what others labored for, yet he promoted the pretensions of worthy men wherever he could. He received no obligations from the court that could sway his judgment, and all those dissatisfied with the court naturally gravitated to his banner. Yet he did not turn them away. He restrained their murmurs without forcing them to rebel openly. His love of country, of religion, and of justice guided his friendships, which were reserved for men who shared these principles. He associated with those of the highest intellect and understanding, and extended support and encouragement even to those unknown to him, if they were fairly recommended. In all the history of court life, few men had been so aptly planted in the soil of their environment, nor possessed such qualities to purify the atmosphere in which they moved. The Duke of Buckingham, though remembered for his virtues and good inclinations, was far from being without vice, and was clouded with infirmities that were, in his character, of an excessive and immoderate proportion. He indulged himself in pleasures of every kind, often to the point of excess. To women, whether from his natural constitution or from a lack of content and delight in his domestic life, which was a source of profound unhappiness, as he had paid too dearly for his wife's fortune by taking her person in the bargain. He was immoderately given. Yet, even in these indulgences, he exercised a remarkable power over his appetite, being moved less by beauty and outward allurements than by the advantages of mind, the wit, spirit, and knowledge of those he encountered. These intellectual qualities brought him great pleasure in conversation, and to them he devoted himself, sacrificing both his precious time and a considerable portion of his fortune. Those closest to him sometimes feared that the natural vivacity and vigor of his mind might be diminished by such excessive indulgences. About the time of the death of King James I, or immediately afterward, the Duke of Buckingham was appointed Lord Steward of the household, a senior office of the royal household responsible for the management of the king's domestic affairs. This appointment allowed the office of the Lord Chamberlain, a position overseeing court ceremonies and household management, to be placed in the hands of his brother, the Earl of Montgomery, in a new contract of friendship between the Duke and his family. After King James I's death, the Duke also obtained offices he most desired, positions of honor and command, rather than profit, which he cared little for. Within 2 years, he himself died suddenly of an apoplexy, a stroke after a full and cheerful supper. A short anecdote, often recounted by a person of known integrity, illustrates the perception of the Duke's fate. This man, traveling to London, met at Maidenhead a group of persons of quality in connection to the Earl of Pembroke, including Sir Charles Morgan, commonly called General Morgan, who had commanded an army in Germany and defended the town of Stade, Dr. Field, then Bishop of St. David's, and Dr. Chafin, the Earl's chaplain. At supper, one of them drank a health to the Lord Steward. Another observed that he believed his lord was very merry because that day marked the anniversary of his birth, completing his 50th year, which his tutor, Dr. Sandford, had prognosticated he would not survive. By the next morning, as they traveled to Colebrook, news arrived of the Duke's death. His passing was universally lamented by men of all qualities and ranks. He left many servants and dependents well provided for, with estates secured through his employments and royal bounty. His heir, though burdened with debts arising from the Duke's magnificent expenditures, inherited wealth in jewels, plate, and furniture, as well as an estate managed by his brother through his wife's right. This estate was considered among the best in England, rivaling the inheritance received from his father. The Earl of Montgomery, who was then Lord Chamberlain of the household and later became Earl of Pembroke, alongside the Earl of Dorset, were also members of the Privy Council, the advisory body to the king. These men possessed very different talents and qualities. The Earl of Montgomery, being a young man barely of age at King James I's accession, won favor by the comeliness of his person, skill, and indefatigable industry in hunting, a pursuit King James admired. Within the first 2 years, he was appointed gentleman of the king's bedchamber, a personal attendant to the king, and elevated to the title of Earl of Montgomery. This did no harm to the king's service, as he conducted himself with moderation and was generally esteemed. He relied on no other qualifications than his skill with horses and dogs, beloved by the king, and a reputation of honesty and generosity, which won him many friends and left him without enemies. However, this brief period of favor was disrupted by the arrival of a new favorite, Robert Carr, a Scotsman, who quickly gained the king's attention and affection. The Earl of Montgomery, without resentment, made way for Carr's rise, demonstrating a temper rare in its moderation and goodwill. The king held him in high regard thereafter, commending him to his son, Charles, Prince of Wales, at his death as a man of honesty and fidelity. Yet it soon became apparent that the Earl of Montgomery was not built with the strength or stability to endure the storms of court intrigue, a weakness that would later influence the unfolding of events. The other, Edward Sackville, Earl of Dorset, was, in every principle and purpose, a man of a very different character. His person was handsome, graceful, and vigorous. His wit was pleasant, sparkling, and elevated, and his other accomplishments, in learning and language, were of such brightness and luster that it seemed impossible for him to fail in the world. His vices, if they could be called so, were those of the age which he lacked the stubbornness to resist or condemn. He was a younger son, the grandchild of Thomas Sackville, Lord Buckhurst, the great treasurer of England under Queen Elizabeth I. At the first entrance of King James I of England and Scotland, Edward Sackville had been created Earl of Dorset, a noble title of considerable rank, and he had lived to inherit the support of his grandfather, who took care in providing both for him and for his younger position in the family, leaving him a fair fortune through his wife, who was the sole heiress of a substantial inheritance. As his person and talents were so remarkable, he indulged them fully, without restraint, allowing himself all the pleasures that youth and high society could tempt him with during the most riotous and joyous season of life. Yet, in the midst of this indulgence, he became embroiled in a fatal quarrel with a young Scottish nobleman, Lord Bruce. The quarrel, arising from an unwarranted subject, escalated to such a degree that both men carried it to Flanders, a region then divided among various principalities and known for its mercenary soldiers and dueling culture. There, under the walls of Antwerp, and attended only by 2 surgeons placed at a distance, under strict orders not to intervene except in the event of a fatal injury, they engaged in combat. Lord Bruce fell dead upon the spot, while Edward Sackville, severely wounded, retreated into the nearest monastery for safety and care. Even this disastrous episode, which he always deeply lamented, did not suffice to curb his insatiable appetites and passions, the very same that had led him into that desperate enterprise. His elder brother, who had inherited their grandfather's titles for many years, consumed almost the entire fortune left to him through extravagant expenditure in every possible way that wealth could be applied. Thus, when the title eventually passed to Edward Sackville, he found himself with little to support the dignity of his rank, exposed to financial difficulties and social inconveniences. Yet despite these challenges, his notable abilities and the excellent reputation he had gained, notwithstanding his faults, inclined King James I to summon him to the Privy Council, the king's advisory body charged with matters of state, before his death. Had he not been so indulged by his natural constitution and temperament, and so troubled by precarious and straitened fortune, he would have been an exceptional man of business, for his mind was sharp and discerning. He was of obliging nature, greatly honorable, generous, and of the most entire fidelity. There were 2 other men of considerable authority on the council, by virtue of their great renown at court. They deserved their eminence, being, without doubt, 2 of the most accomplished courtiers in all the palaces of Europe, and the greatest, if not too great, improvers of the polish, breeding, and qualifications expected of courtiers. They were the Earl of Carlisle and the Earl of Holland. Though both men delighted in pleasures, their long experience in court made them well acquainted with the affairs of the kingdom, and more versed in foreign affairs than any other seated at the council table at that time. The Earl of Carlisle, a younger son of a Scottish noble family, had accompanied King James I from Scotland into England as a gentleman, arriving with no rank other than that conferred by his education in France and his accomplishments in human learning. His gracefulness, affability, and skill in entertainment quickly won him favor with the king, who delighted in such exercises. Through this favor, and by judiciously choosing his friendships and alliances, he acquired particular interest with the king and a high regard throughout England. By royal mediation, he was made gentleman of the bedchamber, a position of close personal attendance upon the monarch, and Viscount Doncaster, and he secured the hand of the sole daughter and heiress of Lord Denny in marriage, thereby providing a substantial landed fortune for his descendants, which his son long enjoyed. He ascended with remarkable speed through the conveniences of court, attaining high favor and trust. He became groom of the stole, responsible for attending to the king's personal wardrobe and intimacies, was created an earl, and appointed knight of the most noble order of the Garter, the highest chivalric honor in England. He married a beautiful young lady, daughter of the Earl of Northumberland, with her father's passive consent, simply by bringing her into the king's presence after their marriage. He lived in the court with fair intelligence and good understanding, not meddling in the affairs of others except where necessary, and concerned himself little with money beyond maintaining his own splendor. While he could preserve that, he had no concern for wealth accumulation, debt, or borrowing, for his ambition was guided not by money, but by reputation, honor, and influence. He was, beyond doubt, the man of greatest personal expense in all that age in which he lived. No other man of his time spent so lavishly upon himself. He set the pattern for luxury in clothing and in food. He introduced new extremes of fashion and indulgence, not merely following custom, but inventing it. What others later displayed as elegance and excess were only copies of the models he first created. In dress, in feasting, in personal display, he became the living example that others imitated. Yet he was not a man of narrow ability. He possessed a wide and universal understanding. His mind was capable of taking pleasure in many kinds of pursuits. He could have applied himself seriously to other paths of life if he had believed them to be as agreeable and worthy of his attention. But he judged that public business and affairs of state were filled with rivalry, conflict, and daily irritation. He believed that such business brought more trouble than delight and no greater innocence. Therefore, he chose the life of pleasure and magnificence instead of the life of labor and contention. He left behind him the reputation of being a very fine gentleman and a most accomplished courtier, meaning a man perfectly trained in the manners, graces, and arts of royal courts. He lived cheerfully and freely, devoted to enjoyment. Over the course of his life, he received from the crown more than £400,000, an enormous sum of money in the early 17th century, equal to the wealth of great noble estates. Yet after spending all this in a bright and jovial life, he left behind him not a single house, nor even 1 acre of land, by which his memory might be preserved through property. Nothing solid remained of so much royal bounty. He was sharp in foresight and judgment, able to see dangers forming far ahead, as clearly as most men. When he observed the gathering of political and religious unrest in the Kingdom of Scotland, a storm that soon afterward would spread across both Scotland and England, he understood the threat that was coming. Yet he died with outward calmness and composure, as if he had lived a life of strict virtue and discipline. He showed little fear of death, though he expected it for many days before it came. After him came Henry Rich, 1st Earl of Holland, known as the Earl of Holland. He was a younger son of a noble and very fruitful family, meaning a family that produced many children. The children of that household were divided between 2 marriages of their mother. From her first husband, the Lord Rich, came many sons and daughters. From her second husband, Charles Blount, Earl of Devonshire, came several more children of both sexes. Thus he belonged to a wide and well-connected noble network. Even so, the reputation of his family alone did not give him great advantage at the beginning of his career. His eldest brother was Robert Rich, 2nd Earl of Warwick, a man who possessed a very large fortune. Another brother was Mountjoy Blount, Earl of Newport, who also enjoyed a rich and plentiful income. Yet the Earl of Holland himself had to make his own way. He spent some time in the Kingdom of France and then turned toward military service in the Dutch wars in the Low Countries, where the Dutch provinces were fighting for their independence from Spanish rule. He intended to make the profession of a soldier his life's work. After serving in 2 or 3 military campaigns, as was common for English volunteer officers, he returned to England during the winter season to visit friends and to appear at the royal court, which at that time shone with generosity and splendor under James I of England. This was during the early rise of royal favor toward George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, the powerful favorite of the king. The Earl of Holland quickly made himself agreeable to the Duke. However, his closest friendship was with James Hay, Earl of Carlisle, a nobleman whose temperament and style more closely matched his own, and whose generosity suited his needs and ambitions. Many observers believe that for several years he supported his position at court largely through this friendship. Their bond lasted with little interruption for many years, continuing almost to the end of their lives. He was a very handsome man, with an attractive and winning presence, and gentle and pleasing manners in conversation. Because of these qualities, he gained easy access to the royal court and quickly won the favor of King James. As a result, he abandoned his earlier intention of pursuing a full military career. He carefully shaped his advancement through the favor of the Duke of Buckingham. He tried by every method to make himself dear to the Duke and to earn his trust. He avoided receiving any royal favor unless it clearly appeared to come through the Duke's gift and recommendation. Above all, he avoided giving the impression that the king showed him kindness for any personal reason independent of the Duke. He wanted to be known as the Duke's creature, meaning the Duke's chosen and dependent follower, even while he remained the friend of the Earl of Carlisle. He managed this strategy so successfully that the king advanced him almost as quickly as the Duke himself was rising, because the Duke strongly promoted him at every opportunity. The Duke arranged a profitable marriage for him with the daughter and sole heiress of Sir Walter Cope, which brought him a good fortune. Among the properties gained through this marriage was the manor and royal residence of Kensington, near London. Soon afterward, he was created a baron. The Duke trusted him so completely that he persuaded the king to appoint him as a gentleman of the bedchamber to the Prince of Wales, meaning a close personal attendant in the prince's private household, even before the Duke himself had secured such influence over the prince's favor. He was then raised to the rank of Earl of Holland, appointed captain of the guard, made a Knight of the Order of the Garter, and sworn as a member of the Privy Council, the small body of senior advisors to the king. He was sent as ambassador to France to handle the marriage negotiations with the future queen, and even before his formal public embassy, he was privately involved in arranging that royal marriage. Later, when the Duke of Buckingham led the military expedition to the Isle of Rhe against French royal forces, he entrusted the Earl of Holland with command of the supporting army that was meant to reinforce him. In this position of trust and power he stood when the Duke was assassinated, because he enjoyed the good opinion and favor of the Queen, which the Duke neither possessed nor valued. He worked constantly to gain her full confidence and to rise through her influence. His design was either to inherit the Duke's former power himself, or, even more, to ensure that the Queen held that power directly, with himself acting as her chief instrument. For this reason, he made continual opposition against Richard Weston, Earl of Portland, who served as Lord High Treasurer, and against all others who were not favored by the Queen or who resisted the growth of her authority. Under this royal protection, he received fresh honors and large gifts from the king day by day. For a time, he flourished more than any other man at court, while conditions remained calm and favorable. But when political storms began to rise, his condition changed quickly. His honor and influence declined with great speed, and he fell into a troubled state that will be described more fully as the history continues. At that time, the two secretaries of state, the officers responsible for drafting royal dispatches and managing official correspondence after decisions were made in council, did not yet possess the great governing power that later secretaries would hold. They carried out the resolutions of the council rather than directing policy themselves. One was Sir John Coke, who was promoted to Secretary of State after the death of Sir Albertus Moreton, moving up from his earlier office as Master of Requests, an officer who presented petitions to the king. The other was Sir Dudley Carleton, who had long been employed in diplomatic service in the Netherlands and was appointed Secretary of State after the removal of Edward Conway, first Viscount Conway, who was dismissed because of old age and inability after many years of performing the office with notable insufficiency. King James used to joke sharply about these appointments. He would say that the Duke of Buckingham had given him two very proper servants: a secretary who could neither write nor read, and a groom of the bedchamber who could not fasten his own clothing points, referring to Mr. Clark, who had only one hand. Of these two secretaries, the first was a man of very narrow education and a narrower temperament. He had spent many years at the University of Cambridge, where he acquired sufficient knowledge of Latin to satisfy the academic requirements of his time. Afterwards, he lived in the countryside as a private gentleman, removed from the affairs of state, until he reached the age of 50. At that point, his reputation for diligence and industriousness brought him to the attention of those in authority, and he was appointed to a taxing position in the Office of the Navy, the government department responsible for the administration and supply of the Royal Navy. He discharged these duties well, and was later made Master of Requests, an office handling petitions to the Crown, and eventually Secretary of State, a role he maintained to an advanced age. He was a man unadorned with vigor or quickness of mind, and unendowed with notable virtues, though neither was he marked by defects of understanding, nor transported by vicious inclinations, save for a strong appetite for money. His cardinal strength lay in industry, and his most conspicuous weakness was covetousness. Years of experience informed him fully of domestic affairs in England, yet of foreign transactions and the wider interests of Christian princes abroad, he remained entirely ignorant and undiscerning. His counterpart, Sir Dudley Carleton, bore a strikingly opposite nature, constitution, and education. He understood foreign employments and the affairs of other princes and nations very well, yet he was utterly unacquainted with the laws, customs, and general character of his own country. He was a younger son of a reputable gentleman's family and was educated at Christ Church in the University of Oxford, where he displayed both talent and promise. From Oxford, he traveled to France at an early age and served as secretary to Sir Henry Neville, the English ambassador there. Later, he was appointed ambassador to Venice, residing there for many years with a reputation for skillful diplomacy. Upon returning to England, he was sent as ambassador to Holland to the States General, the governing assembly of the Dutch Republic. There, he witnessed the assembly at Dort, convened to address religious disputes that had already caused significant controversy across Europe. Though not regarded as a perfect observer or assessor, he exercised influence in England, shaping King James's opinions to favor one faction and diminish the authority of another, a maneuver that proved inconvenient and troublesome both for England and for its neighbors. Following the death of King James, Sir Dudley Carleton was again sent to Holland as ambassador extraordinary. He became the last English representative admitted to participate and vote in the General Assembly of the States, a privilege the English crown had held for much of the reign of Queen Elizabeth I and throughout King James's time, until this moment. His role brought renewed controversy, as some murmured over England's relinquishment of towns such as Brill and Flushing, holdings previously secured by the crown and instrumental to England's influence in Dutch affairs. Upon his return from Holland, he was summoned to the Privy Council, the sovereign's advisory body, and soon appointed Secretary of State and elevated to the peerage, despite his limited estate. This last act of promotion was the final work of George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, who rarely conferred a single obligation without attaching greater designs. The Duke had carefully observed the Church and its promotions, noting that they had been prone to corruption or reproach. He therefore committed the recommendation of future vacancies solely to Dr. William Laud, then Bishop of Bath and Wells and a sworn member of the Privy Council. After the Duke's death, King James maintained this trust in Laud, a decision that proved beneficial to the honor of the Church, though perhaps less so to the bishop personally. Dr. Laud, confident in his own conscience and intentions, assumed he could manage the duties of the highest ministerial office in the court, soon becoming Archbishop of Canterbury, without resorting to the arts or following their advice. King Charles I succeeded in negotiating peace with both crowns on terms more favorable, in a far shorter time that could reasonably have been expected given the impatience and strain caused by the long and expensive wars. Despite some initial unrest among the people and unfortunate challenges to the royal prerogative by the Parliament of England, which eventually led to its dissolution, the kingdom soon entered a period of unparalleled composure. Trade stabilized, order was restored, and for nearly 10 years, the nation experienced peace and prosperity on a scale rarely known to any people. This tranquility was all the more remarkable when compared to the contemporaneous chaos engulfing Europe, where a brutal and bloody war had erupted between the neighboring crowns of France and Spain, and where the invasion of the Swedes had set the whole empire of Germany aflame, spreading destruction across the continent. Returning to the immediate affairs of England, the proclamation issued at the dissolution of the last Parliament, commonly understood to forbid any man from speaking of another Parliament, had consequences both subtle and severe. It troubled many virtuous men, who were already scandalized by the disordered and passionate actions of the king, and made them receptive to whispers from those who suggested that the king intended to alter the very form of government. They interpreted this prohibition as a declaration that no further parliaments would be called, both in church and state, and this fear alone emboldened wicked men to act with audacity and license, while those less inclined to ill felt less need to guard their own behavior, especially if they believed themselves beyond the reach of ordinary justice. To address defects in the law and ensure revenue, supplemental measures of state were enacted. The collection of tonnage and poundage, duties on imported and exported merchandise, was carried out by order of the Board of Commissioners, despite having previously been refused settlement by an Act of Parliament. New and greater impositions were levied upon trade. Obsolete laws, long disregarded, were revived and rigorously enforced, demonstrating to the subject how imprudent it was to withhold what was owed to the crown, while reminding the king of his claim to all that was legally his. Through this careful yet oppressive administration, the king received vast sums from all persons of quality, and indeed from any with reasonable means, under the law of knighthood. While this law was founded and right, the circumstances under which it was applied made it grievous to the people. Further schemes of revenue and imposition, many ridiculous and scandalous, were initiated, causing envy and reproach to fall upon the king. Of the nearly £200,000 extracted from subjects in 1 year through these methods, scarcely £1,500 actually benefited the king directly. To offset the financial losses incurred by the sale of crown lands and the granting of new pensions, the old forest laws were revived. These laws imposed large fines and annual rents, especially burdening persons of quality and honor, who believed themselves immune to ordinary oppressions and thus remembered such exactions with bitterness. Finally, to ensure an inexhaustible supply of resources for any occasion, a legal writ was framed and sent to the sheriff of every county in England. This writ required each sheriff to provide a ship of war for His Majesty's service, fully equipped and ready by a specified date and location. If a sheriff could not provide a ship, he was instructed to levy a sum of money from his county and deliver it to the treasurer of the navy for the king's use, with explicit directions on how to proceed against those who refused. This levy came to be known as ship money, a term that would resonate in the memory of the kingdom for generations. Ship money yielded a substantial annual sum of £200,000 to the king's coffers and was, in truth, the only project of its kind that was regarded as truly for the king's own service. For about 4 years, the collection of this tax continued without interruption, until at last, when a private gentleman refused to pay a small sum, either 20 or 30 shillings, representing his share, the matter was carried with great solemnity to a public hearing before all the judges of England in the Exchequer Chamber. This was a court responsible for matters relating to the king's revenue, and the judges, by the majority of their votes, affirmed the king's right to impose the tax and adjudged it lawful. Yet, paradoxically, this judgment proved to be of greater advantage and prestige to the gentleman condemned, Mr. John Hampden, than it did to the service of the crown. To sustain these extraordinary powers, and to protect the agents and instruments employed in their enforcement, the council table and the Star Chamber were expanded in their jurisdictions to a vast extent. The council table, which was the king's advisory board charged with governance and administration, issued proclamations commanding the people to observe what the law did not require and forbidding what the law did not prohibit. The Star Chamber, a court of equity and prerogative justice, enforced these proclamations with severe penalties, imposing great fines and imprisonment upon those who disobeyed. In this way, any disrespect toward acts of state or toward the persons of statesmen was punished more harshly than ever before. The very foundations of English law, the rights by which men valued their security, were brought into danger, for no wise man could predict the limits of this power. The circumstances of these extraordinary cases, stratagems, and impositions were unwise and even destructive to the purposes they were meant to serve. Had the business of ship money, a tax imposed under the pretense of necessity to protect the kingdom from danger, been managed with the same discretion as the royal loan, known as the imposition of 5 subsidies after the Second Parliament, the people would have submitted more willingly. Before the judgment in favor of the king, many citizens had paid the tax cheerfully, believing they were aiding the crown and thinking the burden reasonable. Some believed in the necessity of the payment, while others observed that the king's advantage outweighed their small loss, and all were reassured that if they wished to stop paying, they could seek relief through the law. But when this tax was demanded as a right in a court of law, and adjudged as such by sworn judges upon grounds and reasons that any observer could see were not founded in law, the people lost the pleasure of serving their king willingly. They were no longer contributing voluntarily to the crown, but were compelled to pay by legal decree. It was no longer seen as the act of one man, but as the act of the kingdom, imposed not by the king directly, but by the judges, who, in the eyes of the public conscience, had violated justice. Thucydides, the ancient Greek historian, had observed that men are far more passionate about injustice than violence. For an unjust act seems an affront from an equal, whereas violence is accepted as the effect of necessity from one stronger. When ship money was first levied at the council board, it was regarded as a prudent act of royal foresight, necessary to meet a public danger. Yet when the same tax was presented in a court of law, reason of state was argued as law. Judges acted as if they were secretaries of state versed in the mysteries of governance, and judgments were issued without inquiry, proof, or proper explanation. The demand for 30 shillings was enforced without reason beyond the state's supposed interest, affecting the estates of all who stood by, leaving no man any part of his property secure. It was no wonder that the people, already dissatisfied with their condition, grew anxious about the consequences of such rulings. The crown and state suffered immense damage from the public reproach and infamy brought upon the judges, for the dignity, reverence, and authority of the law depended entirely upon the integrity and innocence of those who interpreted it. The contempt of the judges, rightly earned through such acts of overreach, carried over into the next Parliament. The House of Commons, incensed by these abuses, proceeded with fury against the law, and the House of Lords, observing this contempt, felt justified in departing from the customs of their predecessors, who had always sought the guidance of experienced jurists. In this way, the law itself was undermined, and the very notion of justice became subject to the discretion and reasonings of state rather than to established legal principles. If these men had carefully preserved the plain and severe simplicity of their ancestors, by firmly and strictly defending the established laws of the kingdom, then other men, in former times, had also preserved the modesty of their own forefathers by humbly and dutifully obeying those same laws. There existed, in earlier ages, a powerful balance between authority and obedience, between command and submission. That balance is worth careful attention. It is especially observable that in the wisdom of former generations, even in those periods when royal prerogative, meaning the special personal authority and discretionary power of the king, rose to its highest level and often swelled beyond any height seen in later times, the kings rarely called upon courts of law and very seldom called upon judges or lawyers of great reputation to assist directly in acts of raw power. The crown understood the importance of preserving the courts and the judges as sacred objects of reverence and respect in the eyes of the people. The rulers knew that although the crown might at times act forcefully by royal prerogative, the standing authority of the law itself would restrain the people from rebelling. The people would endure much from the king, so long as they believed that the law and the judges remained a safe refuge and sanctuary for their liberties and their personal security. For that reason, the political wisdom of many princes allowed them to endure sharp criticism and stern reproof from judges of the law, just as they endured religious rebuke from bishops of the church. Judges, through their reputation for justice, held influence over the people comparable to the influence bishops held through conscience and religion. Both were pillars supporting the stability of the kingdom. If we look more deeply into the manner and form of proceedings in unusual and extraordinary cases, another important principle appears. In matters of grace, honor, and favor, when princes grant rewards, titles, or benefits to their subjects, it is most useful for those acts to be done publicly and ceremoniously. It is wise for the prince himself, or his ministers, to speak largely and eloquently upon such occasions, enlarging the splendor of the gift with gracious words. Every kind word spoken by the sovereign is often valued by the receiver as an additional favor beyond the gift itself. But in matters of judgment, punishment, and public censure, especially when the case is unusual and the rules applied are themselves extraordinary, the opposite method is more fitting. Such proceedings should be carried out as privately and with as little noise, display, and ornament of speech as possible. For men of generous spirit can more easily bear material loss than public disgrace. Damage to property wounds less deeply than shame before the world. In the controversies surrounding ship money, a royal tax imposed without the full consent of Parliament, and in many other cases judged in the Court of Star Chamber, a powerful royal court dealing with political offenses, and at the Council Board, meaning the King's Privy Council, where high matters of state were decided, many speeches delivered by judges contained irrelevancies, inconsistencies, and even insolent expressions. These speeches often caused greater offense and scandal than the judgments themselves. Worse still, such long and heated explanations taught men to examine the deeper consequences of these rulings, consequences they might not otherwise have noticed. Without doubt, the speech delivered by Sir John Finch in the Exchequer Chamber, the High Court that reviewed major financial and constitutional cases, made the tax of ship money far more hated and terrifying than all the imprisonments ordered by the council table and all the property seizures carried out by sheriffs across England. Most men, partly because people are often unconcerned about the sufferings of others, at first watch such punishments with a kind of secret satisfaction, pleased to see others suffer for refusing what they themselves had paid. But that satisfaction quickly vanished when they discovered that the reasoning used by the judges applied equally against their own interests, no less than against the case of John Hampden, the gentleman who had famously resisted the ship money tax. Anyone who closely observed those times would have seen many serious and thoughtful men who were fully persuaded that certain sentences passed by the courts were convenient, necessary, and just, yet still went away deeply offended and scandalized by the arguments and expressions used by those who pronounced the punishments. These observers came thinking they were only spectators of another man's suffering, but through some unnecessary extension of logic or declaration from a bench, they suddenly saw themselves placed in danger of being counted among the next offenders. Those who examine the council records from the reign of Elizabeth I and the acts of the Court of Star Chamber in her time will find examples of royal power and sovereignty exercised over the liberty and property of subjects just as high and forceful as any seen later. Yet the method of those earlier proceedings was marked by art, order, and gravity. The rules were short, severe, and consistent. They were firmly and directly enforced. The accused person felt the weight of the judgment, but not the personal anger or passion of the judges. Because of this restraint and discipline, those acts of power attracted less public attention and caused less general complaint, even though they were equally heavy for the individual who suffered them. In later times, when these excellent rules of the council board were less carefully observed, the situation changed. Debates that should have been held privately, and in the absence of the accused party, were allowed to become public. Instead of one voice delivering the final judgment of the council, many voices spoke. Questions were asked openly. Personal passions were revealed. Opinions were delivered in a confused and disorderly manner. As a result, the advice, warnings, and censures coming from those high places lost much of their reverence and authority. This disorder produced not only delay and interruption in public business, but also weakened the force of the decisions themselves. The wisdom and justice of the counsel given were often outweighed, in the minds of listeners, by the visible weakness or anger of the counselors. Those who came seeking decisions, and those who were punished, returned to their counties carrying with them arguments and accusations against the persons who had judged them. In this way, they spread distrust and prejudice against whatever orders later came from those same authorities. Many excuses were offered. Some argued that in extraordinary cases it was necessary to take special pains to convince men's understanding of the reasons and foundations of the proceedings. If such explanations had been given only to inform conscience, without attaching reproach or punishment, that might have been reasonable. But in truth, The harm that grew from these long public reasonings was greater than the benefit. The reasons spoken by judges were often not the true reasons of the final judgment itself. Those true reasons could have been placed briefly and clearly within the sentence, far better than being scattered at length through emotional speeches delivered by those who pronounced the censure. These errors, and they were indeed errors, as proved by the results that followed, cannot rightly be imputed to the court itself, but must be laid upon the spirit and overzealous activity of the lawyers who served it. Those learned men should have more carefully guarded their profession and the reputation of its professors for being profaned by services that rendered both the law and its practitioners subject to reproach. Among the lawyers of that time, two men in particular were chiefly responsible for these mischiefs, each by his distinct nature and disposition. The first was Mr. Edward Noy, the Attorney General of England, a man famed for his legal learning and abilities. He had been persuaded, by the industry and importunity of those at court, to accept the office for which every other lawyer would have labored, the Attorney Generalship, the highest and most lucrative legal office in the kingdom. Though the court could not change his manners, it influenced his mind. He wore an affected moroseness that made him seem unfit to flatter others. Yet this very pride and morosity left him most susceptible to gross flattery himself. By this means, the great men steering public affairs, admiring his intellect, and extolling his judgment, gradually induced him, through the eminence of service, to become an instrument in their schemes. Believing that his own legal knowledge surpassed all others, he molded and pursued the infamous and odious project of the soap tax, and personally prepared the writ for ship money, both of which stand as lasting monuments of his fame and controversy. In this, he was an unanswerable example of how necessary education and understanding of men are to make a person fit for the weighty business of state. The second was Sir John Finch, who possessed much that Noy lacked, yet nothing that Noy had. He had led a licentious and free life in moderate fortune, relying on his natural wit and talents rather than a deep knowledge of the law. He wielded the weapons he knew best, and though not unobserved by the court, he lacked the reputation necessary to guide or correct them. He continued the project of ship money where Noy had left it, and, as a judge, carried it to its extreme, almost breaking his own neck in the process. He exercised excessive influence over his fellow judges, inducing them to concur in decisions that many would later regret. Upon assuming the office of Lord Keeper of the Great Seal of England, Sir John Finch declared, upon a demurrer to a bill before him, one without equity except an order from the Lords of the Council, that no man should dispute such orders, and that their wisdom alone would be sufficient ground for any decree in the Court of Chancery. This unreasonable deference further aggravated the excesses of that court, doing more harm than any contempt could have done. Yet, despite all these pressures and the new and extraordinary practices that arose from them, from the dissolution of Parliament in the 4th year of King Charles I's reign to the beginning of the new Parliament, a span of over 12 years, the kingdom and all His Majesty's dominions, apart from interruptions in Scotland, enjoyed a measure of calm and prosperity the like of which had rarely been witnessed in any age. The people experienced tranquility that drew the wonder and envy of all Christendom. While I am mindful of the prosperous times of Queen Elizabeth I and King James I, both monarchs of England, those eras were tempered by their own anxieties. The continual tension over religious reform, the hazards of long wars, treasons and domestic rebellions, and the occasional shedding of blood among crown neighbors. Under King James I, the kingdom faced the uncertainty of mingling with a foreign nation, the unknown disposition of a foreign prince, the shock of discovering a prodigious treason upon the king's first arrival, the crown's limited resources, and the pressures of subjects, compounded by the absence of the Prince of Wales in Spain and the anxieties regarding his potential marriage. Even so, when compared to neighboring kingdoms, England's prosperity shone brightly, though always with the shadow of neighboring misfortunes making their own wealth and stability more visible by contrast. The happiness of England during this remarkable period was set into sharp relief by the misfortunes and calamities afflicting every other kingdom in Europe. while other states were entangled in ambitious contentions with their neighbors, driven by rage, avarice, and the desire for territorial expansion. England stood largely unscathed, appearing to the observers of the age as a veritable garden of the world. Scotland, often considered a wilderness in comparison, enjoyed a complete and undisturbed peace, an unprecedented calm in which private feuds and barbarism were tempered by the respect and awe inspired by public justice. In Scotland, there was a sufficiency, if not an abundance, of plenty and a temper of obedience and loyalty free from rebellion, the utmost that in those days was desired or hoped for. Ireland, which for decades had served as a sponge to absorb and a gulf to swallow all that could be spared from England merely to sustain its mismanaged administration, was at last contributing to the security and revenue of the crown, yielding an annual increase of 40 or 50,000 pounds. The trade and commerce with Ireland enriched the English people, arts and sciences flourished, and the nation began to present itself as a jewel of great luster in the royal diadem. England itself was then thought secure, its courts in great plenty, though some would call it excess and luxury, the countryside rich and fully enjoying its wealth, making it more susceptible to the pride and wantonness that prosperity often breeds. The Church of England flourished with learned and extraordinary men, supplied with the means to maintain their teaching and piety, while the Protestant religion advanced more than ever against the Church of Rome, particularly through the works of William Laud, the late Lord Archbishop of Canterbury, and Mr. William Chillingworth, a prominent theologian and scholar. Trade increased to such a degree that England became the exchange of Christendom, the revenue from commerce to the crown nearly doubling what it had been even in the best of former times. Bullion from neighboring kingdoms flowed into England to be stamped at the royal mint, and foreign merchants came to trust nothing more than the wealth they stored in English warehouses. The Royal Navy, both in number and in equipment, surpassed former times, formidable at sea, while the king's reputation for greatness and power grew considerably among foreign princes. Though the king's harsh methods and stern courses made him less loved at home, they made him more feared abroad, for the power of kingdoms is often more respected than their justice by their neighbors. These considerations, though perhaps not the only motives, offered some justification for the counsel followed by His Majesty. Lastly, all these blessings were enjoyed under the protection of a king of the most harmless disposition, exemplary piety, great sobriety, chastity, and mercy, qualities rarely combined in a single sovereign. God forgive those who were ungrateful for these endowments. Such a prince might have echoed the words of Pericles, the Athenian statesman, concerning his citizens at his death, that no Englishman had ever worn mourning through his occasion. Many wise men of the time thought that the two elements for which the Roman Emperor Nerva had been deified, imperium and libertas, power and liberty, were as well reconciled in England as could ever be hoped for. Yet, even with all these blessings, the people of England struggled to perceive and value their happiness. The court was filled with excess, idleness, and luxury, the country with pride, mutiny, and discontent. Every man fretted more over what he considered the violation of a single law than he delighted in the observance of the charter as a whole. The growth of revenue and plenty, the wisdom and merit of the crown, were seldom acknowledged. Instead, every small imposition was decried as tyranny. Knowledge and learning were disdained when the scholars erred, and the increase of grace and favor upon the church was murmured at more than the increase of piety and devotion, which were plainly visible and acknowledged. One indiscreet sermon at Whitehall spread far and wide, criticized and commented upon, while the wisdom, sobriety, and devotion of 100 others went largely unnoticed. The tensions of envy, ingratitude, and misperception cast a shadow upon a nation otherwise blessed with unparalleled prosperity, peace, and learning. It cannot be denied that, at times, matters wholly unfit for the sacred place of the church were preached there, scandalous in their very nature for the persons who presumed to pronounce upon things beyond the proper scope of their profession. They often ventured into matters in spiritual governance, in ordine ad spiritualia, and arrogated unto Caesar what Caesar rightly refused to claim, asserting authority where none belonged to them. Yet, as was once observed by a man far more fit to be believed in this matter than I, and one not suspected of flattering the clergy, if all the sermons delivered at court in those days were collected and published, the world would possess a remarkable compendium of orthodox divinity, profound learning, convincing reasoning, natural eloquence of great force, and devotion so admirable that it would stand unmatched in any age since the time of the apostles. For the honor of the king, and for those entrusted by him in ecclesiastical collations, who, despite their uprightness, received only sorrowful and insufficient reward in those reproached and condemned times, it is certain that not one churchman, in any degree of favor or acceptance, was scandalously deficient in learning or of a life more scandalously corrupted. On the contrary, the majority were men of eminent learning and knowledge, and of lives virtuous and unblemished. Wise men of the time understood that what might appear prideful in some, or petulant in others, would, through experience in worldly affairs and human society, be corrected or reformed in due course, or renewed in a succession of new men. Thus, the vast advantages of their learning and integrity were seen as an ample recompense for any inconvenience their occasional passion might have caused. Yet, in the prodigious impiety of those days, such virtues were often regarded with malice and revenge, without a shred of reverence or gratitude. When the king found himself possessed of the tranquility previously mentioned, with no enemies abroad and no insurrections at home to fear, he recognized that his kingdom, England, was more secure in its constitution, in the solidity of its laws, and in the loyalty and disposition of its people than the kingdom of Scotland. Desiring to witness firsthand the great blessings that God had bestowed upon him, he resolved to make a progress into the northern parts of his kingdom, and to be solemnly crowned in the kingdom of Scotland, a land he had not seen since he first left it at about 2 years of age. This journey was undertaken with the greatest splendor and proportionate expense. He summoned to his train many of the highest nobility, who increased the magnificence of the court at their own charge, for such was the custom required of them, and they appeared with visible alacrity to submit to the king's pleasure as soon as his desire was known. In all respects, the king's attendants and the retinue of his court matched the glory befitting the greatest of monarchs. From the first departure to the end of the progress, the journey was conducted with unimaginable magnificence, and the feasting reached a height never before attained, or at least not since the king's earliest years. All persons of quality and estate who lived along the northern roads extended the utmost hospitality to the great nobles accompanying the king, sparing no expense to make their entertainments splendid and their houses capable of receiving such magnificent guests. The king himself was entertained at the charge of particular gentlemen who sought the honor of his presence, a practice rare before this time among persons of the highest condition, though it would later become a custom of inconvenient excess. When the king passed through Nottinghamshire, both he and his court were received by William Cavendish, the first Earl of Newcastle, at his own expense, with a magnificence and prodigious excess of feasting scarcely ever before known in England. Within a year or two, he would surpass even this, hosting both the king and queen in an entertainment of even greater stupendousness, though, thankfully, none ever sought to imitate it in those days. The great offices of the court and the principal positions of attendance upon the king were at that time nearly equally divided between the English and the Scots. James Hamilton, the Marquis of Hamilton, held the office of Master of the Horse, responsible for the king's stables and equestrian affairs, and the Earl of Carlisle served as first gentleman of the bedchamber, overseeing the king's personal apartments. Almost all the second rank of servants in these positions were of Scottish origin, creating an unspoken rivalry between the two nations to display the greatest splendor in clothing, horses, and attendants. Many principal English nobles, though not ordinarily part of the court, attended the king on this progress, and the number of Scottish volunteers, both noble and gentry, was greatly increased, determined to demonstrate that their country was neither poor nor inferior, but worthy of equal standing with the most illustrious of England. The king, having entered the ancient kingdom of Scotland, was received with a magnificence that rivaled any spectacle of his reign in England. The English servants and officers, who had long attended the king in his own court, yielded without dispute to the Scots, who were admitted into the same offices in Scotland, or who held titles to those employments by the very constitution of that northern kingdom. In Scotland, as in most ancient monarchies, the great offices of state were frequently held by inheritance. The Duke of Richmond and Lennox, for example, was High Steward and High Admiral of Scotland by descent, while others possessed similar hereditary claims to offices of importance. As a result, all the tables and provisions that had been maintained by English officers were laid aside and re-established by Scots, who maintained the same order and splendor and treated the English with the utmost courtesy and generosity. The nobility of Scotland, at their own expense when their offices did not entitle them to royal support, kept houses of hospitality, entertaining the king's new guests with unmatched courtesy and magnificence. The behavior of the Scottish nation toward the English was as generous and obliging as could reasonably be expected, and the king himself appeared in Edinburgh with no less splendor than he had at Whitehall in London. His coronation, carried out with this grandeur, passed with all the solemnity and demonstration of public joy that one could imagine, a spectacle of loyalty and celebration. The Parliament of Scotland, then sitting, performed its duties with equal decorum and presented those acts prepared for them directly to the royal scepter. Among these acts were laws restraining the extravagant power of the nobility, powers which many had long exercised freely. Though the diminution of their authority was keenly felt, at that time it attracted little attention, as the king, guided in all affairs of the kingdom by the singular counsel of the Marquis of Hamilton, maintained absolute control. The Marquis, believed by all to be the most influential subject in Scotland, exercised his power with quiet but decisive effect, shaping the government behind the scenes. The king was well pleased with the reception and with all the transactions that had occurred. There was little to blame, save for the luxury and vast expense of the feasts, garments, and entertainments, which overflowed with such license that it provoked both admiration and concern. The expenditure, however, was attributed to the zeal of the people, who wished to see their king, knowing he might not visit them again in their lifetimes. And yet, the debts contracted by the nobility and gentry during this period, the temptations of such lavish hospitality, and the burdens of accommodating royalty, contributed significantly to the kindling of discontent, which would later erupt into a devastating fire of rebellion. Many sharp-eyed observers discerned pernicious designs hiding behind the cheerful countenances of men who had played prominent roles in the pomp and triumph. Among those Scots who had shone most brightly in the English court, only the Marquis of Hamilton maintained any true influence at home. The immense bounties scattered by the king and his father, drawn from the wealth of England and even at the cost of Scotland's own revenues, were not regarded by the Scottish people as benefits to the kingdom, but rather as personal obligations wasted on individuals, many of whom had already squandered their patrimony. The king noticed with some concern that many of the Scottish nobility sought popularity by opposing measures most pleasing to him in Parliament, while still allowing those measures to pass. He hoped that a measure of discountenance toward these ambitious men would either suppress their pride or at least reduce its poisonous effect on others. Yet, as these acts of royal admonition were often thought to originate from the Marquis of Hamilton, they sometimes had the opposite effect, advancing the very men whom they were meant to restrain. Even those whom the king most distrusted, such as the Earl of Rothes and others from whom he withheld all grace and recognition at court, could, when the king was abroad among his subjects, place themselves near him in the crowds, entertain him with discourse, and delight him with personal relations. The king's naturally gentle and forgiving disposition could not avoid being won over by such subtle confidence and display, making these men appear especially acceptable to his majesty. On these occasions, the Lord Falkland, one of the king's counselors, remarked with sharp wit that keeping state was like committing adultery. It required two to make it succeed. For no matter how proud or formal a ruler might resolve to maintain distance, a bold and confident subject could always penetrate the facade bend the rules of courtly interaction, and compel even a king to follow the laws of social engagement set by that subject himself. The king, Charles I of England, was always the most punctual observer of all decency in his personal devotion and the strictest promoter of the ceremonies of the Church of England. He believed with all his soul that the Church of England was instituted closest to the practice of the apostles, and that it was the best instrument in the world for the propagation and advancement of the Christian religion. On the other hand, though no man was more opposed to the Roman Catholic Church, nor more attentive to understanding the motives of those who had separated from it and their animosity toward England, the king held an equally strong prejudice against those of his own subjects who resisted the established government. He saw them as extremely dangerous and seditious, men who would, under the pretense of conscience, resist the spiritual jurisdiction of the crown and seize the first opportunity to withdraw from their temporal allegiance. To counteract this threat, he exercised the utmost vigilance, watching for and providing against any such dispositions in England. Yet, if any seeds of rebellion existed, they were hidden with extraordinary secrecy. In Scotland, however, the situation was far more troubling. There, the Presbyterian system, in which all churches were governed by assemblies of elders rather than by bishops, effectively dominated the nation. Though bishops existed in name, they were largely subordinated to assemblies and had little real authority. There was no liturgy, no formal practice of religion, and no visible beauty of holiness in the worship. The clergy were, for the most part, corrupted in principle, uncountenanced by great men, and unesteemed by the general populace, though some universities, especially the University of Aberdeen, flourished with excellent scholars and learned men. Even so, the cathedral churches across the kingdom were neglected in administration, while the king's own chapel at Holyrood House in Edinburgh retained the comeliness of cathedral service and all the decencies proper to the royal chapel. Under King James I, the Scottish people had shown a general willingness to receive the liturgy of the Church of England, a goal the king ardently desired. Those close to him believed that the main purpose of his progress into Scotland some years before his death had been to bring this project to fruition, though he was not fully satisfied, for 2 or 3 principal men he had trusted in the governance of that kingdom had died around the same time. Even without achieving immediate progress, he maintained the resolution to pursue this work until his death. However, the last 2 or 3 years of his life were less pleasant, troubled by the prince's voyage into Spain, the rising jealousies in England, and high proceedings in Parliament. The king judged it necessary to suspend any prosecution of his design to enforce conformity until a more favorable conjuncture, which he did not live to see. His son, who inherited from his father not only other virtues, but also a zeal for religion, proposed nothing more earnestly to himself than to unite his 3 kingdoms, England, Scotland, and Ireland, under one form of God's worship and public devotion. The serenity across all his dominions made it reasonable to believe that his journey into Scotland to be crowned was intended to complete this important religious work simultaneously. To that end, the then Bishop of London, Dr. William Laud, attended the king throughout the journey, though as dean of the chapel he was not obliged to do so. No doubt he would have been excused if the design of religious unification had not been in view. Dr. Laud was as solicitous for the success of this plan as the king himself, and the king valued his advice no less. Dr. Laud preached in the royal chapel at Edinburgh, an act scarcely attempted by any Englishman before, emphasizing the benefits of conformity and the reverent ceremonies of the church, with all the marks of approval and applause possible. The great civility and compliance of the Scottish people were so universal that they would not appear unconformable to the king's wishes in any particular. Many wise men of the time believed, and some continue to believe, that had the king proposed at that moment that the liturgy of the Church of England be fully received and practiced by Scotland, it would have been submitted to without opposition. Yet, upon mature consideration, the king concluded that it was not a propitious season. He had recently passed 2 or 3 acts of Parliament which had greatly diminished the authority and influence of the nobility and great men. Those very acts had incited opposition and resentment, so that many men, even those who professed loyalty, were already disposed to resist any proposition, no matter how beneficial it might appear. That prevailing humor of defiance in the hearts of the powerful revealed the delicate balance that the king had to navigate, a balance he would struggle with until the end of his life. Yet this obstruction was not the obstacle that diverted the king from his purpose. It was not the party averse to conformity, the men who abhorred any thought of aligning with the Church of England's liturgy, who posed the greatest threat. They were not powerful enough to impede the progress of this ecclesiastical reform. No, the true mischief lay with those who most ardently desired the measure and were ostensibly most concerned to promote it. These men, using all the influence and credit they possessed, secretly worked to divert the king from attempting it. Even the bishops themselves, whose interest and authority would have been most advanced by the successful adoption of the liturgy, counseled in secrecy that the matter should be more maturely considered. The entire design was rarely consulted upon openly, and then only with a few of the great men of England and select bishops, among whom the Bishop of London stood prominently, advising His Majesty. It was clear that while the completion of this great affair would be most grateful to England, the king desired that the English people themselves should not appear to have taken part in contriving or promoting it. These same men, who did not only pretend, but truly wished that they might have a liturgy to order and regulate the worship of God in their churches, and who approved of the ceremonies established in the Church of England, had no intention that the very liturgy of the Church of England should be proposed to, or accepted by, the Scottish churches. They offered two principal reasons for this prudential opposition, grounded in observations upon the nature and humor of the nation, as well as their repeated conferences with the wisest men on the subject. The first reason concerned the reception of the English liturgy itself. It would appear as the first rung of a ladder that threatened to mount over all Scottish customs and privileges, a design that would be opposed and detested accordingly. Therefore, it was argued, if His Majesty would allow a liturgy to be prepared with only a few desirable alterations, it could be presented more successfully, and the minds of the people might even be inclined to welcome it. This expedient, so passionately and vehemently urged even by the bishops, revealed, however, a pride of their own hearts. They deferred to the humors of other men while secretly promoting delay. The Bishop of London, who was always present with the king at these debates, was exceedingly troubled at this postponement. He saw that the very men who appeared most solicitous for the expedition of the matter were secretly contributing to its delay, and he understood that their influence would only suffer from the deferral. He foresaw clearly how enemies of conformity would never be satisfied with even these minor alterations. They would, with greater confidence, if not reason, frame new objections and insist upon them with obstinacy. He perceived the difficulties that would arise from rejecting, altering, or adding to the liturgy, which already commanded great authority and veneration from nearly 80 years of practice among sober Protestant men. He knew that objections would be far easier to raise against anything new than against what had been established and time-honored. He would have been glad to see the former resolution pursued, for there had never been in the time of King James, nor in the reign of the present king, any thought of altering the English liturgy. Any variation, however small, would diminish the desired uniformity, and it was precisely the manifestation of this uniformity that had been the chief aim and desire of the king and his advisers. The king had set his heart upon the matter with great earnestness. He was as scandalized as any man could be at the disorder and indecency that prevailed in the exercise of religion in that church. Yet he was moved by what was offered for a brief delay in the execution of his designs, understanding more fully the ill humor and secret practices among the greatest men of the kingdom at that season than the Bishop of London could comprehend. He believed that he could more effectively compose and reduce these difficulties from a distance than while he remained amidst them. Moreover, by his nature, he was strongly inclined toward the Scots nation, having been born among them, and as jealous as any Scottish man could be of their liberties and privileges, careful above all that they should not be infringed upon by the English, who he knew had little reverence for them. The objection, then, that any liturgy or form settled in the Parliament of Westminster and tendered to Scotland without alteration might appear as an imposition from England, impressed him deeply. In short, he entrusted the framing and composing of a liturgy most likely to be acceptable to the people of Scotland to a select number of bishops there, men both able and willing to undertake it. With this arrangement, the king returned to England at the time he had originally designed, having never proposed or made any public approach toward any alteration in the church. It would have been fortunate had nothing been done at all with reference to that affair, for nothing was ready, and therefore no transaction should have promoted it. Yet what little was done was mistakenly imputed to the Bishop of London, who was perhaps guilty only in perception, for he sincerely believed that nothing contributed more to the advancement of the church than the promotion of churchmen to the highest offices of trust and honor. This opinion, and the zeal with which he pursued it, though founded in unquestionable integrity and a desire for the welfare of both church and state, became the unhappy foundation of his own ruin, of prejudice toward the church, and of malice that almost destroyed it. During the king's stay in Scotland, finding that the circumstances were not yet ripe to perfect the good order he intended for the church, he resolved to leave behind a monument of his own affection and esteem. Edinburgh, though the metropolis of the Kingdom of Scotland, the chief seat of the king's own residence, and the place where the Council of State and the courts of justice remained, was still but a borough town within the diocese of the Archbishop of St. Andrews. All church affairs were governed by the preachers of the town, chosen by the citizens from the time of John Knox, the Scottish reformer who had played a principal hand in the suppression of popery, though by means that were not always commendable. These preachers were among the most turbulent and seditious ministers of confusion in the kingdom, as the king had experienced both during his minority and after coming of age. He would often remark that his access to the crown of England was all the more valuable because it freed him from the subjection to the ill manners and insolent practices of those preachers, from which he could never completely shake off. Before his return to England, the king, with the full consent and approbation of the Archbishop of St. Andrews, erected Edinburgh into a bishopric. He assigned it a competent and convenient jurisdiction drawn from the nearest limits of the Diocese of St. Andrews, appointed the fairest church in the town to serve as the cathedral, and settled a sufficient revenue upon the bishop from lands purchased by His Majesty himself from Ludovic Stuart, Duke of Lennox, who sold them at a reduced price so that they might be consecrated to such a pious end. To preside over this new cathedral, the king appointed a very eminent scholar, of good family and educated at the University of Cambridge, to be the first bishop, and another person of reputable learning and character to be the first dean, providing him likewise with proper maintenance. The king hoped that these appointments would better prepare the people of Edinburgh, the most numerous and wealthy in the kingdom, to show due reverence to church order, and at least to counteract, if not suppress, the factious and rebellious spirit of presbytery that had long ruled there. Yet, this application contributed little. The people generally believed that they had already too many bishops, and thus any increase was unlikely to be welcomed. The bishops themselves had little interest or influence in that nation, rarely showing themselves in episcopal habit or robes, and seldom daring to contest with the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland in matters of jurisdiction. In truth, little more than the name of episcopacy was preserved in the church. To redeem the bishops from contempt and demonstrate that they should hold weight in the state, the king elevated the Archbishop of St. Andrews, a learned, wise, and pious man of long experience, to the office of Chancellor of the Kingdom of Scotland, the greatest office in the kingdom and one never before held by a churchman since the Reformation, when Scotland had suppressed the authority of the Pope. He further appointed 4 or 5 other bishops to the Privy Council, or Lords of the Council, presuming that by their civil authority and role in the kingdom's judicatures, they would become more respected and better able to enforce the affairs of the church. Yet events fell otherwise. It would have been wiser to delay such promotion until, through their grave and pious conduct, they had first won the obedience of their clergy and the goodwill of the people, and until the liturgy itself had been settled and accepted, before advancing any to higher honor. The king had scarcely returned from his triumphant journey through Scotland, where he had been received with extraordinary magnificence and loyalty, when the first notable event of consequence occurred in his English court. It was the death of Abbot, Archbishop of Canterbury, the senior bishop of the Church of England, who had presided over the highest ecclesiastical jurisdiction in the kingdom. Archbishop Abbot had occupied this see for many years, though he had little influence at court following the death of King James I in 1625, and had long been considered lacking in favor or authority. Abbot had begun his career as the head, or master, of one of the poorest colleges at the University of Oxford, demonstrating sufficient learning for such a modest position. He was a man of extremely morose manners, with a stern and sour aspect that, in those times, was mistaken for gravity and virtue. By the recommendation of the Earl of Dunbar, the king's first Scottish favourite, Abbot had been promoted by King James I to the bishopric of Coventry and Lichfield, and almost immediately thereafter to London, despite never having served as a parish priest, vicar, or dean of any cathedral church. In truth, he lacked any proper understanding of the constitution of the Church of England, the administration of ecclesiastical affairs, and the needs and interests of the clergy, a deficiency that would haunt the Church throughout his tenure. Abbot had barely begun to fulfill the duties of a bishop in London when he was elevated to the primacy of Canterbury, following the lamented death of Dr. Bancroft, the previous Archbishop of Canterbury. Bancroft had been a man of extraordinary skill in church governance, who had almost rescued the Church of England from the influence of the Calvinist party. He had subdued the unruly spirits of the nonconformists after the famous Hampton Court Conference in 1604, encouraged scholars of the clergy to undertake rigorous studies of divinity, and had worked tirelessly to instill order and conformity within the Church. Had Bancroft lived, or been succeeded by men of equal wisdom, such as Bishop William Andrews or Bishop Richard Overall, the disruptive influence of foreign Calvinist ideas, kindled in Geneva, could have been contained and extinguished. Abbot, however, brought none of this corrective authority with him. He considered the Christian religion primarily as a means to oppose popery and exalted those who did so most vehemently, without regard for the careful administration of ecclesiastical order. The discipline of the Church in conformity to its established articles and canons received little of his attention. He had himself made only minimal progress in the solid and ancient study of divinity, adhering mainly to Calvinist doctrine, and for the sake of political expedience, he tolerated a certain laxity in church discipline. Those who privately held opinions contrary to his, or who disregarded certain formal practices, were not only tolerated, but often preferred, provided they opposed Catholic practices. Many bishops recognized the dangerous consequences of his neglect and worked diligently within their own dioceses to preserve order, while supporting men of sound principle elsewhere. Dr. William Laud, the Bishop of London, had long counteracted these defects. From the time of his authority at Oxford University and later at court, Laud had promoted learning and practice consistent with the doctrines of the Church of England, attempting to suppress factionalism and correct the excesses encouraged by Abbot. Yet the Archbishop's household had become a sanctuary for the most radical and factious elements of the Calvinist party, and he even licensed writings that undermined church order, leaving a formidable and difficult challenge for his successor. It was within 1 week of the king's return from Scotland, at his house in Lambeth, that Archbishop Abbot passed away. The king wasted no time in addressing the vacancy. Almost immediately upon the return of the Bishop of London, Dr. William Laud, who had been delayed in his journey, the king received him with warmth and the compilation, "My Lord's Grace of Canterbury, you are very welcome." That very day, the king issued the necessary orders to initiate the formalities of translation, the canonical process of appointing a new archbishop. Within a month or thereabouts, Dr. Laud was fully invested in the primacy of Canterbury and installed in his residence at Lambeth Palace, prepared to assume the supreme spiritual and administrative leadership of the Church of England. This great prelate, William Laud, had long been in high favor with George Villiers, the first Duke of Buckingham, who was the chief confidant of King Charles I of England. Buckingham recommended him to the king as the most suitable person to be trusted with the conferring of all ecclesiastical preferments, even when Laud was only the bishop of St. David's, or newly promoted to the bishopric of Bath and Wells. From that moment, he effectively governed that province without any rival, and his eventual promotion to Archbishop of Canterbury, the highest ecclesiastical office in England, was long foreseen and widely expected. This elevation did not bring him greater envy or dislike, for his character and abilities were well known. Laud was a man of remarkable talents and exemplary virtue, though his reputation was sometimes marred by natural infirmities. Chief among these was a hasty and sharp manner of expression, combined with an unshakable belief that innocence of heart and integrity of manners were sufficient protection for any man, no matter the company or the dangers through which he traveled. Few men in history were better provisioned for the trials of life, and he carried this conviction through every stage of his journey. Born to honest and well-provided parents, he received a thorough education at the schools of learning before being sent to St. John's College in the University of Oxford, at that time the least endowed college in that renowned university. From student, he rose to become a fellow and eventually the president of the college, having attained all the honors and degrees it could bestow, including the proctorship and a doctoral degree. Yet, his early career was marked by persecution from the Calvinist faction, which was then powerful and influential. Those who opposed him, following their customary maxim, labeled every man they disliked as a pest, and under this meaningless accusation, Laud suffered many vexations and obstructions. Though he was the king's chaplain and noted as an excellent preacher and scholar of the highest order, he could obtain no preferment to lift him from his humble college, which barely provided sustenance. Even when King James I promoted him, it was only to a modest bishopric in Wales, a post less lucrative and influential than his fellowship at the college. During this period, parliaments were frequent and active, and the Calvinist party, which had persecuted him, was strong and full of design. Those brave enough to oppose them began to receive notice, approbation, and countenance, and it was under this protection that Laud first attracted the favor of the Duke of Buckingham. Buckingham had tested the temper and spirit of others, finding nothing satisfactory, and so he turned his attention to Laud, whose talents and judgment now aligned with the Duke's ambitions. Transplanted from the cold and barren diocese of St. David's to a more favorable climate and situation, Laud was entrusted with significant responsibilities and the king's confidence, especially as the monarch was deeply wary of Calvinist influence. Once in power, Laud's memory of past persecution remained keen. He became vigilant against those who had unjustly opposed him, and as a result, he too was accused of popery by his enemies because of certain doctrinal opinions they disliked, though these were unrelated to Roman Catholic beliefs. He carried prejudice against individuals who aligned with Calvinist doctrines, even when they sincerely respected church governance and prayed fervently for its peace. From the beginning of his career, without disguise or dissimulation, he had expressed his opinion of the Calvinist faction and, upon gaining authority, worked to prevent their influence from growing. Yet, even with power at court, he could not enact sweeping reforms while another superior in the church retained authority and could temper matters according to his own whim. Once he had the primacy in his own hand, with King Charles sharing his zeal, Laud felt it his duty to hasten remedies for the ailments he observed in the church. In the end of September of the year 1633, he was invested in the title, power, and jurisdiction of Archbishop of Canterbury, fully in possession of the state, and with revenues and authority unchallenged. He had never interfered in matters of state before this time. His first act was to ensure that the place he vacated was filled by a capable successor, one who would be vigilant against the corrupting influences he had observed. To that end, he drew his old friend and companion, William Juxon, as close as possible to his side. Laud and Juxon had been fellows together at Oxford, and when Laud became Bishop of St. David's, he had made Juxon president of the college. Later, when Juxon could no longer retain the deanery of the royal chapel, Laud placed him in that role, ensuring his proximity to the king. Now elevated to archbishop, Laud persuaded the king to make Juxon Bishop of London shortly before or after his consecration as Bishop of Hereford, provided Juxon had already been elected to that see. Through this careful orchestration, Laud secured both his ecclesiastical authority and a loyal companion at the heart of the English Church. It was now a time of great ease and tranquility in England. The king, as has been said before, had established himself above all those difficulties and straits he had faced during the first 4 years of his reign at home. His authority was respected, and he was now reverenced by all his neighbors, who desired his friendship and sought to secure it. The wealth of the kingdom was notorious throughout the world, and the general temper and disposition of the people showed little inclination toward papists, meaning adherents of the Roman Catholic Church, and even less toward Puritans, the strict Protestant reformers who sought further changes in church practices. Though some recent taxes and impositions had been introduced, which angered the people more than they grieved them, these complaints were more than counterbalanced by the quiet, peace, and prosperity they enjoyed. The murmurs and discontent that existed were directed not against the church or its doctrines, but against the excessive power exercised by the crown, power that was supported by the judges sitting at Westminster, the royal courts of justice. The church itself was content. There was no inclination to alter its government or discipline, nor to change its doctrine. At that time, no considerable number of persons of any substantial condition throughout the kingdom wished for such changes, and the reasons for the extraordinary transformations that would occur in later years were already visible in the effects of these policies. The Archbishop of Canterbury, the most senior bishop in the Church of England, had set his heart upon advancing the church. He knew well that he enjoyed the king's full support, which he considered sufficient to overcome any opposition, requiring no other assistance. Though the nation generally showed no ill will toward the church, whether in matters of doctrine or discipline, there remained a pervasive jealousy that popery, meaning the practices of the Roman Catholic Church, was not sufficiently opposed. People were averse to admitting anything new, fearing innovation, and were easily persuaded that any change would serve to please papists. In recent years, certain doctrinal points in controversy had been debated from the pulpits with more heat and reflection than had previously been customary. Many popular preachers, who had not studied the ancient learning of the Church, relied on the teachings of John Calvin, the French theologian and reformer, and did all they could to propagate his opinions on these matters. Others, more learned and versed in the antiquities of the Church, the writings of the Church Fathers, the councils, and the histories of ecclesiastical practice, defended contrary positions with equal zeal. Because, in the recent disputes in the Dutch churches, these opposing opinions were championed by Jacobus Arminius, a professor of divinity at the University of Leiden in Holland. The latter group came to be known as Arminians, though many of them had never read a word of Arminius himself. Each side defended its position as the true doctrine of the Church of England, much as the Dominicans and Franciscans of the Roman Catholic Church had, centuries before, defended their opposing positions with vehemence and uncharitableness, each claiming to uphold the true faith. Yet, in England, those who could least support themselves with reason were most solicitous to have the people believe that the Arminians intended to introduce popery. Conversely, those who adhered to Calvin were accused of secretly desiring to destroy bishops, reform church governance according to the Jean Van model, and impose strict discipline, even though most were devoted to the peace and prosperity of the church and were pious and learned men. The archbishop himself had, throughout his life, opposed Calvin's doctrines in these controversies, long before the name of Arminius had been taken notice of. For lack of another term, his opponents had called him a papist, though none believed it, and his writings and disputations clearly demonstrated the contrary. He was a man of great courage and resolution. Assured in himself, he pursued no ends except those which were pious and just. No man had a heart more entirely devoted to the king, to the church, or to his country. He never sought the easiest paths to these ends, thinking that any artifice or manipulation would discredit, or at least cast suspicion upon, the integrity of his purpose. He courted men too little, and cared not to make his designs and purposes appear more candid than they were. Perhaps he acted too roughly, not considering enough what men said or were likely to say of him. If faults and vices were to be examined, he pursued them rigorously, regardless of the rank of the offender. The discipline of the church was to be felt, as well as spoken of, applied to the greatest and most splendid transgressors, as well as to those guilty of smaller offenses. He called for, and did not shy away from, the discovery of those who were not careful to hide their iniquities, those who believe themselves above the reach of other men or above the power or will of authority to chastise. In this manner, he ensured that no wrongdoing went unchecked, and that the principles of the church were applied with equal rigor to all, regardless of station. Persons of honor and of the highest quality, both of the royal court and of the country, were summoned daily into the High Commission Court, a powerful ecclesiastical tribunal established to enforce the laws of the Church of England. They were cited upon reports of their moral failings, whether acts of incontinence or other scandalous behavior in their lives. Once brought before the court, they were prosecuted to public shame and the disgrace, which the court itself described as an insolent triumph over their rank and social position, was never forgotten. It was watched closely for future revenge, for the humiliation of men of such standing created lasting resentment. The fines imposed by the court, which were directed toward the rebuilding and repairing of St. Paul's Church in London, were considered by many to be the more severe and less leniently reduced because of the men's high social station. This, in turn, made the jurisdiction and rigor of the Star Chamber, the other high royal court used to enforce civil and criminal law, more sharply felt and widely murmured against, sharpening the ill humor of many toward the bishops long before they had any actual ill intention toward the church itself. At that time, there were three persons most notorious for their open malice against the government of the church by bishops, expressed in their various books and writings. These works were designed to corrupt the people and were composed in language both scandalous and impudent. One of these was a divine, a man of the clergy, the second was a common lawyer, and the third was a doctor of physic, a physician. None of these men enjoyed influence or esteem in their respective professions, having formerly been regarded under disreputable characters. Yet, when they were sentenced for their writings and brought forth to execution as common rogues, exposed upon public scaffolds to have their ears cut off and their faces and foreheads branded with hot irons, as was the punishment for the poorest and most mechanic criminals who could not redeem themselves by fine, the reaction of the people was immediate. They no longer considered the offenses, but the men themselves, and each profession, with anger and indignation, believed that their education, degrees, and social rank should have protected them from such infamous judgments. Wrath was carefully stored for future time. The remissness of Abbot, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and of other bishops, by his example, had introduced or at least connived at a negligence that brought great scandal to the church and offended many pious men. The people themselves took so little care of their churches, and the parish priests cared as little for the chancels, that instead of beautifying or properly maintaining them, they allowed them to fall into decay. Rain and wind were allowed to infest the buildings, and the sacraments themselves were administered in places unfit for reverent use. This profane liberty and uncleanliness compelled the Archbishop of St. Andrews to undertake reforms with all possible speed, calling upon the other bishops to assist in this pious work. The effort, however, though pleasing to men of devotion, encountered difficulties. Too often, the prosecution of these reforms, perhaps with an affectation of expense or with undue passion between ministers and parishioners, provoked resentment against the church, which enemies were quick to exploit. A central point of contention was the removal of the communion table from the body of the church, where it had traditionally stood, to a fixed position at the upper end of the chancel. It was enclosed with a rail of joiner's work to protect it from dogs and other profane use, and all persons were required to approach within the rails to receive the sacrament. To grave and intelligent observers who valued order and decency, this was entirely appropriate. Yet among the people it provoked murmurings, for the expense was borne at public charge. If the minister lacked discretion or reputation to reconcile the parishioners, as was often the case, these measures incited suits and appeals in the courts. The sentiment that no reform was necessary combined with complaints that too much had been done, led to opposition against both the power and jurisdiction of the bishops. Even the manner, gesture, and posture observed in celebrating the sacrament created new disputes, introducing words and terms such as altar, adoration, and genuflection, which provided additional fuel for argument. New books were published both in support of and against these practices, each with the same fervor and contention as if the very life of Christianity were at stake. Moreover, there was no uniformity among the bishops themselves in prosecuting these reforms. Some proceeded more remissly, while others pursued those who resisted with a severity that bordered on cruelty, leaving lasting memories of grievance among the clergy. Meanwhile, other bishops, fewer in number and less influential, who were not beholden to Laud and had no hope of personal advancement through him, issued only perfunctory orders and allowed their execution to falter. They took a quiet satisfaction in observing that the blame for the unrest fell squarely upon the archbishop himself. Among the most notable opponents was Dr. John Williams, Bishop of Lincoln, formerly Lord Keeper of the Great Seal of England, who had been widely unpopular while holding that high office. Since his disgrace at court, however, Williams had grown in public esteem, and he eagerly seized the opportunity to oppose what he termed innovations in religion. His opposition was deliberate and articulate. He published a learned treatise criticizing both the substance and the method of Laud's reforms. Though the text included some frivolous expressions, it demonstrated rigorous scholarship and practical understanding of ecclesiastical governance. Through this work, Williams not only secured a reputation for learning, but also wielded influence capable of stirring public opinion against the archbishop. Williams's treatise and public criticisms suggested that Laud sought greater alterations in the church than those officially proclaimed, insinuating that the archbishop's zeal concealed ambitions that would threaten the liberties and traditions of English worship. He further cast Laud as a personal adversary, emphasizing the archbishop's consistent opposition to his rise in church governance. Despite responses by other learned men that defended Laud's reforms, their voices carried less weight, as they were relatively unknown and lacked the visibility and status to sway the public. The result was a growing schism among the bishops themselves and a proliferation of distrust and uncharitableness among the learned and moderate clergy. Even those who sincerely supported the established Church of England and its traditional exercises of religion were unsettled by these innovations. They viewed the inferior clergy as overstepping customary bounds, failing to show proper deference to their patrons and neighboring gentlemen, and disrupting the civility and good relations long expected in parish and diocesan life. The mismanaged enforcement of reforms drew away the support of otherwise loyal clergy and left Archbishop Laud increasingly isolated in his initiatives. Compounding these difficulties, Archbishop Laud faced a significant alteration in the court with the death of Richard Weston, Earl of Portland, High Treasurer of England. The Earl had been intensely jealous of the Archbishop's growing favor with King Charles I, constantly seeking to diminish his credit through insinuation and accusation. Yet, as often happens when passion and malice govern action, the Earl's efforts backfired. Many of the particulars he alleged were false or exaggerated, and in the eyes of the king, they reflected more on the accuser than on the accused. The death of the Earl, however, left Archbishop Laud to assume responsibilities as one of the commissioners of the Treasury and Revenue, a role entangling him in civil administration and matters of state, areas in which he had little prior experience and had previously avoided. This sudden immersion into secular governance, while necessary, added further strain to his ecclesiastical duties and tested his capacity to navigate the intersecting pressures of church and crown. But being now bound to this task by the trust reposed in him, William Laud, Archbishop of Canterbury, entered upon it with the full measure of his natural earnestness and warmth. He made it his principal care to advance and improve the revenue of King Charles I of England by every means offered, attending closely to all informations and propositions of that kind. Having little prior experience with the tribe of people who dealt in such financial transactions, a confident, reckless, and often mischievous class. He was sometimes misled into overestimating the value of certain projects. Yet his devotion to the benefit of the king was absolute. All propositions and schemes that aimed primarily at enriching private individuals, however powerful, were opposed and frequently suppressed at their inception by his authority. This strictness created enemies within the court, many of whom were able and eager to cause mischief, and who never failed to call any discourtesy and injury to be repaid. The revenue of too many courtiers consisted mainly in enclosures and improvements of that kind, practices Laud passionately opposed unless they were grounded in law. And even if the law was ancient and obsolete, if it brought profit to the king, he judged it just to advise its enforcement. In some cases, he lent slight encouragement to the Commission Concerning Depopulation, a body responsible for regulating and consolidating lands, which brought great expense and trouble upon the people, and for which he was also held accountable. He understood well that the principal officers of the revenue, those charged with managing the kingdom's finances, had regular access to the king and spent more private time with him than almost any servant or counselor. These officers could therefore grant favors or commit injustices at will, and Laud had witnessed this during the tenure of Richard Weston, Earl of Portland, as Lord High Treasurer of England, and of Sir Richard Coddington, later Lord Coddington, as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Neither of these men were his friends, and Coddington still enjoyed influence and access, continuing as Joint Commissioner of the Treasury with Laud and understanding the office far better than he. Often, everything he proposed was opposed and defeated. So he grew weary of the toil and vexation of the office, as all men do who serve in such a commission, for delays and obstruction are inherent when an office is executed by multiple commissioners. The office of treasurer was the greatest in benefit in the kingdom, and second only in precedence to the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Chancellor, keeper of the Great Seal. All eyes among the nobility were fixed upon who should hold this powerful post, when suddenly the white staff, the symbol of the office of Lord High Treasurer, was placed in the hands of William Juxon, Bishop of London, a man scarcely known in the kingdom, who within 2 years had been little more than the king's private chaplain and president of a modest Oxford college. It inflamed envy and resentment across the court. Many were sharpened not only against Archbishop Laud, who had orchestrated this advancement, but unjustly against the church itself, which was now viewed by some as a gulf swallowing all high offices, with other ambitious churchmen expecting similar advancement. Meanwhile, the archbishop himself was infinitely pleased with the accomplishment and, in his conviction, believed he had secured a stronger support for the crown and the church. He did not temper his severity or rigor towards men of any condition, nor his sharpness of speech, which was so natural to him that he could not debate without some commotion when the matter was trivial. He struggled to bear contradiction with patience and temper, even in council, where all men were free to speak. Those who wished him ill took advantage of this, deliberately provoking him to lose composure, knowing he would later regret any outburst. Among these was Sir Richard Coddington, a master of self-control and subtle dissimulation, who expertly led the archbishop into mistakes, inflamed his temper, and then exposed him to judgment by others, often while King Charles was present, only to dine with him the next day. At this time, the king, who was passionately devoted to hunting and the sports of the field, desired to create a great park for red and fallow deer between Richmond, in the county of Surrey, and Hampton Court, the royal palace situated along the River Thames. The lands for this park included large wastes owned by the crown and extensive wooded areas suitable for the intended use. Yet many parishes held commons in those wastes, and numerous gentlemen and farmers possessed houses and productive farms interspersed with these lands, held either for life or lease for years. To achieve a park of sufficient size, it was necessary to acquire these properties. The king expressed his willingness to purchase the lands at higher prices than the owners might receive elsewhere, and it was considered reasonable that his subjects should consent to this arrangement. The king employed his own surveyor and other officers to negotiate with the landowners, many of whom were his own tenants, whose leases were nearing expiration. The major part of the people were, in a short time, prevailed upon to comply, yet many obstinately refused. There was, for example, a gentleman who possessed the best estate, with a convenient house and well-kept gardens, and he would by no means part with it. The king, being as earnest to carry through his plan as any man could be, caused this matter to make great noise and stir in the kingdom, as if the monarch intended to take away the estates of men at his own pleasure. The Bishop of London, who also held the office of treasurer, and Sir Francis Coddington, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, were from the very beginning of this enterprise greatly averse to it. Their opposition arose not only from the murmurs of the people, who feared and complained about the matter, but also from practical concerns. The purchase of the land and the construction of a brick wall around so large a parcel of ground, nearly 10 miles in circumference, would cost an enormous sum of money, far more than they could easily provide or than they thought ought to be sacrificed for such a project. Sir Francis Coddington, who was most closely solicited by the country people and heard the majority of their complaints, took the matter to heart. He employed every method he could and, through frequent importunities, tried to divert His Majesty from pursuing the undertaking. The king, however, grew very angry with him and declared that he was resolved to go through with it. He informed Sir Francis Coddington that brick had already been burned and that much of the wall had already been built upon his own land. Faced with the king's determination, Coddington thought it prudent to acquiesce. Yet, the construction of the wall before people had consented to part with their land or commons appeared, to them, as a gradual shutting out from both. This, naturally, increased the murmurs and discontent among those directly affected, as well as among those merely observing, since the land was so close to London that it became a topic of common discourse. The Archbishop of Canterbury, whose desire was to ensure that the king won as much of the hearts of the people as possible and that they had no just cause to complain, observed this rising discontent. He resolved to speak with the king about the matter. Upon doing so, he received such an answer from His Majesty that he thought the king was perhaps not fully informed of the inconveniences and mischiefs the project caused, rather than being absolutely resolved to continue. On one occasion, he took Sir Francis Coddington aside, having been informed that Coddington disliked the project and, according to his natural custom, spoke with great warmth against it. The Archbishop told him that he should give the king wise counsel and withdraw him from a resolution in which his honor and justice were so much called into question. Coddington, however, answered very gravely that the project was entirely lawful and that he believed the king's decision to be just and wise. He argued that the place was convenient for the king's winter exercise, sparing him long journeys for sport during the cold season, and that no man ought to dissuade the king from this pursuit. The archbishop, instead of finding concurrence with him, as he had expected, grew into much passion. He accused Coddington of seeking to ruin the king and make him lose the affections of his subjects. He declared that he himself would continue to dissuade the king from pursuing so ill-advised a project and hoped it would become clear who had truly been the king's counselor. Coddington, seeing the archbishop's temper inflamed, replied calmly, asserting that no man could, in good conscience, prevent the king from pursuing his resolutions. He added that to do so might be interpreted as a lack of affection for the king and, perhaps, as high treason. The archbishop, outraged by this wild reasoning, asked Coddington where he had received such a doctrine. Coddington replied that those who did not wish the king well could not truly love him, and that those who sought to prevent him from taking recreation, which preserve his health, might, for aught he knew, be guilty of the highest crimes. Enraged, the archbishop left him, recounting immediately, or at the next opportunity, to the king the conference he had with Sir Francis Coddington. He bitterly inveighed against Coddington, mentioning him with the sharpest reproaches, and beseeched His Majesty that such counsel might not prevail, taking pains to make Coddington's arguments appear false and ridiculous. The king, hearing this, said no more but, "My lord, you are deceived. Coddington is too hard for you. Upon my word, he has not only dissuaded me more, and given more reasons against this business than all the men in England have done, but has truly obstructed the work by not doing his duty as I commanded him, for which I have been very much displeased with him. You see how unjustly your passion has transported you. Through this rebuke, the archbishop realized how much he had been misled, and he accordingly adjusted his own sentiments. From the time of his promotion to the archbishopric, or even from the earlier time when he was made commissioner of the treasury, this excellent man had provoked or endured the envy, reproach, and malice of men of all qualities and conditions. Though well aware of it, he had not fully considered the potential consequences, believing, as most men did, that the government was so firmly settled it could neither be shaken from within nor from without, and that nothing less than a general confusion of law and gospel could injure it. While this was true to an extent, he had not foreseen how easily such a confusion could be brought to pass, as it would shortly prove to be. And with this general observation of the outward and visible prosperity, the grand display of wealth, order, and magnificence in the kingdom, juxtaposed with the inward, reserved disposition of the people, a subtle but persistent tendency toward murmur, discontent, and unrest, we reach the conclusion of this first book. The contrasts were striking. On the surface, the streets, the courts, and the palaces shone with splendor. The ceremonies, the progresses, and the public entertainments dazzled the eye and testified to a kingdom flourishing under its sovereign. Yet beneath this brilliant exterior, in the hearts and minds of the subjects, lay a quiet but potent dissatisfaction, a wariness of authority, and a readiness to question and resist, which, though restrained, foreshadowed turbulence to come. It is in this delicate balance between the splendor of visible order and the hidden stirrings of popular unrest that the story of this reign begins to take its most profound shape, setting the stage for the events and conflicts that will unfold in the books to follow. And so, with this overview of power, ambition, law, and reform, we reach the conclusion of Book 1, Volume 1 of the history of the rebellion and civil wars in England begun in the year 1641 by Edward Hyde, Earl of Clarendon. Though the narrative of events continues beyond this point, it is here that we pause, having witnessed the early tensions that would shape the fate of England. From the early years of King Charles I's reign, we learn that authority, when exercised without prudence or transparency, sows seeds of resentment. The youthful brilliance and indulgence of noblemen like Edward Sackville, later Earl of Dorset, illustrate how personal honor and private desires can endanger public stability. The episode of ship money and the resistance of Mr. John Hampden shows that even lawful impositions must appear just, or they will provoke unrest and mistrust. The Scottish progress of King Charles I teaches that grandeur, feasts, and displays of magnificence, while awe-inspiring, cannot replace legitimacy in the eyes of the people, and that cultural and religious sensitivities are critical to maintaining loyalty. Ecclesiastical reforms in Edinburgh, led by the Archbishop of St. Andrews and other churchmen, reveal that skill and virtue alone cannot overcome local resistance without careful attention to custom and the hearts of the people. Finally, the proceedings of the Star Chamber and High Commission Court remind us that the perception of fairness and the integrity of officials, whether judges, bishops, or ministers, matters as much as the enforcement of law itself, for injustice or inconsistency breeds lasting anger and opposition. These moments, these characters, and these tensions form the lessons of a time when ambition, law, faith, and custom clashed, setting the stage for the greater upheavals to come in England's history. The first book closes, leaving the reader with the dual image of a kingdom outwardly magnificent, yet inwardly restless, a court of gilded ceremony, and a people whose conscience and courage quietly measured the weight of power and the justice of rule. The lessons of wealth, authority, and human temperaments are thus impressed, and the tale of England, its sovereign, and its subjects continues beyond this first account.